Barista Bump Off, A Killer Coffee Mystery, Book 11. Written by Tonya Kappas. Narrated by Christina Sagnameni. Chapter 1. Settle down! Aunt Maxie stepped in front of the entrance of the Bean Hive Coffee shop. I'll go see what is going on, she assured me. I'm fine, I told her, after we'd run from the front window of my coffee house to see what the shrill screams were about. I'm a couple of months out from surgery. Over the Christmas holiday, I had been a little nauseous. I had put it in the back of my head, believing it to be the side effect of stress. Let's face it, who didn't have some sort of stress? Stress affected us differently, and I was no stranger to feeling sick to my stomach when I was extremely stressed. You wait right here. Aunt Maxie ran her hand over my black curly hair before she pushed it behind my shoulder. Your pretty blue eyes still aren't sparkling like they normally do. That's how I know you're not up to 100%. It was my appendix, not my heart. I sighed and tried to get out the words before she opened the door, passing a couple of high school kids on the way in. Good afternoon, I greeted them, and turned my attention back to the customers. Let me know what I can get you. They nodded and made their way over to the table Bertie Beebe had reserved for their weekly tutoring session for her fellow classmates and herself. Bertie Beebe was Loretta Beebe's granddaughter. She'd been living with Loretta for about a year now, and really found Honey Springs, Kentucky, to be her home. I loved her. She'd really not only become a part of the family, but also a very valuable employee to me. She was one of those kids who could see what needed to be done before she was even asked to do it. There were times when I didn't see something, and she picked up on it before me. Though she worked for me every afternoon after school, I'd started to take the afternoon shift when she asked if she could host her weekly tutoring session here. Of course I agreed to it, because I wanted her to succeed in school, but also because it gave me a chance to see all the customers who did come in later in the day when I wasn't there. Do y'all need anything? I asked the group of students and their teacher, Hope Mowry. Is your oven set to 400? Hope asked. I'm not sure, but you can go on in and check. I had gotten extra insurance for Bertie's tutoring sessions here at the coffee house because it was actually her home economics class. In fact, it wasn't even a tutoring lesson. That was just what Bertie called it. The time the handful of students and Hope spent together was actually Hope giving them the opportunity to learn what they would learn next year in school in her class. These students weren't graduating this year. The class itself was going away. The home economics department was the first to be cut from next year's curriculum. These students loved it so much, Hope had agreed to cram as much as she could in during the spring semester if they could find a place. Naturally, Bertie knew I had several industrial ovens in the kitchen and a large workspace to go with it, and she asked me. After I looked into what the insurance would be, just in case someone got hurt, I decided it was in the budget to host the group once a week and sometimes on Sunday now that spring had arrived. Thanks, Roxy. Hope smiled through the unspoken broken heart she had over the school board decision to cut the department. She followed me back to the counter, where she disappeared through the swinging kitchen door. Do you see anything you like? I asked a customer who'd been pacing back and forth between the two display counters. One had donuts in it, while the other had cookies and pies. I'm so torn between the red pepper donut here and fireside cookies. Her brows knitted. The bell over the door dinged, and Aunt Maxie bolted through. Her eyes caught mine as she brushed her hand through her short pink hair before she ran it over her face. It's a dilemma I hear all the time. I plucked a plastic piece of parchment paper from the box with one hand and grabbed a to-go bag with the other, a talent I'd learned to do over the years, flicking the bag open. Why don't we do a buy one, get one free deal? Really? The customer smiled. I nodded with a forced smile on my face. "That's great. I'll take the fireside cookie. It looks like a s'more." She pointed to them after I slid the door of the display counter open and took out the sweet treats she'd asked for, slipping them into the bag. "You can follow me down there," I told her, and walked down the back of the counter to meet her at the register. "What has this town come to?" Aunt Maxie walked around the counter. She didn't officially work for me, but she did own the building, and a few others located here on the boardwalk, and she had graciously offered to help me when Bertie had her class here. It was a big help, too. Well, most of the time, when she wasn't using the time she was here as her social hour. She had no problem giving her friends free food and drinks while sitting for about an hour and taking in all the news and goings-on around Honey Springs. There was a drive-by purse snatching. She had turned her head slightly to the right in the direction of the mayor. "I have no idea what is going to come of this town if we don't stop this crime." Her voice grew audibly louder and louder with each word. "Purse snatching?" I asked, making sure I'd heard her correctly. "Purse snatching?" Hope had come back through the door. "Yes, and on a moped." Aunt Maxie had finally gotten the attention of the mayor. He cleared his throat and stood up. "There was duct tape holding the darn thing together, too. I saw it with my own eyes." Aunt Maxie's words were running together. For a second, I thought he was going to come back to the counter to address Aunt Maxie. But when the bell above the door dinged again, it was Sheriff Spencer Shepherd. His jaw was hard, and his green eyes had a serious look in them. His thick neck gave way to his deep chest beneath his brown sheriff's uniform shirt, where he proudly wore the 5-point star sheriff's badge on the front pocket. When he took off his sheriff's hat, like most men did when they entered an eating establishment, the waves of his sandy blonde hair lay flat against his head. He scanned the coffeehouse and stalked over to the mayor. "Do you think I need to take the kids out?" Hope asked, as we all noticed the seriousness of the situation taking place between the sheriff and the mayor, both elected officials by the good citizens of Honey Springs. "No, I think it's all safe in here." I tried not to alarm her, since I did know a few things about the law. By education, I was a lawyer. I'd left my law firm I shared with my ex-husband and moved to Honey Springs, where I had very fond memories of my time spent here with Aunt Maxie. Wasn't that the case? When we were hurt, didn't we desperately seek times in our lives when we recalled we were the happiest? That, for me, was Honey Springs, and the long summer days and nights I'd spent on this very boardwalk as a teenager. Back then, there were just a few shops, including the Crooked Cat, the local bookstore that was still here. Long story short, Aunt Maxie had this building unoccupied from a recent tenant, and it was easy to dream up my own coffee shop. She insisted on it, really, and I was so glad she did. Years later, I was married to Patrick Kane, the boy I'd chased all over Honey Springs in those teenage years, and we had 2 fur babies. Sassy was a black standard poodle who belonged to Patrick, and Pepper, a salt and pepper schnauzer, who had adopted me when I went to Pet Palace, Honey Springs' local SPCA. "Stop gawking and close your mouth." I leaned around Aunt Maxie and stuck my face in front of hers. She was staring right at the mayor and Spencer as the two of them had a very heated conversation. "If you don't get that budget passed, you won't have this cushy job." Spencer's words had a bite to them that didn't sit too well with the mayor. "If you don't get these crimes under control, I'll see to it that my main platform this year will be to find our city a real sheriff who can keep the citizens of Honey Springs safe." The mayor was all too aware that the locals had been a little concerned with some of the crime that had found its way into Honey Springs, leaving us with the task of making sure we kept our doors locked. something locals had rarely done in this part of Kentucky. Honey Springs was a little lake tourist town that not only was secluded from big cities and surrounded by beautiful hills and Kentucky bluegrass, but located on Lake Honey Springs, where fishing, boating, and lazy days spent in a rental cabin was just part of daily life. "Help! Help!" Loretta Beebe busted through the coffee house door all aflutter, almost coming out of her jeweled, strappy sandals. "Help!" she screamed in her very southern accent. Her head twirled around. She snapped her eyes at Sheriff Spencer Shepherd. "I've been robbed! Right out in the parking lot! In daylight!" She pointed directly at Spencer with her perfectly polished and manicured finger. "You!" she gasped. The sparkle of the afternoon sun had filtered through the windows of the coffee house and landed perfectly on her shiny diamond ring. "Get out there and do your job! Find my purse or else!" Chapter 2. "Let me get you a cup of coffee." I'd patted Loretta after she'd thrown her hissy fit, and rightfully so. "I cannot even think about drinking anything. My person has been violated," she cried out. "Yes, it has," Aunt Maxie agreed, catching me off guard. "I can't believe the thieves sprayed you with self-tanner. Look at your eyes. You look like a raccoon." Loretta was known to visit Lisa Stahl's tanning booth several times a week, even though the fact was swept under the rug, since Loretta claimed she was of Native American descent. We could look at Loretta and see she was lily white, not a trace of Native American in her. But if it made Loretta feel good, who was Aunt Maxie or anyone else to be Loretta's judge and jury? "Why, Maxine Bloom, you're the worst!" Loretta screamed at the top of her lungs, clearing out what few customers I had left in the Bean Hive. "Why do you mock me in my time of need?" She picked at the end of her short, store-bought black hair. Bertie and I gave Aunt Maxie looks that told her she wasn't being nice. They'd had their differences in the past, and they weren't the best of friends, but in times of need, and this was one of those times, Aunt Maxie needed to be a little more sympathetic. "I'm sorry, Loretta." Aunt Maxie rubbed her hand in circles on Loretta's back, subtly making fun of how Loretta pronounced her own name without Loretta even noticing. Aunt Maxie rolled her eyes, so I thought they were permanently going to stay that way after she'd paused to suck in a deep breath. Apparently, she was collecting herself and trying not to say anything negative to Loretta. "You've been violated." Aunt Maxie went to the extreme positive end of what I was trying to convey with my facial expressions. "Yes." Loretta's mouth took on an unpleasant twist. "That's exactly what has happened. I have been violated." When the bell over the door dinged, we all jerked around in hopes it was Spencer, with the good news that they'd recovered Loretta's bag. "Sorry to disappoint." Louise Carlton stood at the door with an animal cage handle in her grip. "I guess you forgot I was coming. I can come back." "Louise, I'm so sorry. Of course you can come in here." I waved her in. "There's been someone going around on a moped snatching purses along the boardwalk. And, well, we were kind of hoping Spencer would walk through the door any minute with Loretta's purse." "Dear me," Louise tisked. Her hair was a gorgeous shiny silver that was cut into a bob with blunt bangs across her forehead. She wore an armful of bracelets that jingled as she put the cage on the floor and hurried over to her friend. "Loretta, that's terrible. Are you okay? Is there anything I can do for you?" Loretta drew an invisible pattern with her fingernail on the table. Just be my friend is all I ask," she said before she gave Aunt Maxie one good scolding look. "It's all I ever wanted." "You don't ever have to ask that." Louise looked at Aunt Maxie. "Isn't that right, Maxine? We're all friends, and our motto at the Southern Women's Club is one of friendship and deep love." "Motto, my hiney! I'd hate to see how Loretta would act if this was me." Aunt Maxie made a good point under her breath when she passed me to walk behind the counter, where she busied herself by cleaning up a little. "You gonna close early?" "I guess." I shifted my gaze out the window overlooking the boardwalk. There was very little foot traffic. The word about the purse snatching might have gotten out to the community, and people were too scared to come today. "I can help you clean up real fast while you get the intake animal." Bertie's group had gone a long time ago, leaving her here to console her grandmother. "Are you going to be okay, Grandmama?" Loretta used the tissue I'd given her a while ago to dab at the edges of her eyes and gave a slow, slight nod. "What do we have here?" I walked with Louise to see what animal she'd brought to the coffee house to be adopted. Pepper had already gone over to put his nose into the cage, but for some reason, the animal didn't interest him like the others. He trotted back over to the fireplace, where his bed was located, and got in. "We have a special one this time." Louise picked up the cage and held it at eye level. "Polly, meet Roxy. Roxy, meet Polly." "Roxy! Roxy! Quack!" There was a bird inside. A big bird. Wow! Every week or two since I'd opened the Bean Hive, Louise has brought a shelter pet from the Pet Palace here to be adopted. I was a firm believer that if shelter animals could be in an environment where they weren't in cages, they could be themselves, not so stressed, so they could be easily adopted. I had to jump through a lot of hoops to get the health department to approve the animals. But in the end, it had all worked out, and we've had a 100% success rate. I don't think I've ever been around a bird before. I looked into the holes of the cage. "You're gonna love Polly." Louise looked at the cat tree Patrick had made for the animals. There was a stick that protruded out with a cat toy dangling from it. "She can perch right there. She doesn't fly, but she does hop around, so we can put her food on one of the ledges of the cat tree." Louise handed me the bag of the usual things, like the animal's paperwork, where all of the bird's history and shot records would be listed. Did birds get shots? I wondered, then turned my attention back to Louise. "Polly's food is in there. She drinks water. She's a talker, so I'm warning you that you won't ever be alone." She crouched down and opened the cage. She stuck her hand inside and then pulled it out slowly, with Polly standing on her finger. "Be careful what you say, because she will repeat it." "Polly is a good girl. Good girl gets a treat," Polly chirped, bopping her head back and forth as she talked. "I want her," Bertie called from the back of the coffee house. "I want her bad." "Can you even imagine if you did?" Aunt Maxie wiped down the front of the glass displays. "A bird with an accent like Loretta?" I tried not to smile, but I couldn't help it. Neither could Louise. "What did you say, Maxine?" Loretta asked. "I said that I want Bertie to take these leftover treats because you're going to need to stay in tomorrow so you can get some rest." Aunt Maxie and Bertie looked at each other, snickering. Loretta didn't let Bertie take Polly home, and that was okay. I still needed to figure out about the bird and learn a little more so I could tell potential owners. So after everyone left, including Aunt Maxie, I made myself a steaming cup of coffee and grabbed Polly's folder. It was next to the register where I kept all the animals' files in case someone inquired about them when I wasn't there. "You're 15 years old?" I questioned the bird and looked down at the information. My goodness, you can live to be 60 to 80 years old. And then my heart dropped when I noticed she'd been surrendered by her owner, who had gone to the local nursing home because she was getting older and couldn't care for Polly anymore. We will find you the best family. I closed up the file and put it back next to the register. Old, old, Polly chirped. I smiled. It was different having an animal in here that didn't follow me around, or that I had to take home. According to the file, I could leave Polly here, but I was under the impression birds liked living in a cage where they could be covered up. You be a good girl. I untied my apron and hung it on the coat rack next to the register. I grabbed my coat and purse off the hook. Good girl, Polly, good girl. Polly's head bobbled back and forth in rapid movement before she extended her wings. I stopped putting my coat on to watch her show off her many feathers of color, in awe at just how big she really was, and it was pretty darn neat. Pepper, I called to my furry sidekick. Let's go. Pepper! Pepper! Polly screamed at the top of her bird lungs. Pepper ran over and growled, showing his teeth. Pepper, I scolded, unsure of what that was about, then decided not to say anything else, because it was probably the first time he'd ever been near a bird, much less one that squawked his name. Be a good boy. Squawk! Polly threw her wings back close to her side, the closer I got to the front door. Yes, you're a good boy. I bent down and decided to pick Pepper up, so I didn't leave the door open long enough for Polly to jump down and possibly get out. I snuggled Pepper close to me and whispered in his ear so Polly didn't hear or repeat. We are going to have to watch our P's and Q's with this one. Pepper twisted his little head to my face, licking my cheeks. I laughed and used my free hand to run it down the wall next to the door to switch off the lights. Safely outside and with the door shut behind us, I put Pepper on the ground and dug into my purse to get the keys to lock the door. Thoughts of the day swirled around in my head. It was dark out, and though it wasn't quite what we'd consider nighttime, because it was spring and the time change hadn't happened to make the daylight longer, the idea of someone lurking in the shadows caused my heart to race. Don't be silly, I told myself, slipping the key into the door and turning it to lock. The sound of faint footsteps and the groan of loose nails from a board on the boardwalk caught my ear. Then Pepper yelping from the pier got my attention. Pepper? I called into the darkness, taking a step back into the closed door of the coffeehouse so I was somewhat hidden. I drew my purse close to my body. The carriage lights along the boardwalk and pier were really just for looks. They didn't give any sort of spotlight but to the area right beneath them. I gulped. My eyes shifted right, looking down toward the end of the boardwalk and the Wild and Whimsy antique shop. I didn't see anything. I slowly looked to my left, toward the opposite end of the boardwalk, where the Crooked Cat was located, and didn't see anyone or anything. It was footsteps and boards, two distinct noises I knew all too well since opening the Bean Hive. Pepper was barking. My eyes moved to stare directly in front of me. The pier jutted out into Lake Honey Springs, and the only shop located on the pier was the Bait and Tackle, which I knew was closed. In fact, all of the shops were closed. Slowly, I contorted my arm and put my hand inside of my purse to find my phone. I was conflicted on who to call, Spencer or Patrick, the law or my husband. If I called Spencer and had him come out here with nothing wrong, then I would look silly and scared. But not Patrick. He would definitely want me safe. Listen, I'm standing outside the coffee house, and I heard footsteps running away. I clearly heard them in the distance. Maybe not running, but they definitely hurried when Pepper and I were leaving the coffee house. Stay inside. I'll be right there. Patrick hung up the phone without hesitation. Only one problem. He thought I was inside, and I wasn't. I wouldn't go inside and leave Pepper outside. Literally, it only was a few minutes' car ride from our cabin down the road, so Patrick would be here in a minute. But Pepper was barking so loud, my heart hurt, thinking he might be in danger. With my keys in between my fingers, like I'd seen on television to use as a weapon, I took my first steps toward the pier. With each step, I seemed to be holding my breath more and more, Pepper coming into my sight. "Pepper!" I whisper-shouted. "Come here, now!" I demanded, only stopping him from barking for a moment. He turned back and continued to bark and bark, the sound echoing off the lake into the dark that now completely lay over top us. He stopped barking once I was next to him. "Stop that!" When I got to him, I didn't see anything on the pier. "Let's go back to the shop and wait for Daddy," I told him. I took a step back to where I'd come from, and Pepper started barking all over again. "What is it? A turtle?" I asked, and leaned over the pier's railing to see what he was barking at in the lake below us. I bet it's a fish. They are starting to come back around after their winter hibernation. To show him, I pushed the flashlight button on my phone and held it over the railing to shine into the water. I felt a little better knowing there wasn't anyone out there with us, unless you counted the floating body that appeared below. Chapter 3. "Why didn't you call me?" Spencer asked, putting his hand on me to step away when Kevin Roberts, the county coroner, passed us on the boardwalk. He'd parked on the wrong side of the boardwalk, which made him have to push the church cart across to where the body had finally floated to shore. The wheels on the gurney squeaked with each turn, creating a very eerie noise. I wrapped my arms around myself to ward off the goosebumps trailing along my arms. "I might have found out who did this. If you did hear footsteps, I might have seen someone running away on my way here," he said, directly looking at me. "It's not like the boardwalk was shut down. People walk, jog, or just sit here and read all the time." I shrugged, trying not to look over my shoulder to see the woman lying face down. The only reason I knew it was a woman wasn't the long hair. Many men around here had long hair. It was the dress plastered to her lifeless body. "Do you know who it is?" I asked, wondering if it was a local and someone we knew. "There isn't any identification on her, but the deputies are scouring the banks to see if they can find a purse, phone, anything." As he talked to me, the lights of the rescue boat were penetrating the water as the deputies and Coast Guard on duty were trying to see down into the water. "We are hoping we can find something. Maybe have to drag the lake." When Spencer let go of a big sigh, I looked up at him. "Do you think you can answer a few questions now, or do you want to wait until morning?" he asked. "We can do it now in the coffee house. Patrick took Pepper in there when you got here. I'm sure he put on some coffee." I gave a wry smile, knowing coffee wasn't going to solve who this woman was, but it sure was going to calm my nerves. Wasn't it interesting how coffee did bring people together? By the scene tonight, it was a testament that it didn't matter what type of situation, coffee always brought people to the table where there would be conversation. Tonight's conversation just so happened to be about the dead body Pepper and I'd found floating in Lake Honey Springs just about 45 minutes ago. "Who is it? Who is it?" Polly squawked when Spencer and I walked into the Bean Hive Coffeehouse. "Who is that?" Spencer's brows rose, and he slowly shook his head in disbelief. "You're adopting out talking birds?" "Watch what you say," I warned, knowing she was probably repeating something Aunt Maxie had said since she, too, was in the coffee house. Polly repeats everything. "Maxine?" Spencer had taken his hat off and placed it on one of the many cafe tables that dotted the inside of the coffee house.
"I see you had your scanner on."
"I reckon I did. I got right down here when I heard it was Roxanne who called in the body." Aunt Maxie used my full name, which told me she meant business.
"Do you mind giving us a few minutes while I talk to her?"
he asked, when Aunt Maxie decided to take a seat at the same table he'd put his hat on, sipping on her coffee. "I'll just be right over here if you need me," she said to me, but kept her eye on Spencer. It wasn't like she went far. She sat her coffee on the counter and decided to go ahead and change the menu. "Let me get you a coffee," I told Spencer, and walked behind the counter where Patrick had, in fact, made a fresh pot of coffee.
"Are you okay?"
Patrick asked, and put his hand on my shoulder, giving it a little squeeze in a massage kind of way. His big brown eyes and tender smile told me he was right there where I needed him. His jaw was tight, which told me another thing altogether. He was worried. "I'm fine." I tried not to let him see the stress on my face, though he could probably feel it in my muscles. "I'll answer the questions as best I can, and then we can go home." I busied my shaking hands by pouring me and Spencer a cup of coffee, but not without first giving Aunt Maxie the stink eye. She tried not to glance out of the corner of her eye at me while she tugged on the pulley that lowered the 3 hanging chalkboard menus. I still gave her a hard look to let her know her snooping didn't go unnoticed. "Here you go." I sat the coffee mug down in front of Spencer. He helped himself to the bourbon barrel lids turned into Lazy Susans with all the condiments he needed to doctor up his coffee. I don't know what more I can tell you, other than the day didn't seem out of place, but then there were the purse snatchings. I blew on my coffee before I took a sip. "Do you think the lady was a victim?"
"Not sure. Not even sure if the footsteps you heard came from the pier. And I'm not so sure she didn't just float down river."
He used a spoon to slowly stir the sugar and cream into the mug. Steam rolled up and round his nose as he took a drink. The happy sigh that came from him told me he'd just taken a sip of some good-to-him coffee. As the owner and roaster of the blend he was drinking, it made me somewhat happy, though the circumstances of why he was drinking it did damper the feeling.
"I'm having missing persons cases looked into, not only here, but at least 60 miles down and upstream. You just never know."
At least he had already started his investigation, just an hour after when I found her. I took comfort in that.
"You didn't hear or see anything before you left for the night?"
he asked to make sure. He was reading what I'd told him earlier from his little notebook. "No. I cleaned up so I could be ready for tomorrow." My heart skipped a beat. I'm so glad I was here and not Birdie.
"Birdie baby?"
He gave me a funny look. "Yeah, she generally closes for me, except on the days her classmates are here." I nod on the inside of my jaw, thinking I should hire someone to work with her. I'm starting to think Loretta was right about crime.
"I've been going to the mayor for a better part of 2 years in hopes he'd get the budget increased, but he's not even considering it for this year's election."
He shook his head as the disappointment appeared.
"I told him crime was up, and every week I personally take the crime reports to his office. He said the tourism industry is where all the extra dollars need to go."
Spencer took his finger and ran it around the rim of the mug.
"There won't be any tourists in Honey Springs if we become known for all this crime and no law enforcement, or at least not enough law enforcement to keep eyes and ears on the street."
Maybe this is a body that floated from another part of Lake Honey Springs? It wasn't like Lake Honey Springs only covered Honey Springs. It didn't. There were several other Kentucky counties that bordered the huge lake, but it just seemed odd for this time of year. Plus, I'd not heard lately of anyone missing.
The state Amber Alerts and the news were pretty good at getting the word out and being on the lookout. "Tell me one more time about Pepper." He sat back and looked at me intently. "Let me show you." I stood up and he followed. Both of us took our coffee. I said goodnight to Polly and held Pepper. I nodded to Pepper. He'd gotten up on the couch in front of the fireplace and found a comfy spot in his bed. Not a care in the world that he'd found the floating body. We opened the door and stepped out. I turned off the lights. I pretended to go through the motions. I locked the door. I did put Pepper down before I locked the door. He usually sticks with me, but does smell around. I shrugged. When I turned around, he was already down the pier and barking. That's when I heard footsteps in the distance. My eyes widened. And creaky boards. "As in the boardwalk boards?" he asked. "Yes. And I even thought to myself it was odd because I knew the beautification committee had recently nailed down any after the winter months because they do come loose during the bitter temperatures and snow." "That means we can find the boards along here and see where the footsteps came from." Spencer and I were thinking along the same lines. That's right, and possibly get a camera hit. There were a couple of cameras along the boardwalk, but I really wasn't sure if they were properly working. There wasn't ever a concern the boardwalk would be dangerous. "I can get a look at those in the morning." He made a quick note, leaning into the small light coming from the closest carriage light. "Then what?" "Like I said, I heard Pepper barking, and that's when I called Patrick. I didn't want to make a false alarm with you, so it was easy to just go back into the coffee house and wait for him," I said, and when I heard the squeaky wheels of Kevin's gurney at the far end of the boardwalk, I looked. The moon had made its appearance by this time, giving off more light to the boardwalk. A dark outline of Kevin's shadow, along with the gurney's shadow, grew bigger as he got closer. I tried not to look. I yelled for Pepper several times and hid in the doorway here. I gestured behind us. When Pepper didn't come, I knew I had to get him. I didn't want anyone to hurt him. Spencer didn't even question my thinking process when it came to Pepper. Everyone in Honey Springs knew I was crazy about my little dog, and I dared them to question what depths I'd go to keep him safe. Pepper had saved me when I was in one of the darkest periods of my life. I had dedicated myself to keeping him safe. That's when I went out on the pier to get him. There was nothing there, and I told him to come on, but he continued to look over the railing into the water. I took my phone's flashlight and shone it down. I took a big, deep breath to steady the trembling in my voice. That's when I saw the body. "That's also about the time Patrick got here?" he asked. "Yes. Patrick actually heard me scream, and he came running to get me and Pepper. I stood about 2 feet from the railing after I'd picked up Pepper and pointed. He looked over and saw the body. Then he took me in his arms and led me back to the coffee house where we called you." Kevin approached. Spencer put his hand out for me to hold on. "Can you tell how she died?" Spencer asked Kevin. "Stab wound to the back. I'm thinking she was standing on the pier, since the water is pretty still. Someone stabbed her from behind." Kevin talked, and Spencer pulled the sheet back. An audible gasp came from behind me. Aunt Maxie was standing in the doorway of the coffee house with her hand over her mouth. "Do you recognize her?" Spencer asked Aunt Maxie. "Yes. She's one of my renters in my cabin on Queen Bee Lane." Aunt Maxie's voice shook with fear. Chapter 4. There were so many cabins in Honey Springs. Most of the seasonal owners never stepped foot in the Bean Hive Coffeehouse or even on the boardwalk. They either came for a quick weekend getaway during the year or used a local realtor, like my mom, Penny, to help rent the cabins to tourists who did come into the Bean Hive. "Don't you remember her?" Aunt Maxie asked. "She's been in here a few times."
She looked at me with her head tilted and her mouth gaped open. My nose scrunched up, and I squinted my eyes, trying to think back. Nothing. I shook my head. 5'3", petite little thing. She had real red hair. Aunt Maxie pointed to her fake color, which changed with the wind. Still don't place her? About that time, Loretta and Bertie Beebe hurried through the coffee house door, even though we were closed for the evening.
Get out of my way, Sheriff!
Loretta batted Spencer away.
Another crime?
Out of my way! Swack! Polly bounced and pulled back when Loretta glared at her.
Crime? Murder,
Aunt Loretta added to Loretta's excitement.
And one of my tenants, too.
Bertie made her way over to Aunt Maxie. The two of them whispered from behind the counter. I could only imagine what Aunt Maxie was saying. I was sure it was something about the victim.
Murder?
Loretta's head whipped around. I couldn't see her face, but by Spencer's expression, Loretta was giving him holy hell.
Just what are you going to do about it? I'm going to let the system do its job.
He looked at me from over Loretta's shoulder.
You can come down in the morning and sign off on your statement.
Statement? Loretta's head swiveled my way. You found her?
Murder! Murder!
Polly screamed.
Shut up!
Loretta was fit to be tied.
Patrick!
She turned away to my husband.
How many more dead bodies is Roxanne going to find before you've had enough of this type of crime going on in and around Honey Springs?
Loretta, Patrick wore a thin-lipped smile. Those other crimes were specific and not just some random serial murderer or crime.
It still doesn't make it any better.
She wrung her hands.
Maxine,
Spencer spoke up.
You can come down with all the information I need from you so we can get in contact with the next of kin.
Sure, no problem. Aunt Maxie gave him a quick look, but went back to talking to Bertie. The bell over the door signaled Spencer leaving, and that's when I noticed Bertie and Aunt Maxie giving each other a look. What is that about? I asked.
Well, Bertie hesitated.
What is it, Bertie? Loretta raised a penciled-on brow.
Speak up, child.
I knew when Loretta talked to Bertie like a child and not the teenager she was, Bertie didn't like it. Did you know her? I put two and two together after seeing Aunt Maxie whispering behind the counter. Aunt Maxie did say the woman was in here a time or two. I don't remember her. Maybe she was here on your shift? She was. Her name was Stella Johnson. She's a very nice lady, and she's been here a few months, Bertie recalled.
6 to be exact,
Aunt Maxie sighed.
6 months,
Patrick clarified.
Mm-hmm,
Aunt Maxie ho-hummed.
That's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
She held up her fingers as she counted.
She started out by signing for a month, then extended it to 2 months. The week after she extended it 2 months, she called back and asked if it could be 6 instead.
Aunt Maxie frowned.
I'd only seen her once, when she first drove into town. Penny had set up the visit. She didn't want the usual code to the door to rent like most of the renters do. She actually wanted the owner, me,
she pointed to herself,
to come and show her the place.
Mom had you go to the cabin to meet Stella? I asked. It was odd that my mom had Aunt Maxie go, since Mom was the real estate agent Aunt Maxie had used to list all of the rentals. And it was Mom who would meet the potential client if they wanted to see the place, leaving Aunt Maxie out of it.
Yes.
Aunt Maxie fiddled around with some of the mugs on the counter, moving them, then moving them back where they had been. She won the lottery, Bertie blurted out. Like a lot of money.
Now that you say that, it made sense she came right down to Penny's office and paid all the extra months up front.
That caught my attention since Stella had been murdered. I never win them scratch-offs. The wrinkles in Loretta's forehead had somewhat relaxed. It wasn't a scratch-off. Bertie's lip tugged in like she was holding another big secret. I told her I wouldn't tell, and I didn't. Tell what? Loretta's worry wrinkles came back. When someone tells you to keep a secret, you know that ain't good. I don't believe that. I knew Loretta always thought someone was out to get her or keep secrets from her. She hated being an outsider on anything. I was sure that's why she had her hand in every single club and organization and now had a vested interest in our criminal justice system. But I do believe if she won a good amount of money, someone could have motive to have killed her. $10 million. The color left Bertie's face. I coughed. I'm sorry. I don't think I heard you correctly. Loretta put her hand on her chest. Did you say $10 million? You heard me just fine. Bertie's cheeks looked a little flushed now. She won $10 million and decided to claim it anonymously. She wasn't sure what she was going to do with it, but she took it in one lump sum. The morning she claimed it, she rented a car, drove to the bank, and withdrew some. How much did she have on her? Loretta asked. I have no idea, but does it matter? She's dead. Bertie's eyes teared up. I really liked her. She was always willing to try my new concoctions before I presented them to Roxy. Bertie was always coming up with creative ways to make iced coffees, lattes, and designs that appealed to the kids her age. They always came in after school to grab some sort of caffeinated drink and treat while they gossiped about the day. Bertie loved working the after-school shift because she viewed it as a social hour. She told me a few times how, if she didn't have the job, Loretta would have made her come straight home. But this way she was able to be with friends and make money. She tried one tonight. Bertie frowned. She was in here tonight? I asked. Mm-hmm. Bertie shook her head and blinked a few times, as if she were trying to hold back on her emotions. It matters because of the sudden purse snatchings. What if someone knew there was a rich person here in Honey Springs, and now they've decided to snatch all the purses? Loretta's words lingered. What if they killed her for her purse? Loretta's eyes grew, and her fake lashes batted quickly. It's a good possibility. I shrugged, gnawing on the inside of my bottom lip. I was still trying to wrap my head around the $10 million thing, not put the purse-snatching possibility on top of that. I think it's a very real reason to have been killed. Someone knew she had the money, and she must have been in contact with someone from her life. They found her. Patrick was so cute. He was spitting out all sorts of reasons why Stella was murdered. A first for him, since he always told me to stop meddling in people's business. It was hard not to, since the coffee house was the exact place people would meet up with each other to tell their business. I couldn't help if I overheard them. I'd certainly not overheard anyone saying anything about a person in town who'd won $10 million in the lottery. That would have been big-time gossip around here. No. Bertie refused to believe what we were saying. No! Polly went back and forth on the stick, moving from claw to claw. No! Good bird! Pepper! Good bird! Louise gave this bird to you because she was sick of listening to it all day long. Aunt Maxie put her hands on her hips. I've about had enough, too. Let's get back to what you were saying, Bertie. I smiled at her. Do you feel up to answering any questions? Sure, if it's going to help to find whoever did this. She gulped back the tears and used the sleeve of her sweatshirt to wipe her eyes. I'm telling you, she didn't tell a soul about her winnings. She told me that. She said it wasn't unusual for her to go out west and backpack. It was her thing. She said on a whim she went into a convenience store and got a water, along with some sort of granola snack. While she was standing in line, everyone in front of her was buying a lottery ticket for the big drawing. She had $2 in change, and the cashier asked if she wanted a lottery ticket. She said she was about to respond no when the cashier handed her the ticket. Are you saying she didn't want the ticket and the cashier gave it to her? I had to clarify, because if this was the case and the cashier knew it, then I couldn't help but wonder if the cashier had found Stella here. Yeah, Stella said the cashier handed her the ticket, and Stella told her she didn't want it and she wanted her cash. But she took it after the cashier was going to have to get a manager to redo the transaction and something with the lottery. Bertie smiled. That's how she got the winning ticket. One winner. Her. 10 million. My goodness! Loretta eased down in the closest chair in shock. She didn't tell no one? Aunt Maxie asked with disbelief, because we all knew if Aunt Maxie won something as goofy as a hair tie raffle down at the Honeycomb Hair. She said she didn't want to be one of those lottery gone wrong people like they have on that cable show, Bertie said. Wow. I eased down in the chair next to Loretta, actually pretty stunned. That didn't stop my amateur detective mind, though. I blame the law. Loretta tapped her fingernail on the table. It doesn't matter how much money you have or don't have. You should be safe. And if they'd had deputies patrolling this boardwalk at night, like they should, this could have been prevented, or at least gotten whoever did this in custody. And to think they're still out there. Aunt Maxie lowered her eyes. They have my purse with my address in it. If they know I've got money, they'll kill me. Loretta's concern had turned even more fatal. Aunt Maxie snorted back a comment, and I was glad she did, because by the way she was bursting at the seams trying to keep her mouth shut, I was sure it was some sort of ill comment to or about Loretta. I puckered my lips. My eyes grew big, and I gave Aunt Maxie the look. Did she ever mention anything about her past? I asked Bertie. Nothing about any names or jobs, or even where she's from. Bertie turned to Aunt Maxie. You said she rented from you. Do you have the paperwork like Sheriff Shepherd mentioned? Penny should. Aunt Maxie looked up at the clock on the wall. I'm sure she's in bed, like we all need to be. You're right. We aren't going to get anything accomplished with it almost going on 11. Loretta stood up, steadied herself using the table, and found her footing. Bertie, get your things. We are going home, and you have school in the morning. Bertie did what Loretta told her to do. I'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Bertie's lips gave in to a sad smile. You don't have to work it. I can do it. I didn't want her to be sad at work. She'd obviously had more of a relationship with Stella than she was mentioning. Why else would Stella confide in Bertie about her winning the lottery? Unless Stella wanted to unload on a stranger. That probably did feel good to Stella. That's okay. I'd rather work. Bertie slipped her arms into her light coat, zipping it halfway up. Keeps my mind busy. I gave her and Loretta hugs on their way out the door. Patrick picked up the dirty coffee cups and headed into the kitchen. Busy! Busy! Polly stretched out her wings. What are you thinking? Aunt Maxie had walked up behind me and put her hands on my shoulder. I'm wondering what else Stella told Bertie that just might lead us to more suspects. My voice was quiet, but my thoughts were loud. Something told me this was not a random murder. Chapter 5. Since my cabin was pretty close to the lake, I didn't have to drive my car to the boardwalk and the Bean Hive on beautiful spring mornings. I would ride my bike with Pepper tucked in the large wire basket in a blanket. Patrick was insistent that we ride home with him since there was a killer on the loose. His words, not mine. Pepper went straight to the bike and whimpered a little when Patrick picked it up and put it in the back of the truck. I know, buddy. I picked up Pepper to get him out from underneath Patrick's feet. It's been a long winter. Both Pepper and I enjoyed the bike ride so much. Though we were really in the midst of spring, the mornings were still dark when we left. Really, it was always dark when we left, but as the spring would carry on, the nights would be lighter longer. Currently, it was just as dark as the morning. "You two have plenty of time to ride the bike," Patrick said, and scratched Pepper's ear as he opened the passenger door for us. "Tonight, I want you to be safe." I opened my mouth. He beat me to the punch. "Just tonight." Most of the citizens of Honey Springs rode bicycles when the weather allowed. It was such a small southern town that it was much easier to ride a bike than to park a car. Pepper found his way back to the extended cab and watched out the window. "I know you're thinking about Stella. What is the next move?" he asked, pulling out of the parking lot and hanging a left toward the cabin. "I think we need to see the paperwork she filled out to rent Aunt Maxie's place. Which reminds me..." My mind finished my sentence, but pulling out my phone to call my mom is what I did. Though Aunt Maxie had suggested Mom was in bed, I thought I'd take my chances. "Hello, dear," Mom answered, not a drop of sleepiness in her voice. "I'm out to eat with a client. Can I call you back?" "A client? At this hour?" I asked. It was odd she'd not texted to let me know when she told me everything she was doing every morning when she popped into the Bean Hive to get her to-go coffee. "Yes, Roxanne." Mom's whisper told me she was telling me part of the truth. "Okay, well, be careful," I said nonchalantly. "There's a killer on the loose." Mom let out an audible gasp, followed up by a choking sound. "Mom, are you okay?" I felt bad I'd said it the way I did, but I did want her to be safe. "I'm fine," she choked and repeated herself a couple of times, mixed in with a little shuffling in the background. "Excuse me," I overheard her say with the sound of her heels clicking on the tile floor. I held the phone closer to my ear to hear a little better. "Mom, are you on a date?" I asked, not able to even recall the last time I'd seen her go on a date. I mean, she did after my dad died and did her own thing after I went off to college, but never since she lived in Honey Springs. At least, none I'd heard about. "Roxanne, I said I was with a client," she snapped back. "First off, I've never seen you go to eat with a client. Also, I don't recall seeing you in heels when you show houses. Plus, you called me Roxanne, which tells me that I've hit a hot button in my questioning you." "You're being ridiculous now. You've investigated one too many crimes, making a molehill into a mountain." She was talking in circles, trying to confuse me. Did she forget I was a lawyer, and asking all the questions I did had just become part of my DNA? I let it drop. "I just want you to be safe. Pepper found a body." I'd wanted to finish the story before we got to the cabin, but Mom kept interrupting. "Pepper? Body? Again?" The again part was directed right at me. "Your silence is the answer that tells me I'm right. And heels tell me something." I pinched my lips together, knowing I just crossed the line. "I'm sorry." I immediately apologized, knowing I wasn't too old for a mama scolding, and she was an adult who, if my hunch was right, no matter how much she denied it, could date or do whatever she pleased. "You don't need to pay no mind to what I'm doing. How is it that Pepper and you found a dead body?" she asked. A car driving past was in her background, so she must have walked outside. Patrick had pulled up to the cabin and parked. He went ahead inside to get sassy while I sat down in one of the rocking chairs on the front porch as Pepper did his business. I got a round of rocking in, but it wasn't too long before Sassy came darting out the door, running over to me to get some good scratching before she went and joined Pepper. I took the opportunity to tell Mom about the body. "Her name is Stella Johnson," I told her. "Why is that name so familiar?" Mom asked. "She's the one who rented Aunt Maxie's cabin out on Queen Bee Lane." I jogged her memory. "Oh, no. Yes, I do remember that name. She didn't come in. She did everything over the internet with me. That darned internet," Mom groaned. "You said she was murdered? Doesn't surprise me with the round of crime we've been having." We talked a little about the purse snatchings. "You think they stabbed her just for her purse?" Mom asked. Sassy and Pepper danced at the door. I got up from the rocking chair and opened the door to let them in. The chill in the night, or at least I would blame it on that, was the cause of the goosebumps traveling up my body. I grabbed one of the afghans from the basket next to the rocking chair and pulled it over my legs when I sat back down to finish the conversation. Slowly, the toe of my shoe moved the chair back and forth. "They'd have reason to." I cleared my throat. "She was a big lottery winner. Like millions. She confided in Bertie. I told Mom everything we'd known and how she didn't tell anyone she'd won the money. That would explain the odd money issue she had. She also continued to ask me about the bank here in Honey Springs." Intently I listened for any clues I could follow up on, while Mom told me about her interactions with Stella. "I gave her Evan's number down at Honey Springs National Bank." She was talking about Evan Rich, the local bank president, who would definitely give me some information. His daughter Emily had worked for me when she was in high school, before she discovered she wanted to be a pastry chef and headed off to a fancy school in France, where she earned a much-deserved culinary degree with her emphasis in baking. "Do you think she stored her millions there?" Mom asked. "I'm not sure, but that can't be safe for the bank." I had a niggling suspicion I should probably give Spencer this information, though I knew he wanted to try and get a deputy down on the boardwalk to keep an eye out for those purse snatchers. I'm also trying to figure out if the purse snatchers knew her, and she could have been a victim of a snatching that went wrong because they didn't find a purse on her. It was Aunt Maxie who had to ID her. A rustling across the road in the wooded area between the road and Lake Honey Springs put a little fright in my soul. I quickly folded the blanket and laid it across the ladder back of the rocking chair before I headed inside to the cozy cabin we called home. When I moved to Honey Springs, Aunt Maxie begged me to live in town with her, and it would have been nice to have her soothe my torn-in-two heart. Though it would have been easy to fall into that, I wasn't one to wallow in my sadness, so I had asked her if I could rent one of her cabins. This one was the only one in town that was available, and she didn't own it. It wasn't in the best of shape. Luckily, I knew a great contractor, which was how Patrick and I started our new relationship. Thank goodness for old knobs and tube wiring that needed to be replaced. The price tag on the old cabin had been cheap, and cheap was my price. Thankfully, Aunt Maxie had a lot of furniture and storage, and I was extremely happy she'd given me the run of what I needed and wanted. The 2 rocking chairs on the front porch were made by my grandfather and were my favorite part of the cabin. The inside was one big room with a combination kitchen and dining room. The bathroom and laundry room were located on the far back right. There was a set of stairs that led up to one big room that was considered the bedroom. The natural light from the skylights and the large window in the bedroom really made the room inviting. After I'd added the white iron bed suite from Aunt Maxie's storage unit and a few quilts she had stored, the bedroom was cozy and perfect for me,
and now my little family. Patrick did have a much larger house. In fact, it was Aunt Maxie's at one time, and had wanted us to live there. It wasn't that easy for me, and the cabin suited our needs just fine. Thank goodness Patrick was understanding. He loved the cabin just as much as I did. "What can I do?" Mom asked. I wanted to see if I could come by the office tomorrow and take a look at the paperwork Stella had filled out online, I asked, and sat down on the couch where Pepper was waiting for me. Sassy and Patrick had gone upstairs to get ready for bed. "Hold on, honey." The phone went silent for about a minute before she came back on. "That was the sheriff. He wants to come see me in the morning." I figured he wanted to get any information you have on Stella. I wasn't going to push her to get me the information at this point because it would be interfering with Shepard's case. "I'm going to meet him there first thing." I could hear something in Mom's voice, like she wasn't paying too much attention to me, but was thinking. "I'll let you get back to your client." I tried not to put too much of an emphasis on the word client. "I'll call you after Spencer stops by," she told me before we said our goodbyes. I put the phone on the coffee table. I pulled the quilt off the back of the sofa and put it over my curled-up legs. "I know it's none of our business," I said to Pepper, and ran my hand down his soft fur. "But I just can't help it. There's so much that intrigues me." Pepper looked up and blinked his eyes. His bushy brows were so cute. He laid his head back down on the couch. The lawyer in me can't help but wonder if she was just a victim of a purse snatching gone wrong. Possibly had money in her bag they took or tried to take. From what I had gathered from Spencer at the coffee house, they'd yet to find any sort of belongings of Stella's. If she was a random victim of purse snatching, like Loretta, and fought them, they stabbed her because she fought back, or because she saw them. If she was a target of this crime, was the killer smart enough to do purse snatchings beforehand, so it looked like a random purse snatching gone wrong? There were so many questions I had, and as a lawyer, those questions continued to itch and itch like a bad case of poison ivy. Those were hard to ignore and not scratch. "Maybe we can just go look around tomorrow," I suggested to Pepper, and curled the blanket up under my chin. I glanced at my phone. Or now. There was no way I was going to go to sleep. It was one of those instances where I couldn't quiet my mind. There were so many things I could do, like Google lottery winners. From what I'd seen in the past with these big winners, most loved the attention and wanted to be seen. Not in Stella's case. From what Bertie told me, Stella didn't tell anyone. There were two things that stood out about Stella keeping this huge thing a secret. She was private, and she knew it wouldn't be good to tell. But she had to come from somewhere. Someone had to have realized she'd been gone for months. Was there a missing persons case? When was the last lottery winner who claimed the prize anonymously? These were two questions I could Google. "Missing woman," I said out loud, and typed on my phone internet search without a filter. I scanned down the phone screen and looked at websites listing all the ways to search before I got to the images. "Maybe?" I asked Pepper, and clicked the tab for images. Red hair, I repeated, and scrolled through the photos until I came upon one that had red hair. I clicked the image and pinched it with my fingers to magnify the photo. When Kevin had pulled back the cover over top of her and Spencer had stopped him, I didn't get a real good look at her, so I wasn't sure if it was her. The name didn't match. I clicked on the photo, and it took me to a town in the northern part of Kentucky. With all of that information, I cleared the search and typed in the search bar, "Anonymous lottery winner in northern Kentucky." My goodness, Pepper! I clicked on the first article with the headline that read, "Big lottery winner is local." According to this article, someone won the lottery last summer. The single winner didn't come forward until late fall.
I quickly counted the number of months. It would be about the time she rented from Aunt Maxie. I hit the back button of the internet to take me back to the young missing woman with red hair. Okay, so if we see where this woman is from, and it matches an area of the winning lottery ticket, then we just might have our girl. The name Rosalind Bolen popped up with not only more photos and articles on her being missing, but her social media. Instaphoto was a social media app where it was mainly just photos. It wasn't like the other social media platforms, and I really liked this one. In fact, Birdie had made one for the Bean Hive Coffeehouse. She was putting photos of her latte creations on there, as well as photos of the weekly menu items. There were a lot of customer photos on there, and she'd even started a weekly customer appreciation where they got a free coffee. Rosalind Bolen was on there and public, which meant I could see her photos. It looked like the last time she'd posted was around the time she went missing, which was about the time she showed up in Honey Springs. I scrolled through the photos and zeroed in on the last one she'd posted. The photo was taken, pointed down to her shoes, and focused on something next to her leg. The background was blurry, but there was something I recognized that only I would probably notice. A big bushy brow. Pepper's big bushy brow. "So you know Rosalind Bolen?" I asked Pepper, who didn't move. "This is how it went down. She won the lottery. Didn't tell anyone. Drove into Honey Springs and didn't leave, as she'd probably only intended to drive through. Stopped at the Bean Hive Coffeehouse. Met you. Took a photo, and that was that." I continued to scroll through the photos. She made herself a new identity and a new life. There were so many photos of this young woman at a coffee house, and that's when I knew I had the right person for sure. No wonder she had found a home at the Bean Hive Coffee House. Rosalind Bolen was a barista in her previous life. Chapter 6. The cool morning air whipped across my face as the pavement glided under the wheels of my bike. We were just days away from when the early chill would warm up, and the 4:30 a.m. bike ride would be so nice and pleasant. Pepper didn't care. He was nestled in the front basket, with his nose in the air, taking in all the early morning smells from all the critters that like to roam around these parts in the dark. The day was going to be gorgeous. The millions of glowing stars in the sky lighting up the curvy, old country road to the boardwalk told me there wasn't a cloud in the sky. Good thing, too. I had a lot of snooping around to do since I'd pretty much narrowed down exactly why this Stella had tried so hard to keep her real identity as Rosalind a secret. On my list of things locally was to stop by my mom's real estate office located downtown, go see Evan at the bank, and see if I could get Aunt Maxie to let me in the cabin she'd rented to our victim. I'd spent the better part of the night awake and wondering just which scenario I'd played out in my head was the real reason Rosalind was killed. A purse snatching gone wrong? Or made to look like a purse snatching to rob her? The thought made my skin crawl with chills. I wasn't a detective, but being a lawyer and knowing how the law worked, I knew the more time that went by, the harder it was to collect good clues. The bike made the final curve where off in the distance the cute carriage lights from the boardwalk glowed. Kane Construction had put them in during the renovation of the boardwalk, and they were beautiful. Patrick really did nice work. Most mornings, he and Sassy were fast asleep when I went to work, but this morning he was up and ready to take me to work. Though I had my own car, he was being protective. As the conversation progressed, I used my litigation skills to get him to agree that my life needed to go on, and that making everything normal, such as me riding my bike to work, was the best all-around solution for the community. Speaking of the community, my mouth watered at the thought of eating one of the freshly made scones and a cup of coffee while the ovens heated up and the other coffees brewed. My legs pedaled faster just thinking about the coffee. I needed a good, strong cup of coffee to settle my nerves. Thump, thump. The tires crossed over the wooden boards of the boardwalk, echoing off the trees and the lake, breaking the silence. The dark silence. Pepper had sat up like he always did once we hit the boardwalk. I was much more vigilant of my surroundings, when most mornings I'd let the wonderful wind hit my face for a refreshing start to the day. It wasn't one of those mornings. In my head, I'd already played my strategic moves to get into the coffee house as fast as I could. That started at home, with Pepper going potty there, and not me taking our time for him to take a nice sniff walk along the boardwalk. I popped off the bike and stuck it in the bike rack outside of the coffee house. I had my key at the ready as I picked up Pepper, and then I shoved the key into the door, quickly opening it, then shutting it behind me. "Morning!" Polly squawked, sending me into an airborne karate chop. "Polly!" I gasped. "I forgot all about you!" Pepper didn't like Polly. When I put him down on the floor, he tucked his little nubby tail and ran to the back of the coffee house. "Polly, good girl! Polly, good girl!" Polly bounced up and down. "You sure are," I snickered, and flipped the light on to illuminate the inside of the coffee house. What little bit of nerves I had left had been shot to pieces after Polly scared me. Instead of taking a minute to enjoy a cup of coffee and a bit of scone, it was easy to busy myself with starting the morning ritual. On my way back through the coffee house, I couldn't help but still have that deep-down feeling of how much I loved the exposed brick walls and the wooden beams. It made the place so cozy, and though we'd grown over the past couple of years, where we'd added the roastery, it was still a perfect job for me. I'd spent so much time and energy learning DIY projects when I'd remodeled the place. There was just a feeling of love for all the hard work and an appreciation for how much this place was part of me. I walked past the cafe tables to go behind the counter and flipped on all the industrial coffee pots to brew, and I couldn't help but think of Rosalind when I arranged all the condiments in the middle so they'd be ready for customers. It wasn't unheard of for people to keep it a secret they'd won the lottery, but to actually leave their life and even change their name was something I considered odd. Strange. The swinging door separating the kitchen, where Pepper or any other animal was prohibited, and the actual dining area of the coffee house almost hit me in the keister. Whoa! I jumped forward so I wouldn't get smacked. I need to get my head in the game, I muttered to myself, knowing there were a lot of things I needed to do before we opened at 6 a.m. On my way to the walk-in freezer, I turned the ovens to preheat and flipped on my personal coffee pot to let it brew while I retrieved the menu items for the week. There were always one or two choices for a lunch item and a few desserts to fill the weekly menus. Initially, I was going to make it coffee only, since that's where my passion was, but I quickly realized customers loved to chat, eat, and drink. With those customers in mind, I kept a very limited menu. During the winter months, the coffee house was closed on Sundays, so after church, I would make a day of it in the kitchen. It was fun to create various recipes and make the popular items that could be frozen for a few months and keep their fresh taste, so I could simply reheat or bake them as the spring and summer months arrived. I didn't have time to bake on Sundays then, since we opened after church during those times. Ding! Ding! Polly was so loud I could hear her while I was in the freezer. What on earth is that, Roxanne? Bunny Bowowski made it into the kitchen faster than she did on other mornings. Good morning. I knew she'd get a kick out of the bird. That's Polly. And I warn you to watch what you say unless you want someone to know it. This has gotten ridiculous. She pulled the bobby pins from the edges of the pillbox hat that sat on top of her gray chin-length hair. She put the hat that matched the colors of her shawl on the island workstation. I'm all for having dogs and even cats here to help out Louise, but a bird?
She waved her hand in front of her. "They are stinky." I was hoping I could see if I could get someone to take Polly home and maybe just put up a featured animal photo of her, but we've been a little busy around here. I knew she'd yet to hear about Rosalind Boleyn. "Busy?" Her head popped up, her eyes lighting up with interest. Bunny helped me peel off the plastic wrap and tinfoil and place the items on the necessary baking pans before we popped them into the oven. "And you said her name was Stella Johnson, but really it's Rosalind?" Bunny picked up the kitchen timer off the counter and twisted it to go off in 20 minutes. "Yes, I think so." I washed my hands and retrieved my phone from my apron pocket to show her what I'd discovered from the little bit I'd already snooped. Bunny took a seat on one of the bar stools butted up to the workstation. "My word!" Bunny gasped. "I've seen her in here in the afternoon. Bertie talked to Stella." "You recognize this woman?" I used my fingers to blow up the profile photo of Rosalind so she could get a good look. Not that I didn't trust her, but she was elderly and insisted I needed her help when I didn't have any employees and couldn't even afford one, so she kind of hired herself. But truly, I believe she enjoyed the company and loved the gossip. "I told you I did." She leaned into the phone. "That's her, the young woman who came in here a few times when I was leaving." The bar stool underneath her groaned when she sat back. "You said she was stabbed?" "That's what Kevin said, and I'm not sure if it was a purse snatching." The coffee pot had beeped off a few minutes ago, but I just now had the time to get me and Bunny a cup. I slid one in front of her and took a seat across from her, minding the timer so nothing would get burnt. Many times I'd get to talking and forget about something in the oven. We didn't need that this morning. My eyes followed Bunny's. They focused on the shelf underneath the workstation. I leaned back and noticed she was looking at the wipe-off board. "You thinking what I'm thinking?" she asked with a grin. I shrugged. "It ain't gonna hurt." She shrugged back. "What else do we have to do? I can't think of nothing better than keeping Honey Springs safe." Without getting up, I reached down to grab one of the whiteboards along with a dry erase marker. "Victim," I said, and wrote at the top. "After all, too much crime and our economy will tank," I told her, knowing it was just an excuse I needed to tell myself to throw us right into the investigation to catch a thief and a killer. Chapter 7. Bunny and I had listed everything I'd found out from the time Rosalind died until the moment the Bean Hive Coffeehouse opened. It was a busy morning. Bunny and I found we were unable to look each other's way, much less talk about what had taken place on the pier. I barely had enough time to get the industrial coffee pots down to the Cocoon Inn, where Kami Montgomery offered free coffee to her guests. I also used that time to take Pepper with me, so he could potty before I brought him back into the coffeehouse to eat. After his belly was full, he snuggled up in his little bed next to the fireplace, though there wasn't a fire, and slept the morning away. Spencer and his deputies had been out near the spot where Pepper had found the body all morning. I did glance a few times out the Bean Hive windows to see if the yellow police tape was still up. It was. "Any news?" Aunt Maxie asked after she made her way up to the display case where everything I'd made for the day had been picked over. She made her way down the L-shaped glass countertop. "You're out of everything." She shook her head. "I swear, murdering is good for business." I gave her the stink eye to be quieter in case a customer overheard her. "That's why I'm changing the boards you did last night," I said, and went down the line of hanging menus. The first chalkboard menu hung over the pie counter and listed the pies and cookies with their prices. The second menu hung over the torts and quiches. The third menu before the L-shaped counter curved listed the breakfast casseroles and drinks. Over the top of the other counter, the chalkboard listed lunch options, including soups and catering information. "I reckon I can help if Bunny's going to sit on her laurels," Aunt Maxie said out of the side of her mouth, but loud enough for Bunny to hear.
It's the least you can do with the steep rent you make your own niece pay.
Bunny wasn't going to let Aunt Maxie get away without sending a jab back. "Not today," I whispered on my way past her. "You take the coffee bar, I'll do the tea." On each side of the counter was a drink stand. One was a coffee bar with 6 industrial thermoses with different blends of my specialty coffees, as well as one filled with a decaffeinated blend, even though I clearly never understood the concept of that. But Aunt Maxie made sure I understood. Some people only drink the unleaded stuff. The coffee bar had everything you needed to take coffee with you, even an honor system where you could pay and go. The drink bar on the opposite end of the counter was a tea bar. Hot tea, cold tea. There was a nice selection of gourmet teas and loose-leaf teas, along with cold teas. I'd even gotten a few antique teapots from the Wild and Whimsy Antiques shop, which happened to be the first shop on the boardwalk. If a customer came in and wanted a pot of hot tea, I could fix it for them, or they could fix their own to their taste. A few coffee tables dotted the inside, along with 2 long window tables with stools butted up to them on each side of the front door, which was my favorite spot to sit and relax. "Can I get you something else?" I asked the customer, and held up the coffee carafe to refill their mug.
"No, thank you."
The customer smiled.
"What's going on there?"
The customer pointed to the crime scene. "Maybe one of the boards needs to be nailed down? Boating season's around the corner, and the beautification committee is always making sure we are ready." I didn't see a reason to tell the customer the truth. It must have satisfied him. He got up and left. I took his mug back to the counter. Bunny was behind the register taking some orders, while Aunt Maxie had put their differences aside and helped fill them. "Look at you two!" I smiled with pride and left it at that.
"I came in here to tell you something about the you-know-what."
Aunt Maxie gestured for me to go back into the kitchen. Bunny told us to go on and said she'd get the coffee changed over, as well as refill some of the items in the display case. Aunt Maxie plucked her hobo bag from one of the arms of the coat tree and swung it over her shoulder on our way into the kitchen.
"I called Penny this morning to see what she had on Stella."
Aunt Maxie noticed the wipe-off board on the workstation.
"Who's Rosalind?"
Aunt Maxie pointed to the name I'd written down underneath Stella's name. "That's Stella's real name, I think." My brows knitted. "I've not had time to really dig into it, but I'm hoping this afternoon I'll be able to investigate a little more."
"We will get back to that. Before I forget what I was telling you, your mom said Spencer had already come to get the files. There's not much. Stella didn't leave any sort of information but a contact number."
Aunt Maxie dug down into her bag and pulled out a piece of tissue paper with a number written on it.
"Don't judge. I couldn't find any paper."
"I'm not judging." I reached down into the pocket of my apron and pulled my phone out to plug in the number. "Hello?" I asked when someone clicked the other line. "Yes, I'm looking for someone who knows Rosalind."
"Or Stella,"
Aunt Maxie hollered. The phone went dead. So that's odd. I pulled the phone from my ear and looked at it, clearly seeing the person had hung up on me. I immediately redialed the number, straight to a recording that says no voicemail has been set up. The kitchen door swung open. "Spencer!" I reached across the workstation and grabbed the top of the wipe-off board, sliding it next to the stool and resting it on the ground. "I was just telling Aunt Maxie she needed to give you this phone number Stella had given her."
"Stella? I thought you said—"
Aunt Maxie's curious tone was cautious. "It could be her phone number or it couldn't be." I tried to cover up whatever Aunt Maxie was going to say so he didn't think we were snooping it. I mean, I guess we could call it. Spencer had shifty eyes. Very shifty eyes. They darted from Aunt Maxie to me. "What's going on here?" He wagged a finger between us.
"I'm going to leave now," Aunt Maxie said. "I'll meet you at the cabin,"
she told Spencer and left the kitchen. I looked away.
"Roxanne?"
The stern tone in Spencer's voice told me I better come clean. You're a lawyer and you know the rules. If you know something that will help me get this case solved, or possible information that will lead to an arrest, you have to tell me. Have to? He was right. I did know the law, and everything I had was honestly circumstantial evidence that was searching the internet, even though I knew a lot of cases these days were solved by looking up people's internet footprint. Fine. I tugged the whiteboard back up to the workstation and began pointing to the board while telling him about what I'd just found on the internet alone. I believe Stella, the victim, is the missing woman, Rosalind, and that she is an anonymous winner of the big 10 million lottery. Spencer's eyes narrowed, his face contorted, and his head tilted. I think. I picked up my phone and tapped around until I found the article about the missing woman before I showed it to Spencer to let him read. As you can see, I Googled missing persons and came up with the photo, which got me a name. Then I searched it on all the social medias. Spencer's head didn't move as his eyes shifted up to look at me from underneath his brows. "When did you do all of this?" he asked. "Last night when I couldn't sleep." I turned around and got him a mug. "Do you want a cup of coffee?" I asked before a ruckus happened in the front of the coffee house. "Help!" The shrill scream made me and Spencer jump to our feet. "Help! Help!" Polly squealed too. "My purse was stolen! Stolen!" Spencer had beat me to the punch. He'd already gotten in front of whoever it was yelling and sobbing in the entrance of the Bean Hive Coffeehouse. The customers had already gathered around Spencer and the victim, leaving me little room to maneuver my way in and out of the crowd. "I'm sorry, excuse me," I told them, and squeezed in between the clusters and kept my eyes on Spencer's head, since he stood taller than the crowd. When I made it to the middle, I shoved past the last customer and couldn't believe my eyes. "Roxanne, I was getting on my bike and my purse!" Aunt Maxie's face was red. Her eyes twitched as though they were on fire. "I'm gonna get that purse snatcher if you don't." She reached up and grabbed a hold of Spencer's uniform and got a fistful of fabric. Chapter 8. Aunt Maxie had had about enough by the time we'd gotten her out of the sheriff's department, where she gave her statement after becoming the next victim of the purse snatcher. I'd gone with her in Spencer's sheriff's truck, since neither of us had a car today. While she was in the department, I called Patrick and gave him a quick update on what had happened, so he'd not hear it around town. In true Patrick fashion, and without letting me know that he knew now that Aunt Maxie had become a victim, there was no way I wasn't going to put my nose in it. He told me he was going to run by the coffee house and get Pepper, so Bunny didn't have to fool with him today. Patrick knew me so well. This purse-snatching thing was too close to home for me now. "I'm telling you, they didn't say a word." Aunt Maxie had me take her to the real estate office instead of taking her straight to her house. "I fought like a cat." "I'm sure you did. But why would you do that?" I had to ask, knowing Rosalind had been killed. I drove past Central Park, the park located in downtown Honey Springs and across from the real estate office, and did a U-turn at the next light so I could snag a parking spot. "I wanted to get the mask off of his face." The disgust spewed from her mouth. She unbuckled her seatbelt. "It had my lipstick that I love. You know, that one that's been discontinued." Her shoulders slumped and she sighed. "Why do makeup companies do that?" Her mind was moving in so many different directions that it made it hard to keep up with her. "They get you all roped into one perfect lipstick shade, then they stop making it." "His?" I asked, bringing her back to the purse snatching. "You said his face." I wondered if this was the first big clue. "Yes, he was strong and had big black gloves on." She bent down to look at the floorboard right before she smacked her hand on her forehead.
I was looking for my bag. See, it's part of me.
She let go of an exhausting sigh. Are you sure you don't want me to take you home? There was no reason why she wanted to come to the real estate office. Take it easy the rest of the day?
That barista.
Her head turned to look at me. Rosalind? I asked, to confirm we were on the same page.
Whatever her name is.
Aunt Maxie threw a wrist.
He said, give me your purse or you'll turn out like her.
She popped open the door and got out. I jumped out and hurried around the car. What? You can't just leave that little bit of information hanging out there. Did you tell Spencer? Because this is the first time I've even heard you mention this. It was true that victims of crimes or even traumatic experiences often remembered small bits of information hours or even months later. Somehow the brain protected us from the bad memories, which was probably a good thing.
I kept that little bit to myself because I want to find him and make him pay.
Not only did her words come out in an angry tone, but her footsteps were also heavy with a voice of their own. She twisted the handle of the door and walked into the real estate office. The receptionist looked up when the bell over the door rang. Since Mom took over the real estate office, she'd not bothered to update the interior. Though it was tastefully decorated with a sitting area with a fancy area rug, the drink station along the wall could stand to use a little upgrade. The old coffee pot let out an odor of burnt coffee as soon as you stepped into the lobby, which to me didn't go well with the cinnamon candle burning on the receptionist's desk. Your mom will be right with you. The receptionist smiled. She's on a private call. Private, huh? With all the hullabaloo of the initial investigation of Rosalind's murder I was doing on my own, and Aunt Maxie getting robbed, the receptionist jarred my memory of Mom's late client dinner last night. The receptionist started to say something, but the button on the old phone sitting on her desk went off, sending her into the flurry of activity she did when someone was there to see Mom. It was all relatively formal and odd, but Mom called it cozy and southern. I didn't tell her how to run her business, and she didn't tell me how to run the Bean Hive. Mrs. Bloom, the receptionist said when she hit the call button that went straight into Mom's office, which just so happened to be on the other side of the wall. Ms. Bloom and Maxine are here to see you.
This is nuts.
Aunt Maxie walked past the receptionist's desk and bolted right into Mom's office. Maxine? My mom's bewilderment was heard through the thin wall.
You can't just barge into an office. My tail end and I can when I own the building and pretty much pay your salary with all the rentals I give you to lease for me. Besides, I can do what I want in this critical time of me being robbed.
Aunt Maxie made it clear she wasn't going anywhere. When I walked in behind her, she'd already planted herself on the love seat Mom kept in her office, which looked more like a family room than an office.
Robbed?
Mom's eyes popped open. Hey, Mom. I made sure I walked over and gave her a proper greeting with a hug.
Just like the rest of them.
Aunt Maxie smacked her hands together.
Well, most of them except Rosalind. That's why I'm here.
Aunt Maxie edged up on the end of the seat.
I need the extra keys to the cabin you rented Stella Rosalind.
Aunt Maxie combined the names to cover her bases.
I don't have time to dilly-dally. I need my bag, and I'm going to go look around Stella Rosalind's rental for my own answers before I meet Spencer there.
Aunt Maxie had made an appointment earlier for Spencer to get the keys for the rental. Now that she, too, had been a victim of the purse snatcher, I wasn't sure what had come of their arrangement to get into the cabin, but Aunt Maxie sure did have one thing on her mind: getting there first. I told Spencer earlier we needed a search warrant when he stopped by here to get the information packet, which I gave him, seeing as Stella, Rosalind, didn't really fill anything out. Mom pulled a file from the standing organizer on her desk and laid it open in front of her. The only thing she put on here was a phone number. Aunt Maxie got up and walked over to the desk to see the number. The same number she gave me. Aunt Maxie shrugged. Maybe Spencer can find something out. I let the trail die because I knew I would call the number again and see if someone answered later. I could do that all by myself and not with Aunt Maxie and Mom there to interrupt when or if I did get someone to talk to me on the other line. I don't think it's a good idea for you to go into the cabin. Mom looked at me with big eyes. The kind of look that told me without saying she wanted me to back her up with all the lawyer talk. Why not? I asked. Yeah, why not? Aunt Maxie straightened her shoulders and put her fists on her hips. She looked at me. Tell her, Roxanne. She threw her chin up a smidgen. Go on. There's not been a warrant served, so Spencer hasn't taped it off, though we don't want to disturb any evidence. As the owner, Aunt Maxie, and I'm sure it's in the contract the renter signed. I talked as things popped into my head in the order they appeared and for clarification purposes. Aunt Maxie needs to check on something. Like the bathroom sink leak. Aunt Maxie pointed at me. I told Quentin Russell to get over there and fix it. I even gave him Stella Rosalind's phone number. He had all sorts of nasty things to say about her not letting him in, so I reckon they figured it out. I haven't heard hide nor hair from him since I told him to just get in there and get it done. Wait, I couldn't believe I was just hearing this now. You mean to tell me you had Quentin go in the cabin and they didn't have a great chemistry? Yes, why? Suddenly her jaw dropped, rendering her speechless, after she'd taken a second to realize she might have just given us our first suspect. Chapter 9. What exactly do we know about Quentin Russell? I asked Aunt Maxie on our way out of Mom's office with the extra cabin key in our possession. I stopped to give her time to answer before we got back into the car and drove to the cabin Rosalind had rented from her. It would be one thing if we were going in not knowing the things we did, and Aunt Maxie possibly being a victim of the same person who killed Rosalind, which all pointed to purse snatching. It's a whole different ballgame if we go in there knowing what we know and disrupt anything before Spencer gets his warrant. There was no doubt in my mind the judge would give Spencer the warrant. It was a matter of time, and that's what I needed. Time. We can talk about this in the car. Aunt Maxie took a step forward. I think we need to talk about it now. Get a game plan so we don't do anything that will land us behind bars, I said, and took an inventory of our surroundings. I hate when the lawyer side comes out in you. It's not a good side. Aunt Maxie never wanted me to be a lawyer. No wonder. She liked to live on the spicier side of life and not know the rules so she could play dumb when the rules didn't play to her favor. In this case, there wasn't any sort of law that would be on our side if we went into what could possibly hold the answers to why Rosalind was killed, unless it was just a case of a purse snatching gone wrong. The sidewalk around Central Park was filling up with people who were walking their dogs, sightseeing, or power walking. The gorgeous spring day had brought out a lot of people. Even the big white gazebo was full of people. There was a young couple sitting perfectly on the sidewalk with the spring daffodils that had popped out of the soil. The marigolds, daisies, lilies, and wildflowers were also standing at attention, as if they dared the daffodils to outdo them. I don't know much about him. I know he needed a job. He was sleeping on a park bench, and I gave him a job. I listened to Aunt Maxie tell me about Quentin, her new handyman, and I couldn't stop myself from smiling when I heard a woman pointing a camera at the happy couple, telling them to smile. Young love. He needed a place to sleep, so I gave Jean Hill a call. I know she's been needing someone to come out to her place and work around out there. Aunt Maxie, of course, didn't get any credentials. I know you do these things out of the kindness of your heart and past experiences, but times are different. I hated to give her a lecture, but she needed to know things had changed. People aren't as honest as they used to be. It was a fact, something I didn't like, but it was. And now that it was getting warmer, there were a lot of people who came to Honey Springs that we didn't know a lot about. We might think there were campers out in a tent or something, when in reality, they didn't have a home. It was sad.
He had credentials.
Aunt Maxie's forehead wrinkled.
Kirk said he'd used him.
Kirk? As in my ex? My cheeks puffed out as my lungs deflated like balloons.
I didn't want to say anything, and I didn't have anything at the time for Quentin to do. So Kirk and what's-her-name...
Aunt Maxie looked as though she was searching for the name. Jessica, I reminded her.
Her.
Aunt Maxie started walking to the car. I'd held her off as long as I could.
Bought the old cabin off your mom, and they needed a lot of work done at that place. You and I both know Kirk isn't good with his hands.
Oh, he was good with his hands, just not on me. I made Aunt Maxie spit out laughter that bounced off the roof of the car and echoed over into Central Park. Get in. I couldn't stop my eyes from rolling as I recognized there was no way of getting around this. I was going to have to talk to Kirk and Jessica, something I'd tried to avoid since they took up residency here. Kirk and I had buried the hatchet, living amicably in Honey Springs. He'd gone back and forth from Honey Springs to his law firm, but Jessica seemed to love it here so much she'd stayed. From what I understood, not because anyone had told me, because no one wanted to discuss Kirk in my presence, but it was hard not to hear gossip when you owned a coffee house where the gossip poured out of people's mouths as much as I poured hot coffee into their cups that kept them there to talk. Jessica had a job at the Be Happy Resort, which was really a fancy spa. It would make sense because Kirk and Jessica were Chrissy Lane's financial backers when she first opened the spa located on the island across the lake. Why couldn't this be easy? I wondered to myself. Okay, get in. I pointed the key fob at the car and clicked the locks open.
I can tell you're mad,
Aunt Maxie said to me after I got into the car.
Quentin was out in the cold, and I just couldn't stand it. I'd never seen the mad side of him until the day he told me he went over to the cabin and knocked on the door like I told him to do. When Stella Rosalind didn't answer, I told him to go in and announce himself.
I started the car and looked over my left shoulder to make sure I wasn't going to pull out into oncoming traffic. The courthouse was the tallest building and was located in the middle of Main Street. It was also the busiest building with all the government offices. I noticed Kirk's fancy sedan parked right up in the front. I threw the car in drive and did a U-turn.
What are you doing?
Aunt Maxie held on to the door.
The cabin is that way.
She gestured toward Lake Honey Springs.
I know, but Kirk is that way.
I needed to get some solid truth on who this Quentin Russell was and Kirk's take on him. Kirk was a lot of things, and a few that weren't very becoming of him, but he always told it like it was and didn't sugarcoat anything. Most times I didn't like what he had to say, but in this instance I wanted to know.
I knew you were going to be mad.
Aunt Maxie's lips pulled together.
What is it you're going to do? Run into the courtroom if Kirk's in court and interrupt?
No, I shook my head. I'm going to put a note on his car so when he gets out, he will call me. The medical building where the dentist, optometrist, podiatrist, and good old-fashioned medical doctors were was just a block over from the courthouse, and beyond that was Honey Springs National Bank. It also crossed my mind to head on down to the bank to see Evan Rich about Rosalind's account. But time was precious since we needed to get to the cabin before Spencer. I did one last U-turn in the medical building parking lot before I illegally pulled behind Kirk's car. Can you get the pad of paper from the glove box? I asked Aunt Maxie. She didn't make a peep as I wrote Kirk a note with a little information about why I needed to talk to him about Quentin Russell. Aunt Maxie sat in the passenger seat while I jumped out and snugged the note under his windshield wiper so any sort of sudden spring breeze didn't take it on its travels.
Satisfied?
Aunt Maxie's question held a sarcastic tone.
Very. I shoved the car in drive and took off toward the cabin Aunt Maxie had rented to Rosalind Bolin. Chapter 10. There were so many old hunting cabins in and around Honey Springs. They were run down and needed a lot of work. As Honey Springs continued to become a destination for tourists due to Lake Honey Springs, the need for places for those visitors to stay increased. The Cocoon Inn was about the only place to actually stay, and even then, there were limited rooms. When I moved to Honey Springs, a lot of those old cabins were being bought for the sole purpose of fixing them up and using them as rentals. Aunt Maxie was in a position to purchase a few, and with the help of Patrick, she'd made a decent little side hustle being a landlord to a few of the tourists who ended up staying for more than just a vacation. The one Rosalind had rented for the 6 months was really a cute cabin nestled in the hillside. If you didn't know it was there, you'd never see it from the road. "I'm going to need to talk to Quentin," I told her after her lengthy reasoning of why she didn't think Quentin could do such a thing. "Have you not listened to anything I've said since we've been in this car?" She huffed and folded her arms. The long grass and wildflowers grew up along the edges of the windy driveway. It was enchanting, as though we were driving up to a fairy garden. Aunt Maxie knew how to put those romantic touches that gave off all the feels. The old fence that should have been torn down had strands of white twinkle lights tossed about it, giving a feeling of peace and calm. She'd even had a small wooden sign stuck in the ground halfway up the drive that read, "Shh, unwinding." I have listened to you, and the only thing I keep hearing is what a nice guy he is, when I am sure he is. But the facts are the facts. I parked in front of the cabin and looked out the windshield where the fire pit still had the unused wood stacked up against it, with the axe still stuck into the cutting stump. Something rustling just beyond the tree line caught my attention. Just as I squinted to see what it was, the tail of a doe shot up, giving me a glimpse of the white stripe before it darted deep into the forest. Just to the right of the cabin was an old covered well and an outhouse that held stories of long ago. Aunt Maxie had dabbled with the idea of tearing those things down, but after Bunny had told her it was history, Aunt Maxie took pride in owning a piece of the past, so she left all the remnants of the old ways of life. I was glad she did. "You're telling me Quentin and the victim had a few words. It's worth exploring." I turned the engine off and looked at Aunt Maxie. "I'm not saying you have to say anything to Spencer right now, but I do think you need to call him and tell him you're here so he can't find out on his own and charge you with tampering with evidence." I unbuckled so I could get out of the car. "I want Quentin's phone number." I reached into the back seat of the car, where I still had my winter kit in case the car ever broke down. The kit included more things for Pepper and Sassy than me. The thought of running down with the fur babies in the car weighed more heavily on me than taking care of myself. But I did have an extra coat and a few pairs of gloves. "Here." I handed her a pair of gloves. "Be sure to put these on so when we go into the cabin and touch something, we won't disturb fingerprints." I left Aunt Maxie in the car after I noticed she had her cell phone. Luckily, that wasn't in her hobo bag when it got stolen. I walked around the cabin to check things out and keep an eye out for any sort of footprints near the window, as if someone were looking in, or just in general. The only thing I noticed were wildlife footprints and some hoofed prints. Still, in my head, I couldn't help but think someone knew Rosalind had won the $10 million and possibly stalked her, even found out she was here. The person on the other end of the line had to have known her. I pulled my cell phone out and noticed there wasn't any service. "I called, so we better hurry up." Aunt Maxie caught me off guard. I jumped. "Something frightening you?" "My thoughts. They always frighten me." I shook off the scared feeling and took a deep breath. "You got the key?" "Right here." She held up the single key. "I will follow you in, but do not disturb anything." I followed her back around the front of the cabin. There wasn't a large porch like mine. It was a simple wood square with a triangular roof covered in dead leaves left over from the winter. Immediately I looked at the gutters to make sure they were cleared. I was always keeping an eye out for the foliage that took tolls on the houses and cabins around here. Though it was a gorgeous place to live, nature could do some damage if you didn't keep up on things. By the way the gutters appeared, it did seem as though Quentin had kept the outside nice and tidy, with everything working in tip-top order. "Take your shoes off," I told her, once she opened the old wooden door. Slivers of sunlight glinted through the grimy glass windows on the side of the cabin. She certainly didn't clean the windows. I frowned, since most times people rented such a place so they could see their surroundings. This makes me think she was hiding out from something or someone. "I think it's a safe bet at this point to think she was hiding from someone." Aunt Maxie slipped her shoes off. "Nothing in here looks any different than when I rented it." I walked around the one large room Aunt Maxie had fixed up really cute for a television room. There was a stack of This Old Cabin magazines on the coffee table. I was a sucker for a front cover with a decorated porch on the front of it. Aunt Maxie used things like magazines and locally made items to decorate her rentals. I picked up the magazine and noticed the dusty outline where they'd not been moved. She didn't use this room at all. I made the observation to an empty room, since Aunt Maxie had left me alone in there. I put the magazine back and found her in the kitchen, where she was shuffling through a few pieces of what looked like mail. "She rented a P.O. box." Aunt Maxie held up the mail. "In Taylorville." "Really?" I took the envelope and looked at the return address. That's kind of a far piece to drive. Though the small town was a neighboring town, it was the windy roads and the time it took to get there that surprised me, when Rosalind could have used a local P.O. box from our post office. "If you think about it," Aunt Maxie said as she thumbed through the rest of the papers, "it would have been on her way from her hometown." I smiled at Aunt Maxie using her sleuthing skills to deduce Rosalind's route. Yeah, she would have driven through Taylorville to get to Honey Springs. I pictured Rosalind driving. "What time of day did she call you?" "It wasn't day. It was night." Aunt Maxie had found a notepad and was reading the first page. At night? So if she'd opened the P.O. box, then drove here, got tired, and then called you... It didn't make a whole lot of sense, and I knew it, but talking it out always helped me when I was a lawyer, which made me use it to reason out Rosalind's steps. How did she know to call you? "Sign. I had Quentin put a sign out by the road." She shrugged and pointed to the paper. "She's listed a few places here and marked through them." "What do you mean a few places?" I asked. "Things like the bank, the Bean Hive, though it does have a question mark through it." I looked over her shoulder to see what she was talking about. She was a barista before. I wonder if she was going to ask for a job, I questioned. $10 million? Aunt Maxie wasn't buying it. Why would she want a job that pays minimum wage? To have some sort of social life, even just talking to a young teenager like Bertie, it got her out of here. I put the piece of mail still in my hand on the table when I heard the door open. "Hello? Roxy, don't tell me you're in here." Spencer's disappointed voice fluttered through the cabin. I could tell by the way his footsteps sounded that he already knew the answer to his question. He walked into the kitchen with a couple of deputies. He gave a head whip, signaling them to sweep through the cabin. "We came in from the cold. We've not touched a thing." I tried to ignore the fact that Aunt Maxie wasn't trying to even cover up the fact that she was still thumbing through the notepad. "You weren't planning on touching things." Spencer's eyes shifted to our gloved hands. "It's cold out." I put my hands behind my back. "It's 60 degrees and spring," he shot back. I'm old, and old people get cold." Aunt Maxie played along before she said, "And this gal was hiding from someone. She even stopped in Taylorsville to set up a P.O. box."
"Actually, she set it up online. We got her phone records and pinged her phone. There were no calls made from this location."
"I couldn't even get cell service from my phone when I was walking around. I'm guessing you had cell service to have called Spencer." I glanced at Aunt Maxie.
"She didn't call me."
Both of us looked at Aunt Maxie. "Who did you call when I left you in the car alone?" I asked. "No one." Her eye twitched. She was lying. "I checked my voicemail." I let it go because there had to be a reason. I sure hoped it was a good one, because if she was caught, Spencer had no issues with locking her up. It appears as though she made a list of places she'd gone or was going. I had to jerk the edge of the notepad a couple of times before Aunt Maxie let go of her death grip. She even had the Bean Hive on here with a question mark. I'd never talked to her, but we know Bertie did. So maybe this afternoon I'll ask Bertie some specifics about their interactions.
"I think that would be a good idea. She'd probably open up to you more than she would to me."
Spencer flipped through the notepad before he called the deputy over to put it in an evidence bag. The deputies worked around us, bagging things that didn't seem very important, but I wasn't a detective. They bagged things from the dishwasher and the laundry room and the master bedroom.
"You two stay put," Spencer ordered us.
"Isn't that cute?" Aunt Maxie nudged me. "What?" I whispered when I noticed the deputy look over after Aunt Maxie questioned me. "How he thinks he can tell us what to do." Aunt Maxie slipped me a piece of paper. "Before you came into the kitchen, I ripped that off the notebook." "Aunt Maxie?" I gasped through my gritted teeth and slowly closed my eyes, wondering if I should look or just hand it over to Spencer. There was a reason she was keeping information from him, and I had to get to the bottom of it. Against my better judgment, and more out of curiosity, I slowly unfolded the piece of notebook paper and noticed a name. Nikki Dane, along with a phone number. The phone number we'd been calling. "I'm telling you, Quentin did not do this." She squeezed my arm. I gave a subtle gesture with my head for her to follow me outside. Both of us nodded and smiled to the deputies when we passed them.
"Where are you two going?"
Spencer had peeked his head out from the bedroom when we walked down the hall from the kitchen to the television room. "I've got to get back to the Bean Hive." I didn't lie. I did. I wanted to talk to Bertie, but I didn't mention that I also wanted to stop by Honey Springs National Bank on my way.
"I'll be in,"
he said, as though he were telling me he had more things to ask me. "I'll be sure to have you a tuxedo mocha ready." I grinned, trying to hide my wonder and detection of his warning to me that he'd be in to see me. "He's got a hunch we're hiding something," Aunt Maxie said on the way to the car. "We are." "You are." I corrected myself and put my hand on the door handle of the car while speaking to her over the roof. "Why on earth are you trying to convince me or insist Quentin couldn't be a suspect? Because in any sort of homicide, they always look at the person who was in conflict with the victim. Quentin and Rosalind had words, according to you."
"Oh, ladies,"
Spencer stood in the doorframe.
"the weapon was a screwdriver. Does Quentin, your handyman, use a screwdriver?"
Aunt Maxie glared, then turned to me. The blood rushed from her face. Aunt Maxie kept pretty tight-lipped when I peppered her with question after question about Quentin. "Don't you think we need to look into this Nikki Dane?" Aunt Maxie was so protective of Quentin, and I wasn't sure why. "I think you're protecting Quentin, and I can't figure out why for the life of me. I gripped the wheel. He's innocent. I'm telling you, he's innocent, Aunt Maxie insisted. Right now, we need to leave it at that. So you aren't going to tell me why you think he's innocent? I knew I was going to get nowhere with her. She was the type of person that when she made up her mind, there was no one going to change it. That's right. For now, I think we need to look into the purse snatchers and this Nicky Dane. She pulled her lips together and stared out the window. I guess I'll go to the bank tomorrow. I really had wanted to go today, but the day was getting away from us. I wanted to talk to Bertie to see what she had to say. Why don't I drop you off at home and have Patrick drop off your bike later today? I knew she'd left her bike at the boardwalk in the bike rack in front of the Bean Hive because it was where she'd gotten her purse snatched. No, I need to jump back on the horse, so to speak. She meant she wasn't going to let the robbery define her and not let her go about her business. This was the one personality trait I loved most about her. She was able to put any sort of difficulties behind her and move forward. My mom and dad had told me many times when I was growing up how I'd gotten that same trait from Aunt Maxie. I had actually taken pride in all those years with being told that. It wasn't until I'd gotten divorced and run back to Aunt Maxie here in Honey Springs that I'd questioned myself. After Aunt Maxie had given me a good talking to about life, she also gave me a big piece of advice. Never question yourself, and don't let others make you question yourself. Remembering this piece of information had actually come in very handy in this moment. Aunt Maxie told me with conviction she didn't believe Quentin killed Rosalind, even though we knew he'd had a disagreement with her and the murder weapon was a screwdriver. I was questioning her, and I was happy to see she didn't question herself and her belief Quentin didn't commit this crime. As long as you're good, I had to make one final statement in order to feel better. I'm good. She looked a little more relieved, and the color had come back to her face. I parked the car on the side of the boardwalk near the Crooked Cat, and we walked in silence to the Bean Hive, where I kissed her goodbye. Where have you been? Loretta Beebe stood in the middle of the packed coffee house with a paintbrush in her hand. It was dripping blue paint. I can't have my campaign manager not be here when I need her. Campaign manager? I darted over to the coffee bar and grabbed a few napkins to sop up the wet paint off the floor. Yes, if the mayor isn't going to stop this crime invading our city, then I'm going to. She put down the paintbrush and picked up a poster board that read, If you want something done, elect a woman. Me, Loretta Beebe. Chapter 11. I wasn't sure how the Bean Hive Coffeehouse had become Loretta Beebe's campaign office, but she'd gotten everyone and their brother to help, including Bertie and her study group friends, along with Hope, their teacher. Bertie has told me several times what a good mentor you've been to her. Hope shook the hot pink glitter generously over Loretta's name, which I'd just written in glue. Loretta had appointed me to write her name because she said I had pretty handwriting on the chalkboard menus. I wanted to protest, since I needed to go to the bank and to see Jean Hill so I could find Quentin and question him before I did the unthinkable, go to the Be Happy Resort and find Jessica, Kirk's wife, since I had yet to hear from him. It's odd, you know. I shrugged and moved to the next piece of poster board to scribble Loretta's slogan in the white glue. I wasn't sure if I could help Bertie when she got here. She was very angry at her parents for moving her to Honey Springs. In fact, she's amazing, and she was acting out to be seen and heard. She's a pretty smart kid once she does get her voice. I looked up and smiled at seeing Bertie helping the customers. I'm so glad Loretta has accepted Bertie for her, not the daughter she never was able to mold and shape into a Southern debutante like herself. "How is she?" Hope asked, and opened a new bottle of glitter. "You know, since the attack. Bertie said she's been taking it pretty hard." "Look at her. It's made her determined to get this crime under control," I said. Both of us stopped for a minute to see what Loretta was telling one of the locals. She was rambling on about her agenda and how she was going to get more deputies hired for Sheriff Spencer. I'd also heard her say it wasn't his fault the mayor wouldn't give money in the budget to hire. This told me she must have talked to Spencer, and since it was an election year, they might have had each other's backs. "Good. There's so much going on." The corner of Hope's lips turned down. "Are you okay?" There was a pit in my stomach telling me she was sad. "I'll be fine." She put on a fake smile for me that didn't need to be there. My face fell flat at her response. "I'm fine." She tried to shuck me off. "You don't look fine." I didn't want to interrogate her, but I wanted her to know she had an available ear. "I'm a pretty good listener." I nodded at Bertie. "Ask your student." "You mean soon-to-be former student?" Her words shook me to my core. "What?" The pit in my stomach had switched to Bertie as my thoughts whirled, wondering if Bertie had done something wrong. "Please don't tell me she got kicked out of class." "No." She shook her head. "The curriculum got kicked out of school. Apparently, home economics isn't as important as it used to be. No one wants to bake, sew, or learn how to do a budget anymore, including the school." "Are you saying they've not budgeted properly to teach students?" I questioned. "I'm saying students aren't signing up for the electives like they used to and are going to more languages or college-required classes. Home economics is not one of those." She covered her hurt with a smile. "The board voted over the winter break during their budget meeting for the upcoming school year to move the money they're paying me to go to the language curriculum and sporting activities. Mainly football." She rolled her eyes. "I'm so sorry, Hope." I knew my sincerest apologies couldn't really help her, but I could offer her a job. "I know I can't pay you what you would be making as a teacher, but if you find yourself needing a job, I'm always looking for nice people." "Thank you, but I'm no barista. I couldn't pour a cup of coffee without spilling it all over the counter." She laughed when she noticed I giggled. "That's very kind of you. I'd expect nothing less since Bertie talks so fondly of you." "Well, the invitation is still open." I left it at that and finished writing Loretta's name and logo on the boards, leaving the rest to the volunteers, and I used the term loosely due to the fact that I was positive no one really did spare their time and were only there on Loretta's orders. The afternoon was smooth, and I'd yet to hear any more from Spencer, so I wasn't sure where the case stood with Rosalind. I'd even given him all I could, but I knew I needed to at least make one of the 3 stops. There was little time to get to the bank before it closed. With that in mind, I decided I would go on to see Jean and hope Quentin would be out there getting ready for his night, though it was a few hours until nightfall. "Are you leaving?" Hope asked. She must have noticed how I'd taken my apron off and exchanged it for my light jacket. Spring in Kentucky was a funny season. The mornings and late afternoons were chilly enough to require a light jacket, while midday was so warm a t-shirt was required. "I am." I smiled and took my purse, snugging it up underneath my armpit. The fear of getting my purse snatched once I walked out the door had become a little deeper rooted than I'd thought. "Since this semester will be my last at the school, I wondered if I could take Polly to my classroom. I think she'd be a great addition to the students on how to care for a pet. They truly need to know how owning a pet greatly affects the family, not only regarding their time, but also financially." Hope had come up with a brilliant idea. I don't see why not. Birdie? I called for her over my shoulder. I pointed between them. Can you call Louise for me and get it set up for Hope to take Polly to school? Of course. I'll even help her with Polly tonight. Birdie's phone was never too far from her fingertips. I was pleased to see her grab the file next to the register and look up Louise's number as I headed out of the door. With Pepper already at home, I didn't take my usual time pedaling back to the cabin to get my car so I could go see Jean Hill. Really, I was going to see Quentin Russell. Hill's Orchard was the opposite of my cabin and near Pet Palace. I'd not been out that way in a long time. After the third hairpin curve, there was a fork in the road. A fond memory of Jean's husband, Fred, surfaced. He had given me directions to the farm a few weeks before he died. At a fork in the road, remember, the time is the right time. It made no sense whatsoever, but made perfect sense at the time. Tine, meaning fork in the road, and right was the direction. I smiled at the memory and veered right, and when I got to the old, weathered barnwood sign that said Hill's Orchard in bright red letters, I turned in. Jean had taken really good care of the land she and Fred had cultivated into the only orchard around. The apple trees were on the right, and the grapevines were on the left as far as the eye could see. The first time I'd come out here, I'd bought a lot of preserves from Fred and Jean to incorporate into my recipes at the Bean Hive. I tried to use as many of the town's locally grown and owned shops as I could. As one small business owner, I supported the next in order to give back to the community. I made sure each time I made something with the Hill's Orchard ingredients to tell the customer and display a few of Jean's jars. My mind in my car came to an abrupt stop when I saw Mom's car parked next to the small market building where Jean sold her packaged goods. "Hello?" I called when I got out of the car. "Jean? Mom?" No one came, so I headed toward the building, and before I opened the door, I looked through the glass. Mom and some man were inside with Jean. The three of them were laughing at something before they took a sip of what appeared to be wine. Did I interrupt something? I swung the door open. "Roxanne!" Mom nervously laughed. I knew that laugh. She did that laugh when she didn't want me to know something. I heard that laugh last night on the phone when I interrupted her client dinner. Jean took an uneasy pose of straightening herself. Her eyes darted to the man. "Hi there." I hurried over with my arm extended. "I'm Roxanne. My friends and family." I gave Mom a look since she'd called me formally. "Call me Roxy. At least they used to." "Where are my manners?" Jean pinched a smile. "How are you, dear?" "I'm good. I'm looking for someone who lives here by the name of Quentin." I got interrupted by the man. "I'm Quentin." He sure didn't look homeless or incapable of getting a job. "I've heard a lot about you from Penny." My eyes darted to my mom before I turned my head to face her. "Really?" I spoke to him but directed my attention to her. "Funny, I've not heard about you at all. At least, not from her." Chapter 12. "What is wrong with you? Where are your manners?" Mom had dragged me out of Jean's shop and into the field. "You are being disrespectful, and this is exactly the reason I have kept Quentin from you. You will never get over your father's passing, and you would never forgive me if I were to date again." She stomped. "I'm lonely." Her voice carried. "You have Patrick. Heck," she threw her hands up, "you have Maxine, and I have no one. I get the leftover scraps of the time you have. Leftovers isn't good enough anymore. I'm moving on with my life, and right now I'm tired of covering up who I'm with, and that's Quentin." I could feel my face contort with every word she was saying. My body had gone through all sorts of emotions, leaving me shaking in my shoes. "You don't even know this man. He doesn't have a job." My mouth dropped open.
He does, with Kirk at the Be Happy Resort. He's a great handyman. You just won't even think of giving him a chance because of your dad. My mom used my dad as a weapon, but she was right. No one was ever going to be good enough to replace my dad, especially not a murderer. Do you know that a screwdriver was found in Lake Honey Springs? It has the blood of Rosalind Boleyn, or as you know her, Stella Johnson, on it. I swear I wasn't trying to spit as I talked, but little spurts came out. It was like I'd lost my mind, and that he had a fight with her just hours before she was murdered. He didn't murder anyone. Mom's calm voice sent chills up my spine. How do you know? I folded my arms, jutted out my right hip, and tapped the toe of my shoe a few times. Because Quentin has been with me for the past 2 weeks. But you wouldn't know that, because I get the scraps of your time, and when I've tried to tell you, something comes up. Her words nearly bowled me over. He was with me the entire time Kevin Roberts had put her time of death, and even before that. It didn't take my law degree to also realize she was with him last night at dinner. Spencer already came out this afternoon and questioned him. They also looked all over Jean's farm for any evidence, and my house. Quentin is no longer a suspect. Mom had the answer I'd come to seek. The squeaky door of the building caused us both to look back.
Everything all right out here?
Quentin stood about 6'5". He was rather a large man with a thick mustache. He put his hand over his eyes to shield off what little bit of sun was left to the day. The sun was setting, leaving the sky threaded with red and orange. The beautiful sunsets were always welcomed into my soul, but with the news I'd just received about my mom keeping her love interest from me, the feeling of joy wasn't there. "We are fine, right, honey?" Mom asked in her good old sweeping-it-under-the-rug tone. "Actually, you're fine. I'm not. I'm concerned about what you see in my mom." I shrugged and moseyed my way back over to the building. Mom was fast on my heels. "Now, Roxanne, this is none of your business." She might have been right, but I was making it my business. Then he should be able to answer my questions as a daughter of the woman he's... I waffled my hands for him to finish the sentence.
"I think it's safe to say that my feelings for Penny run deeper than friendship, if that's what you're trying to get one of us to say."
He held the door open.
"Why don't you come back in so we can all discuss it?"
Deeper than friends? And you live together now? I couldn't tell if I was more upset that Mom was dating someone, or if the person I for sure thought had killed Rosalind had an alibi. Either way, I wasn't going to give him a pass this easy. Deeper isn't deep enough. "Roxanne!" My mother gasped.
"It's a fair assumption, dear."
My insides started to seethe from how he said dear. I won't let her disrespect anyone, even at her age. Mom sucked in a deep breath and passed by me to link her arm with Quentin's. I'm sorry if I'm coming off as disrespectful, but I was coming here in order to help Aunt Maxie's handyman, only to be blindsided that it's you who my mom is not only dating, but living with. This, too, was so odd for me. We are not living together. Mom made that quick clarification. We do spend a lot of time together, and some of those times are up into the night. I gave Quentin a job here at the orchard, Jean Hill said. He is a very hard-working man who had fallen on hard times over the last year. I'm surprised you've not seen him around. There were so many farm hands with hats on when I came by the orchard to get my weekly baking supplies that it was hard to tell one from the other. To be truthful, I only wanted to see Jean when I came to visit. I adored her and Fred. He keeps me company. I don't live alone or scared someone will come here and rob me. Plus, he's handy with a gun in case there's a fox coming around to the hen house. All of these things were good for Jean. But, Mom,
it's true. He asked me about Penny when she came out here to get something for you. I told him she was single, and it took him a while to ask her out.
By the look on Jean's face, I could tell she really liked him, as did Aunt Maxie. Did Aunt Maxie know that you two were together the night Rosalind was killed? I asked.
She sure did, and she told me it was up to me to tell you.
Mom and Quentin looked like two teenagers with their arms entwined and holding hands.
I knew by how you acted on the phone last night that you knew something was going on, and I was going to tell you about it, but you haven't been available.
What about your argument with Rosalind? I asked.
You don't have to answer this.
Mom shot her words at me, but patted him on the arm with her free hand.
It's fine, Penny. I have nothing to hide. I told the sheriff the same thing.
He pulled away from Mom and gestured for me to sit down. I took a seat and declined a glass of Jean's homemade wine. Now, if she'd have coffee, I'd have been all over that.
I've been doing work for your aunt now for the better part of a year. She did introduce me to your ex, Kirk, and he said he was looking for a full-time maintenance man for the spa.
He gave Mom a sweet smile.
I didn't want to ruin any sort of connection I might have with Penny, so I did ask her before we started dating if you would care if I worked for him.
That's when I knew he kind of liked me, but I didn't date him until he asked.
Mom butted in.
I'll get to that.
He held up a hand to her.
I told Kirk I wanted to think about it because I'd been keeping an eye out for Penny, and I knew the history he had with her.
It was interesting how he knew Mom and Kirk weren't the biggest fans of each other, but I continued to listen.
Right after Christmas, Kirk said they were going to need someone full-time, and that I had until the end of spring to decide, because summer is their biggest season. That's when they'd need someone there full-time.
He picked up the glass and took a drink of wine.
I asked Penny out, and we spent New Year's Eve together.
And we weren't doing anything because you just had surgery. She was right. I'd gotten sick on Christmas Day, meaning I was in recovery during the beginning of the new year.
We had a lot of fun. I couldn't let her go, and I'm glad you found us. Now I can ask you to your face, like I've been wanting to do, because I love Penny, and I would never want to hurt someone she loves so much. That's you.
His confession about his feelings to my mom were very sweet, and kind of melted my leery heart. Are you asking me if I care if you work for Kirk? I wanted to make sure I was following along. He nodded. As messed up as this is, I guess we will be one big happy family. Boy, was I about to eat those words. I just didn't know it yet. By the way Mom was reacting to what I'd said, it was like she'd received the best present of her life. But, I held up a finger.
I knew it, Mom yelled. There's always a but with you, Roxanne. You can never leave well enough alone.
I'm sorry if you've forgotten there is a woman dead, but, clearly I had to emphasize the word, I'm looking into it. If Quentin has any information about Rosalind, then I would like to hear it. Even the smallest bit of information, like what was in her trash. My head jerked to Quentin. Did you see her trash?
You know?
A puzzled look lay on his face. His eyes rolled up as if he were searching his brain for a memory.
I didn't realize it until just now, but she never had trash. I'd gone over there a handful of times for Maxine, to make sure there was enough firewood, that the leaves were out of the gutters back in the fall, and that the driveway was cleared when it snowed, that salt was thrown down. It wasn't until this week that I needed to go into the cabin.
Aunt Maxie said Rosalind acted funny about it.
Funny is an understatement. She insisted I come back. When I told her I was there to do it then, because I had to go work at the spa, she huffed and gathered her things from the kitchen table.
He didn't seem too alarmed by her actions. I was. What things? Did you see them? I asked.
No. She went down into the cellar, and I did my job. I wasn't there long.
He eased down on the stool and crossed his arms, his legs extended out in front of him with his boots crossed at the ankles. The cabin has a cellar? I didn't see any sort of cellar door.
Really, it's an old ice chest the hunters used back in the day to store their kills while they hunted, so it would keep them fresh until they were ready to leave. He scratched his chin. It's about 20 feet as the crow flies from the cabin.
There's electricity in there? I questioned.
I don't know. I just saw her open it up and walk down in there. I didn't even mention it to Maxine.
Do you think we need to go in there? Mom took a vested interest.
We?
Quentin shook his head.
I don't want you anywhere near a murder case. I think I need to tell Spencer.
It's late. The darkness lay outside of the building's windows, and I knew if I was going to spend the full afternoon tomorrow going to the bank and possibly going to the cellar if the sheriff's department had cleared it, I was going to need to get a good night's sleep. I will tell Aunt Maxie. I got up and apologized to Jean for my behavior earlier.
Honey, don't you worry about it. I can understand how hard it is at any age when a parent goes back into the dating pool.
She was so sweet.
I have some pickled beets fresh today in the house. I'll go grab you a jar.
Patrick will love that. I gave her a hug and told her I'd meet her outside. Quentin, I'm sorry I was such a pill. I'm not really like that, so I guess I've surprised myself at how protective I am of my mom. I actually like seeing that side of you. Mom hugged me, giving me one good squeeze.
No problem. I'm happy you showed up. Now we don't have to hide.
He tapped Mom on the back.
I told you.
He did tell me to tell you. Mom draped her arms around his shoulders. I just never want to disappoint you anymore, like I did when you were growing up. Mom, I was going to tell her that she could never disappoint me, even though I knew she had a hard time forgiving herself for how she reacted when Dad had brought me to Honey Springs for the summer. Don't. She put a finger to my lips. We don't need to discuss it. The screen door of Jean's porch slammed shut. I better get out of here so Jean doesn't have to come find me. I gave one quicker hug to Mom and a wave of my hand to Quentin. I wasn't at the hugging stage for him just yet. Chapter 13. What do you know about cellars? I asked Patrick over a jar of beets. Quentin said he saw Rosalind go in the cellar on the property of the old hunting cabin.
There's a cellar?
Patrick didn't even know, and he had done the electrical upgrades to the cabin after Aunt Maxie had bought it as a rental. He forked a beet and put the entire thing in his mouth. Yeah. I stood over the gas stove in our house with the tongs in my hand, flipping over the fried chicken. Pepper and Sassy sat at my feet, both wide-eyed in hopes that something was about to drop. He said she gathered up some things and that's where she went. Do you think she's hidden the money there? Patrick shook his head and smiled.
You've got one active imagination.
He forked another beet and held it up to my mouth.
I don't like beets, but I like Jean's.
Honestly, Patrick, do you think she's hidden something in there? I couldn't shake off the idea it wouldn't be a wonderful place to hide something. I'm guessing Aunt Maxie doesn't know the cellar is there.
If it'll make you feel better, after you get the Bean Hive open and Bunny is there, I'll pick you up, and then we can go eat lunch together.
He put the fork down and walked over behind me. He wrapped his arms around my waist and rested his chin on my shoulder.
That fried chicken looks so good.
There's nothing I love more than feeding you. I thought about Kirk for that moment and recalled how he didn't like eating anything I baked, fried, or cooked. All of it was too fattening for him. Even though I had accepted the fact that Quentin was now my mom's new boyfriend, and he was with her the night of the murder, it still tickled my curiosity to talk to Kirk about the whole situation. Kirk was one of those guys who loved to know things others didn't. Sorta hold it over your head type of guy. And knowing Mom and Aunt Maxie were keeping something from me would be right up his alley. Why don't we do lunch at the Be Happy Resort? I asked. Patrick's chin popped off my shoulder as his arms unraveled. He folded them and moved to the side of the stove, leaning his hip against the counter.
What's going on in that head of yours?
He asked. I know you're going to think I'm crazy, I started to say.
Me? Nah,
if you've got something in your head, I know you've got a reason. Spill it,"
he said, and reached up to the open shelf to grab a plate so I could take the fried chicken out of the cast iron. I only want to make sure Quentin's story is correct about him working for Kirk. That was really it.
"Do you have reason to not believe him? I mean, the guy knows you can ask and find out."
Patrick grabbed the bowl of greens and a bowl of mashed potatoes while I took the plate of chicken. We moved to our small 2-person table and set all the food down. Both of us took a seat. Sassy and Pepper had moved from the stove to underneath the table, still keeping the hope alive that we'd drop something from our forks. They knew better. We didn't feed them table scraps. Sometimes I'd make them some chicken and rice, only because the veterinarian had told me a little bit every once in a while was good for their coats.
"Fine. I can see I won't be talking you out of this, so we can go eat at the spa."
Patrick picked up his knife and cut his chicken into pieces, though I do think it's overpriced. Of course it is. It's Kirk. I ate a spoonful of mashed potatoes. How was your day? It was nice to have a sit-down supper with Patrick and the fur babies. A few times my mind wandered thinking about Mom and Quentin. It was somewhat comforting to know she wasn't spending her extra time alone.
"Where did you go?"
Patrick asked. We had moved to the couch to settle in for a night of binge-watching our favorite detective show. He liked it more than me, and I used it as a time to snuggle up with him and the dogs while I read my book. I was thinking about Mom. I didn't realize until tonight, looking at you across the table, how lonely she must have felt eating alone for all these years after Dad died. I felt ashamed of how I'd acted earlier. I only want her to be happy.
"I think she knows that, or you wouldn't have been so protective of her this afternoon."
He pulled the quilt off the back of the couch and pulled it over my legs. Though it wasn't really cold in the cabin, I just loved having something on my legs, and he was so in tune with me. Just like this. I patted the quilt. You automatically know I want my quilt on my legs even though I'm not cold. I want that for Mom.
"Maybe Quentin is the one. I think you should just be happy she's enjoying herself and not be so consumed with it."
He kissed my head and pointed the remote to the television.
"Let's enjoy the rest of the night."
It was a sure sign he was done talking about it. I held the book up to my face, and I saw the words, but my mind was doing something totally different. There were so many questions I had for Rosalind, and such little time in the day. I stroked Pepper's back and made a mental list of exactly what I wanted to accomplish on my little snooping around tour of Honey Springs. Nikki Dane had to be someone Rosalind trusted. If they were still in contact after Rosalind had won the money, Nikki had to know something. Was she the killer? I'd failed to ask Quentin about the screwdriver. Was he missing one? If so, was the weapon his screwdriver? If so, how did the killer get it? How did Nikki get it, if Nikki was involved? There was one person who would know the answers outside of Sheriff Spencer Shepard. Kevin Roberts, the Honey Springs coroner. Chapter 14. Patrick had woken me up off the couch at some point during the night and gotten me to bed. The 4 a.m. alarm jolted me awake. Immediately, I put my feet on the ground while thinking of the list of to-dos on my plate. There was no time to dilly-dally either. "You're going to stay home today," I told Pepper as I pulled my hoodie over top of my head. "I have a lot to do today, and I don't want to have Bunny feel responsible for you." When Pepper realized I wasn't getting the bag I took for him every day, he went over to his bed in front of the wood-burning stove, only there wasn't a fire, and he lay down. His chin rested on the edge of the bed, and his eyes were focused on me as if he were waiting for me to pick up his bag so he could dart to the door. Patrick was still asleep, and I didn't want to wake him or Sassy, so I scribbled a note for him about my decision not to take Pepper today, leaving it on the counter with his to-go mug on top of it. That way I knew he'd see it. I grabbed my keys off the hook next to the door. Pepper's chin shot up. His little ears were alert, But when I started to pull the door shut, he laid his chin back down on the edge of the bed. It tugged at my heart not to take him. Leaving him at home was a rare occasion, but it was best. I had driven my car to work instead of biking because I needed to go to the bank and back out to the hunting cabin, which made it much quicker to drive. The morning at the Bean Hive started off like every other morning. I'd gotten there first and started all the brewing along with the menu items. I'd run the industrial pots down to the Cocoon Inn so their guests could enjoy some delicious coffee. I left Bunny at the coffee house since traffic had been slower than any other time I'd ever recalled. There was no doubt the crimes on the boardwalk had made tourists and citizens leery to come down and do some shopping. This was very concerning to me as a business owner. Bunny was just fine without me. She more than likely preferred it, so she could sit down and talk to the customers if we got any more today. They loved her. It was like coming to have a cup of coffee with your granny. The Honey Springs National Bank was a typical bank. The old concrete floor played a huge role in the ability of your voice to echo and bounce off the walls. When I came in the door, I headed straight over to the 2 large glass offices on the right, giving the employees at the teller line a wave. "Roxy." Evan Rich sat behind his desk. He offered a friendly smile. "Is this what I think it is?" he asked about the Bean Hive coffee cup and to-go bag in my hands. "A bribe?" I laughed and put it on his desk. "Uh-oh." He ran his hand over his bald head and leaned back, dropping his hand over his mouth. "It's hard to resist any of your food. I did hear traffic around town had pretty much come to a halt. Even the customers at the bank are to a trickle." He gestured for me to sit. "What's up?" he asked. "You can still have the treats, even if you don't tell me what I want to know." I set the treats in front of him and sat down in the chair. I crossed my legs. "Is this about the body found at the pier?" he asked. "Rosalind Boland." I could tell by his slight reaction of his head lifting that he knew the name. I did really well in body language reading. He laughed. "Sometimes I forget you were a lawyer." He peeked inside the bag. "Poppy seed lemon biscuit?" He licked his lips. "Yep, it's spring, so I brought it back and knew it was your favorite." It technically wasn't a biscuit, but a biscotti. But I wasn't one to correct anyone's pronunciation of anything. "Black coffee?" He tried to see in the small hole of the lid. "Of course." It was fun to know what people loved, so when I did get to visit someone, I was able to take them a little treat. Rarely did I go somewhere empty-handed. There were a few treats in the car for the Be Happy Resort folks. Even though they had their own pastry chef who used the most natural ingredients, they did love a good, sugary, and somewhat bad for you if you ate too many treat. "What is this all about?" Evan dug his hand into the bag. "Because you know I can't tell you any private information about any of our customers." He picked up his coffee and put it to his mouth. "I'm not asking you, really. I am going to say that by the way your body reacted when I said Rosalind Boland, you knew the name. If you were to Google search her, you'd find she's a missing woman. Just disappeared, and her family is awfully worried." He stopped tipping the cup to his lips. His eyes popped open. "By the way you just reacted to that news, you and I both know she was alive and well until—" I let the fact of her murder sink in without even saying it, before I went on with what I knew. I also know she came in here to do some business. I'm assuming there's a safety deposit box here, and I just want to know if there's someone else on the box. Maybe someone by the name of Nikki Dane? Evan folded his hands around the coffee cup and rested his forearms on the top of his desk. "If the sheriff came in here with a warrant, then you'd have to disclose the information anyways. If I told the sheriff, then I'd get my answer." I pulled my phone out of the pocket of my hoodie. "Now that I have information regarding the demise of a customer, I would, out of courtesy to that customer's wishes, contact the other person on the safety deposit box." He, in no uncertain terms, confirmed there was another person listed on Rosalind's box. "And you would have the contact information of this person?" I asked, feeling like we were playing a childhood game of charades.
"Let's face it, you and I both know what is going on here."
Evan got tired of the dance between us.
"I can't say any more than that, or I could get fired."
"I've got the number of Nikki Dane. I can call her myself." I noticed Evan had put on his straight poker face. "I'm glad you keep your secrets. It makes me trust you even more than before. How's Emily?" Just the mere mention of his daughter's name made him go into a long story about her and how she was doing, making her name in the culinary world.
"Thanks for asking."
His shoulders dropped.
"Roxy?"
He called after me when I took a step out of his office.
"You're on the right track. I hope they find her killer. She was a nice young woman. I'd hate to see someone had taken her key, because anyone can come in here and gain access with the right key."
"I didn't know her, but from what I hear, she was a nice woman." The bit about the key got my attention. I just wish I knew if she was murdered for the money in a purse snatching gone bad, or murdered because someone knew she'd won the lottery. I drummed my fingers on the door jamb. Was anyone in here the day she opened the account? Anyone that could possibly have overheard that she had that kind of money?
"I don't recall. I guess I can roll back the tape, but I was pretty shocked at the amount said customer wanted to deposit. We never keep that much cash on hand. So I did have to call in the Federal Reserve to make a special stop."
I left on that account and decided to swing by the coroner's office before I made my way back to the boardwalk, where I'd have to take the ferry across Lake Honey Springs to meet Patrick for lunch at the spa. My phone started to ring just as I left the bank. "Hey, Spencer." I didn't waste any time with pleasantries. Let's face it, if it weren't for this murder, he would not have been calling me. "What's up?"
"I wanted to touch base with Quentin."
He was going to waste his breath, so I stopped him. "Yeah, I know. He was with my mom." My voice was flat, and I got into the car. I did a little digging around myself, and found that out when my digging led me straight to them.
"You okay with all that?"
It might seem like an odd question to some people, but even coming from the sheriff, it wasn't. Honey Springs was so small, outside of the law, everyone knew everyone else's business, and that included the history my mom had with Aunt Maxie in years past that I thought had been buried since it was so long ago. When Mom showed up in Honey Springs, the past stories reared their ugly heads, and the old stories about my dad, Mom, and Aunt Maxie resurfaced. It was Aunt Maxie who had to put on a face like the hatchet had been buried a long time ago and made everyone in town drop the rumors. Like Aunt Maxie told me when I was worried what locals would think and hold against my business, "It's not your business what others think of you." She was right, and it all worked itself out. It just went to show that secrets or people's pasts didn't stay buried under the rug, as we Southerners would prefer. I'm fine, as long as Mom's happy and he's good to her. I left the sentence dangling so he could form his own opinion of what their relationship was. I guess he's marked off the list.
"That's why I'm calling."
The tone of his voice told me he was a little perplexed.
"I talked to Kevin today when I went by to get the official report. The screwdriver isn't from Quentin, so he's cleared. There's no prints or nothing. Plus, there was a piece of the handle that had been scraped off, like there was something written on it. Quentin keeps the tools he uses spotless. And Kirk told me Quentin takes time every night after he works at the spa to clean the tools before he puts them away."
It sure does look like you checked out everything, though I did find the handle bit a little interesting, as if someone had a marking on it that would identify them.
"Loretta Baby and Maxine said they didn't recall any sort of weapon when they got purse snatched, just a moped drive-by. grabbed the purse and off they went," he said. "Do you think these are two separate crimes?" I asked. "It's beginning to look that way." "You still didn't find a purse?" I asked. "No. And the number you gave me, it goes straight to nothing. It's a burner phone. You know, the kind you can buy with minutes on it and dump it." That was something I didn't want to hear. "And you're sure Quentin's innocent?" I had to ask and get any other crazy notions out of my head. "I'm pretty positive," he sighed. "I'm going to go back to the leads we have for the purse snatching. It looks like it's a purse snatching gone bad." "You're thinking it's all a coincidence?" The same old feeling of dread settled in my stomach as I wondered if this was going to be one of those cases where the law got it wrong. Girl missing because she won the lottery, but ends up dead after she was the random victim of a purse snatching? When you put it that way, it doesn't sound like it was a coincidence, but the facts are the facts. And until we find either the purses or the robbers, I won't know. There was a pause before he said, "I'm going to hold a press conference and contact the sheriff where she's from and let them know we've ID'd our Jane Doe, and it's their missing person. It might generate some leads or gossip if people find out it's her. That way if, and it's a big if, she was targeted, not a victim of a purse snatching, then this case could turn into more than random." I couldn't see why he wouldn't go public with it. "It'll open some more doors, like being able to talk to family and friends. I'm going to drive up there myself, so if you need me, you'll have to call." He acted as if I ran down to the department to see him all the time. "Okay, I was actually going to go see Kevin this morning, but I don't have to do that no more." Nikki Dane popped into my head. "Why don't you find out if you can go see Nikki Dane?" I suggested. "She's listed as another person on the security box at the bank." "I can get a warrant to open it, but it would be so much easier if she'd cooperate. I've got her on my list. I'm planning on getting her location from the sheriff. I'll let you know what I find out. I was going to tell you something, but now I've forgotten," Spencer said. "I guess it was a lie." Both of us laughed before we hung up the phone. There was absolutely no reason to go see Kevin. With the engine running, I needed to rethink my strategy. It was too early to meet Patrick for lunch, but not too early to go check out the old cellar at the cabin, which prompted me to call Spencer back. "Hey, I wanted to know if you found anything at the cabin," I asked, before I laid the groundwork for him to kind of give me permission to snoop if I did turn anything up. "Nothing. That's what I was going to tell you. I'm sure you'll check in with Maxine before I do. You can let her know she can have access back. It's been cleared, and we've got all the victim's items out and in evidence." It really bothered me when they would use the word victim and not the name. These were people who had life and loved ones. Maybe Rosalind didn't have a lot of people who loved her. I had no idea. But I was pretty darn sure if she'd listed Nikki Dane as a person on the lockbox, then Nikki cared for her. There was enough time to head out of town to the hunting cabin and just take a look at that cellar for myself. When I pulled up, glancing around, the naked eye wouldn't have caught too much, but I knew there was no way Spencer or any of his deputies would leave the door wide open. I backed out of the driveway just in case someone was in there. I'd been face to face with a killer before, and I certainly didn't have that on my list of to-dos today. "It's about time you called to check on me," Aunt Maxie teased. Her voice sounded upbeat. "I'm sure I'd have heard from you if you weren't okay. Actually, I'm calling because Spencer cleared the cabin, and I decided to come back out here and check out the old cellar. I'm here, and the door is wide open. You're not in there, are you?" Her car wasn't there, and it was too far for her to ride her bike, but it wouldn't be unusual for her to have someone like Quentin drop her off. Or is Quentin here? There were many possibilities other than the ones I had running through my head. "Nope, I've not heard from Spencer, and Quentin's at the spa this morning, working. I told him once the cabin was clear, I'd have him go and give it a good cleaning so we could start renting it again. This time, I'm going back to weekly rentals. I don't need a headache like this one," said Aunt Maxie. "Maybe the sheriff accidentally left it open." "Yeah, let me call him, and I'll get back with you." I hung up with her and called Spencer. "Now what?" Spencer joked on the other end of the phone. "Did you or your men leave the cabin door open?" I asked. "I'm here and the door is wide open." "No, I was the one who cleared it last night. In fact, I pulled the door closed and locked it from the outside." A sense of dread washed over me. "Don't go in. I'll be right there." From the other end of the phone, I could hear tires squealing before the phone went dead. There was no way I was going into the cabin. If Spencer had locked it last night, that meant there'd been plenty of time for someone to break in, especially if they had a key. I ended up pulling down the country road, looking in the direction from which anyone from town would be driving here, namely Spencer. But when a car skidded around the curve and the bright orange hair sticking straight up glowed, I knew it was Aunt Maxie, obviously with a new hair color since yesterday. Our eyes met when her car zoomed past me, and she didn't let up off the gas. I threw the car in gear and whipped it around to follow her. With a good try, I put the pedal to the metal and still didn't catch up to her. She'd already parked and had darted into the cabin without one bit of hesitation. "Aunt Maxie!" I started yelling before I could even get fully out of my car. "Stop!" Even though I didn't see her because she was already inside, I still wanted her to stop. Just like her, I ran in the cabin, like I was going to be able to do something if there was someone in there. When I stepped through the door, the previously untouched family room had definitely been touched. The sofa was overturned, with the cushions strewn all over the place. The coffee table had been shoved out of the way, the magazines were on the floor, and the rug was curled up. "They are looking for something." Aunt Maxie found me in the family room. "The entire cabin looks like this." Chapter 15. This screams to me that her murder wasn't just a random purse snatching. I needed Spencer to really hear me, really hear what I was saying. Spencer had made it a few minutes after Aunt Maxie and I had discovered the entire cabin was in shambles. Every piece of furniture had been overturned. Mattresses off the bed, kitchen drawers, and anything else that could pull out, dumped. It was an utter mess. Spencer stood outside with us while his deputies were dusting for fingerprints and looking around outside for any signs of footprints. "Another crime?" Loretta Baby must have been one of the cars that had driven up when we didn't bother to turn around to see who'd stopped. The flurry of activity taking place did seem like the investigation had just stepped up. "Loretta?" Aunt Maxie put her hand up. "I don't have time for this. You get in your fancy car and get out of here." Loretta had flipped her phone around. "This is exactly what I'm talking about. Not only has the crime been violent down on our beloved boardwalk, but the crime has also filtered into our homes." She talked into the phone with the screen facing her. "This has to stop. As mayor of Honey Springs, I will not only bring justice to those who are criminals, but do you see this?" She flipped the phone around. "These are our only deputies. They are here at this crime. Who is patrolling the boardwalk? Let's find out." "What are you doing?" Aunt Maxie shoved Loretta's phone out of her face. "Sheriff, if all of your deputies are here, who is making sure the rest of Honey Springs is safe?" Loretta put her phone up in his face. "I'm on social media live," she whispered to me. "Bertie showed me." "Loretta, not now." Spencer gave her a flat look. "If not now, Tell the people on our Keep Honey Springs Safe social media page when. She emphasized when. We have over 30 people tuning in. 30? Aunt Maxie snorted. It's nothing to sneeze at when our town is in peril. Loretta drew her hand to her chest, giving off a huge expression of concern, mainly for her audience. Now there's 40 people on here waiting for you to tell us who is keeping our town safe. I can assure you, Mrs. Beebe, we are taking the necessary actions to keep the citizens and our tourists safe. We aren't even sure what has taken place here today. Spencer had changed his tune and attitude as he looked into the phone. Well, that's a lie if I ever heard one, Spencer Shepherd, Aunt Maxie scoffed. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Do you care to elaborate? Loretta pointed the phone back at Aunt Maxie. The people are sending up little hearts. Loretta's eyes sparkled like the diamond on her finger. Yes, I would. Aunt Maxie straightened up her shoulders, and she glared right into the phone. I don't know who has broken into my cabin and destroyed it, but you mark my words. If the sheriff of this town doesn't get his act together and find out who is behind it and the boardwalk purse snatcher, we will elect someone who will. Aunt Maxie gave a hard chin nod before she turned to Loretta. Ain't that right, Loretta? The only way to make sure the elected sheriff is held accountable is to create a budget that will allow us to keep our town safe by hiring more and more deputies. Loretta began her campaign promises with Aunt Maxie looking over her shoulder into the phone. Spencer took a deep breath, and with his cheeks puffed out, he made a long sigh. He had his hands full, and he knew to just let the two older women keep on yapping. In reality, their little live on social media was getting some traction, and when we made it back to the Bean Hive Coffeehouse, it was packed with citizens. The place erupted into cheers after Loretta walked in after me. Immediately, she pulled out her phone and went live again on the social media page she'd created, or the one Bertie had helped her create. Bunny had the social media account pulled up on her electronic tablet for everyone to watch and rewatch the live between Aunt Maxie and Loretta. The time is now. If we don't do something about this crime, we will all become victims, just like me and Maxine Bloom. Loretta fist-pumped the air. That's why Loretta has chosen me to be her running mate, Aunt Maxie screamed, also doing some fist pumps. Wait, what? Loretta jerked around and looked at Aunt Maxie. Yes, you heard that right. I'm running with Loretta Beebe for vice mayor. I wasn't sure, but I think Aunt Maxie had just made up her own title. There's no such thing. Loretta tried to keep her composure. You have to be a city commissioner and the top one to be the vice mayor, and that election isn't for a while. Loretta smiled, and a worry line formed between her Botoxed eyes. As the newly elected mayor, Loretta Beebe is creating an office for vice mayor. Aunt Maxie had gone on to making stuff up. Then she started to chant, Maxine and Loretta for change. You mean Loretta and Maxine? Loretta's eyes snapped, and her lips drew into a thin line at the realization that Aunt Maxie was starting to take the limelight. Thank you so much for coming to the Bean Hive. My campaign manager will be distributing pins with Vote for Team Loretta. So be sure to stop by here tomorrow and get your free pin and one for a friend from Roxanne Bloom Kane. Loretta swiveled around and gestured to me. I stammered before I rolled my eyes as the citizens cheered. Looks like you're going to need some extra caffeine. Bunny nudged me and put a hot mug of freshly brewed coffee in my hands. Honey, help you. I guess it can't be all bad?
I brought the mug up to my lips and wondered just how I could use this new title as Loretta's campaign manager to get a look at some files. I just might have an idea.
Yeah? What's that?
Bunny jerked her head toward the swinging kitchen door for me to follow her. As soon as we walked in the kitchen, away from the crowd, I joined her at the workstation, where she'd picked up the wipe-off board where we'd started our little investigation. Maybe I can get Spencer to endorse Loretta, but he'd have to agree to campaign for her. As much as I hate to say it, Loretta does have a lot of pull in this town. It was a fact. Loretta was on every possible committee, women's group, and Bible study. She knew everyone in town. She just might win the title of mayor on recognition alone. Something not only the current mayor should be concerned with, but also the current sheriff. Loretta was making some big promises to the citizens on a subject they found very important. Not only was the crime keeping some tourists away, but some businesses were leery of opening. "We need to find Nicky Dane," I said, just as Aunt Maxie came through the swinging door with a young woman. "I'm sorry, you can't come back here due to the ordinance." I gave Aunt Maxie a hard look.
"Roxanne, this here is Nicky Dane."
Aunt Maxie practically pushed the girl through the... Chapter 16. There were a lot of questions I needed to ask Nicky, but most of all, there was a tickle in the back of my head that wondered if it was really a coincidence she showed up on the day the cabin was broken into. My curiosity clicked up a notch. I slid the whiteboard off the workstation table and onto the floor so she wouldn't see all the stuff Bunny and I had jotted down. When I started receiving phone calls from these other numbers, I knew something had gone wrong with Rosalind. I came here to find out what. Nicky had taken the cup of coffee I'd offered as she answered my question. Just the first of many I needed answered before I called Spencer. "Did you know she was murdered?" I asked. "I figured." She tried to keep her composure. Her lips quivered and her nostrils flared, but there was no stopping the tears flooding her eyes before they dripped down her cheek. "Oh, honey!" Aunt Maxie grabbed a dish towel, the closest thing to us, and handed it to Nicky. "I'm sorry. It's always hard to lose someone, especially a good friend. The cabin she rented was mine." Nicky rubbed the tears with the towel as soon as they fell. She continued to nod and swallow. She'd given me the address where she decided to lie low for a while. Honestly, she was on her way to sunny Florida. I was shocked when she told me she found a cute little town in Kentucky. Nicky sighed, a faint smile curling on the edge of her lips. Rosalind had never ventured out of our town, so she was very surprised when she got lost going down the Bluegrass Parkway after she got off to get gas, leading her straight into Honey Springs. "This all paints a very rosy picture of your friend. How long had you known Rosalind?" I wanted to make her feel at home, at ease like I used to be in the courtroom when I interrogated a witness. "All of our lives. We were in Girl Scouts together. Our parents couldn't afford to pay for cheerleading, and you could get assistance with Girl Scouts. My mom was a great seamstress, so she would sew all of our badges onto our sashes." She looked into her coffee mug as if the memory were playing in the dark roast. "I just can't believe she's dead." Her voice fell away. "I'm guessing she trusted you, since she only kept in contact with you, making everyone else in your community think she was missing." I was going to start laying the groundwork so I could ask the harder questions. "We were best friends." The tears quickly dried when she snapped her gaze to me before she lowered her eyes. "Of course she trusted me." "We know she won the lottery," I said as I watched her jaw clench ever so slightly as she tried to play it cool. "Did you know about that?" "I did, and that's why she left home." She sucked in both cheeks as if she were gnawing on the insides with her molars. "We live in a very poor community, and she has a daughter that was taken from her when we were 16. She didn't want to give her up for adoption, but her parents made her." Bunny, Aunt Maxie, and I shifted uncomfortably in our seats.
"'Excuse me." Loretta Beebe popped her head around the swinging kitchen door. "What are y'all doing? We need coffee for our volunteers, and all three of y'all are in here sitting down on your laurels." "I'll go," Bunny told me when I started to get up. She wagged a finger between me and Aunt Maxie. "You two get this sorted out." Loretta popped the door wide open so she could let Bunny through. "Go on, dear." Aunt Maxie patted Nikki's arm. "Where was I?" she asked. "The baby," Aunt Maxie coaxed. "Yes, when she won the lottery, she about died." Nikki scoffed. "Interesting how she did, huh?" She shook off the notion. "She was determined to find her daughter. It's been 6 years now. She said she was going to take the huge lump sum, get in the car, and drive to Florida to find her daughter." "Why Florida?" I asked. After she had her daughter, they let her just take a look at her before they rushed the baby out. She overheard them saying to her parents that the baby was going to have a great life playing on the beach where the adoptive parents lived. She didn't hear the town, but she swears she heard Florida. The edges of her eyes dipped. Rosalind took the lump sum and held on to it in cash in her car. It took her a month or so to get in touch with a lawyer in Florida who specializes in these sorts of cases. He was so backed up that she couldn't get in with him for like 8 months. That's why she decided to extend the lease on the cabin. I nodded toward Aunt Maxie. She loved it here and figured why not stay until she had to leave. That's right. She did love it here. Nikki looked around the kitchen before she settled her eyes on me. This coffee house was a sanctuary for her. We're servers at our little diner, and she took pride in coming up with all sorts of coffee concoctions. She didn't go to barista school, but we still called her a barista. She smiled at the memory. She said that when she came to check out the town, she had to stop at the cute boardwalk and walked in here. When she told me about you, I thought you were a teenager, not a woman. She wasn't talking about me, I laughed. I have an afternoon employee who is a teenager. Her name is Birdie, and she was very fond of Rosalind. She knew her as Stella, as did the rest of the community. Stella was what she always wanted to name her daughter, and she didn't want anyone to find her, so she tried to use cash as much as she could. She dug down into her purse. She did send me this. She pulled out an unopened envelope stamped and addressed to her. It's a safety deposit box key. She wanted me to have it, so if anything happened to her while she was here, then, well, I could get to the money. Her shoulders dropped, and she glared at me. What? My poker face was obviously not as good as I thought. You think I killed her? You think I want the money? She grabbed her purse and put the strap on her shoulder. I didn't. I have to be honest with you. I got up from my stool and picked the whiteboard up off the floor. Her eyes scanned it. What are you? Some sort of weirdo who likes to snoop around in real crimes where people's lives are at stake? Her chest heaved up and down. Her eyes filled with tears. That is my friend, a very good friend. And well, she would do anything for me. And you're making her seem like she's done something wrong. Or that I have, and I haven't. We are sorry to upset you, but you don't really understand what Roxy has done for our town. Aunt Maxie was good at calming Nikki down, while she quickly told her about how I was a lawyer and used my skills to help law enforcement see some of the crimes that had taken place in Honey Springs from a different angle. We're trying to figure out if this purse-snatching crime spree was just a purse snatching in her case, since she ended up dead. That's all. I have to say that winning that much money in the lottery and going AWOL from your family and friends makes us wonder if someone knew she was here and killed her. I couldn't just be silent anymore. To be honest with you, it does seem weird the only person who knew she was here shows up on the day the cabin Rosalind rented was ransacked. Did she have money in there or the safety deposit box? I don't know, but I do know one thing. You told me you were from a very poor area of Kentucky. That probably means you had no better means than Rosalind. So why wouldn't you be worthy of the money?
Why would she go to Florida to pay some lawyer all this money when you've stuck by her all this time? Why wouldn't she just give you a few million? Even 1 million is good for a friendship, right? I belted her with all these questions. Her face contorted with emotions. For a minute, I felt like I was back in the courtroom. That's the least she could do, especially if you were keeping her plan a secret. Did you two get into an argument over the phone? Now that she's dead, you can waltz right on in that bank and take out whatever is in the safety deposit box because you knew she'd trust you and you knew you had the key. You're crazy! Crazy! She yelled at me. I loved her. I would do anything for her. I kept her secret. I knew she was living here. I showed you the key. She still had it fisted in her hand as she waved it in the air. I came here because she loved it here, and I had no idea she was dead.
It looks like I've walked in on something.
Spencer stood at the swinging door. None of us had noticed he'd even come in. How long have you been standing there? I asked.
Long enough to know what's going on here.
He gave Nicky a hard stare.
I'd like for you to come down to the station with me.
For what? She looked at me, then back to Spencer.
It seems like you knew our victim very well, and I'd like to ask you some questions on the record for myself.
He gestured to the door.
I'm more than happy to give you a ride to the station.
Not without my lawyer present. Nicky crossed her arms. Roxy, now you have to prove I'm innocent, and that means you have to believe me. With the turn of events, going over to the Be Happy Resort to question Kirk and Jessica about any dealings with Quentin, as well as meeting Patrick for lunch, was put on the back burner. Besides, Quentin had already been released as a suspect, and honestly, I just wanted their opinion of him, since he did seem to have stolen my mom's heart without her even noticing. I had taken Nicky down to the station, and Bunny stayed at the coffeehouse later than usual, since it was my night to stay late, while Bertie and her study group met with their teacher, Hope. The only thing that was going to satisfy Sheriff Spencer Shepard was to see inside of the safety deposit box, once and for all. With a quick phone call to Evan Rich, since we knew the bank would be closing at 6 p.m., we had barely enough time to get there. You have the key? Evan started to go through the protocol. Nicky took the key and handed it to him for him to inspect. He gave Spencer a nod to confirm. I'm going to need to see your identification as well. He left us alone for a second to get a logbook where they kept all the signatures that were required to sign in. Nicky presented Evan with her identification. Evan smiled, saying very few words, and had Nicky sign the log.
It looks like this box was opened a few days ago, right before closing.
Evan pointed to the line that clearly had Stella Johnson written in the small box with the date and time. It was dated the night she died, and literally just hours before someone stabbed her. Spencer's shoulders fell as though he'd figured out a piece of this puzzle, but he tried not to give it away. I'm sure no one other than myself noticed. Evan led us into a small room where the walls were lined with little metal containers, one after the other. This is it. Evan tapped his master key on the front of the one Rosalind had rented. Evan inserted his key, then stepped away, letting Nicky insert her key. Once they were both in place, he pulled the safety deposit box out and placed it on the table in the middle of the room. I'll be outside if you need me. He excused himself. Here goes nothing. Nicky put her hands on the top of the box so she could open the hinged top. The air in the room got tight and tense as we all held our breath to see the contents as she peeled up the steel lid. I guess you were right about here goes nothing, I said, when there was literally nothing in the box. All of us, even Nicky, seemed to have lost all steam. Chapter 17. Bertie was sitting with the group and Hope when I walked into the Bean Hive. I'm so glad you're here, I told Hope. How is Polly doing? She's great. The kids love her, and Louise did bring someone by to check her out, but I don't think they wanted her after she made a couple of comments about losing weight. She grimaced. I have been researching on how to deprogram a bird's learned language. I couldn't help but laugh. Louise said that since Polly is older, she has no idea what her vocabulary is, so I'm always keeping an ear open. Hope's laughter fluttered up into her eyes. I really enjoy her, though. Maybe I'll pop in tomorrow and get a photo of her to put up here. I shrugged. All of the Pet Palace animals of the week here have been adopted out. I sure don't want to break that streak. Stop in any time. My classroom is always open. Until I leave, that is. The smile faded as the grim reality of her job came to her. You've always got a job here, I reminded her. I appreciate that. She nodded and went back to the students. When Hope started to wrap up the tutoring session, I knew it was my time to get the coffee house ready to close, which meant that I needed to get all the things ready for opening in the morning. It was so nice to be able to come to work in the mornings with the industrial coffee pots already brewing on the timer, all the condiments restocked from the day before, and the floors swept and mopped, all the dishes and mugs cleaned as well as put away, and the counters wiped down, and all the next day's specials labeled where they would go in the glass display. Since Pepper wasn't with me, it was easy to get all the things done and locked up before I headed out with the students and Hope. I'd made sure to have everything done so that when they left I could go with them and not have to walk the boardwalk alone. Though I honestly was starting to have doubts that the purse snatchings, which hadn't happened in the last 24 hours, and Rosalind's death were tied, there was something to be said for being vigilant. "Hi," I greeted Pepper and Sassy. They must have heard me drive up because I could hear them barking and whining before I stepped foot on the front porch. I dropped my purse on the floor so I could give my attention to them, then stood up, after each one got a good and satisfying scratch, to give Patrick a kiss. Something smells good. I took a big inhale and peeled my arms out of my lightweight jacket as Patrick helped me. "Meatloaf." Patrick hung up my coat. "It's almost done." I followed him into the kitchen area and couldn't help myself. I had to look in the oven. My mouth watered. Patrick's meatloaf was delish. He used a couple different types of beef to make it, and he swears it's the fat content of each married together that makes the beef loaf moist. "How was your day?" I asked, and made my way around him in the kitchen to grab a couple of plates, forks, cloth napkins, and glasses to set the table. Patrick had already put the bowl of Brussels sprouts and sweet potatoes on the table. "It was good. I had a couple of bids for new possible contracts for some remodels." He opened the oven, and with an oven mitt on his hand, he pulled out the meatloaf. He used the spatula to serve a nice piece of meatloaf on each of our plates. "How about you? Did you make any headway with Rosalind?" You won't even believe it. I told him how the cabin had been broken into, with the details, since I'd already talked to him in brief moments throughout the day. What you haven't heard is how Nicky Dane just so happened to show up. He stopped, put his knife down, and looked at me. "Right? Coincidence?" I asked. I thought the same thing. Long story, Spencer had us go to the bank and open the safety deposit box. It was empty. "The money wasn't in there?" he asked, because we had all assumed Rosalind had put the money in the bank, the safest place. Nothing was in there. She claimed she came to town to see what was going on because we had all started to call the phone Rosalind had given her to keep in touch on her way to Florida. I nodded when Patrick's eyes grew big. Yep, supposedly Rosalind was on her way to Florida to meet with a lawyer because she'd had a daughter 6 or so years ago when her parents made her give the baby up for adoption. "Why Florida?" he asked, and got himself another helping of sweet potatoes. That's where Rosalind overheard some of the hospital staff tell her parents the baby was going. It broke my heart to think of Rosalind's heartache over losing her baby like that.
"What's going on in that head?"
Patrick asked me. "I just feel bad for her and her journey all this time. Can you even imagine her mental state over these last years? And the first thing she thinks of was trying to find the baby once she saved enough money. Then she wins the lottery?" I sucked in a deep breath. "Where is the money?"
"I'm guessing you're going to find out."
He smiled. "Seeing how Nikki appointed me her lawyer, she's kind of given me free rein to travel to their hometown to snoop around." I shrugged.
"Does Spencer think Nikki killed Rosalind?"
He wondered. He didn't charge her, but he did tell her not to leave town until he got more questions answered, as well as some evidence back from the cabin's break-in. I had no idea what the evidence was because he'd not disclosed that yet to me, which he would have to do since I was Nikki's lawyer if they were going to charge her.
"What you're saying is that you're going on a road trip?"
he questioned. "Yes, I'm hoping to do that tomorrow after Aunt Maxie wakes up so she can go with me. In the morning, Bunny is going to open, and I'm going to go to school to take some photos of Polly." I continued to eat while we talked about the crimes.
"At this point, are they thinking the purse snatching and the murder aren't related?"
He asked the million-dollar question. If you're asking me my thoughts, I have no idea. There's so many ways this can go, but I don't think we will know until one of the crimes is solved and we see if that leads to the other or not. It wasn't a real answer, but it was the best I could give. There's one thing that really did make my stomach clench, and I wasn't expecting it. I put my fork down and prepared the reaction I was going to have when I let out the feelings I'd been keeping inside all day.
"This sounds serious."
Patrick followed me and put his utensils down. He reached over the table and put his hands on mine.
"You know you can tell me anything, right?"
I took in a deep breath in order to get it out. I smiled to help keep me positive.
"You're scaring me a little."
Patrick's hands slid off mine, and he stood up, making his way over to me, bending down in front of me. He took my hands again.
"What's wrong?"
When Nikki told me about Rosalind's baby, it took me right back to Christmas Day when I got sick to my stomach. I swallowed back tears. Aunt Maxie and Mom told me how they thought I was pregnant. As we both know, I wasn't. Without going into much detail about the surgery and how I had to maneuver those feelings of healing so I could get better, I continued. I actually got a wee bit excited to think we might have our own little baby. Our child. Obviously, I wasn't pregnant, but today these feelings of loss hit my heart, and I had no idea they were there.
"Baby,"
Patrick whispered, lifting his hand to my face. He curled his fingers around my neck and used his thumb to wipe off the tear dripping down my cheek.
"I'm sorry. I had no idea you had these feelings."
I didn't either, or at least I didn't let myself have those feelings. It wasn't fair to just dump things on Patrick like this because we hadn't talked about expanding our family yet. At some point, I had guessed we'd have a family, but when it was presented to me in the bathroom at the Bean Hive during our annual Christmas Day supper with friends and family, I didn't think I'd actually be excited at the possibility. I'm sorry I didn't share these feelings with you. I honestly had no idea I had these deep down until Rosalind's story came out as to why she was passing through Honey Springs.
And if I know you, you want her mission to keep going.
Patrick knew me so well.
I only ask you stay safe. Do not put yourself in danger.
I won't. I've got Aunt Maxie to keep up with. I laughed, forcing the sadness back to the depths of my soul where it needed to stay. But I do want you to know I do want us to have a family.
And we will. When you think it's time, I'm here for that.
He pulled me out of the chair and cuddled me in his arms as we sat on the floor of our small kitchen. Sassy and Pepper weren't about to leave us alone. Both of them jumped on us, trying to lick our faces, while both of us grieved as we let the disappointment of the false hope of pregnancy blanket us. Chapter 18. There was something about being able to sleep in, a rare occasion for me. Even on the days Bunny Bowowski opened the Bean Hive, I still got up at my normal time and did things around the house like laundry, dust, vacuum, anything the house needed. Not today. Today, I let the early morning hours swim past me and snuggled with Patrick, since he never got out of bed until 7 a.m.
I could get used to this.
We sat on the couch with hot mugs of coffee in our hands.
Slow coffee in the morning with my wife.
Cheers. I snuggled back on his chest. Pepper had found his spot behind the crease in my knees, and Sassy was laying on the floor behind Patrick's feet. But I have to go get photos of Polly before class starts. I took the last sip.
No, don't go.
Patrick tried to hold me down when I attempted to get up.
Let's just take off all day and stay here.
You have those contracts to get, and I have Polly to get adopted. No way am I going to let a bird break my 100% adoption streak. Patrick let go, knowing I had some fighting words.
You don't like to lose,
he teased. You're right. I gave him a kiss on the tip of his nose before I jumped up the steps and got ready for the day. Pepper had followed me up and continued to keep up with every step I made, while I got more of a professional, lawyerly outfit than my usual coffeehouse uniform of khakis and the Bean Hive logo shirt. I've got to leave you home today, I told him, and buttoned up the white-collared shirt since I'd opted to wear a black power pantsuit. And I promise I will bring you some special treats since I'm going to be making some of your favorites this afternoon. The word treat was all Pepper needed to hear to be sent into an all-out tail-wagging dance around the room. But when I mentioned banana butter, Pepper lost his mind. He jumped and barked.
Did you say banana butter?
Patrick called up from the steps. I did. I'm making all sorts of promises up here, I snickered. If we do have a child, we are in trouble. I grabbed my lipstick from the bathroom drawer and looked in the mirror to brush some across my lips.
You mean when we have a child?
His words made me smile. When I saw my reflection in the mirror, I couldn't help but think that one day I was going to have a baby in this cabin with Patrick. I shrugged off the notion as I bent down and scratched Pepper's ears before I grabbed the suit coat lying on the bed and headed downstairs to kiss Patrick goodbye. It's funny how one thing can change your entire day around. Yesterday, I was dreading driving to Rosalind's hometown to snoop around in an effort to find out who could possibly have hunted her down after she tried so hard not to be found. Mainly, I wanted to see her parents. The question was, why would Rosalind need to keep her actions a secret? She was an adult with a lot of money, unless she would think someone would have other plans for the money. Nikki did mention the town was poor, and if that was me, I would feel like I'd need to help my family before I put my needs first. The urge to find her baby trumped her family. Or was I going to find a completely strange family dynamic when I got there? The questions and thoughts swirled around in my head and kept me occupied until I pulled up in front of Honey Springs High School. The designated parking spots for visitors were already spoken for, so I had to go around the building and park in the overflow parking lot. The bike racks were overflowing with the students' bikes, one piled on top of the other. The parents trained their children early to ride their bikes, since we loved that particular mode of transportation. Then there were the wealthy kids, which made me think of how Loretta had probably raised her son. The golf carts lined up next to the bikes and a few mopeds. I didn't see many mopeds around town, since they weren't street legal or allowed to ride on the boardwalk. Then it hit me. Aunt Maxie had vaguely mentioned a moped after she'd been a victim of a purse snatching. "Yes, and on a moped," I remember her saying. "There was duct tape holding the darn thing together, too. I saw it with my own eyes." Duct tape. The one tried-and-true distinction she remembered from that incident. I clicked my key fob to lock the doors of my car and hurried over to the bikes, golf carts, and mopeds. There were 4 mopeds that were spotless. but the fifth one had duct tape holding on the back fin over the tire. I shook my head and pulled out my phone, sliding it open with my finger so I could scroll to the camera, where I snapped a quick photo from the back, since I figured that's what Aunt Maxie had seen. I texted her after I sent the photo to see if this was the moped she believed she'd seen driving off with her purse.
"That's it!"
Her shrill voice pierced my ear after she decided to call and not text back.
"Where on earth did you find it? Who does it belong to? And did they have my purse?"
Whoa! I knew I was going to have to go inside and see if the students even registered things like mopeds to drive to school. I knew they had to purchase parking passes because Bertie had to pay for her own with money out of her paycheck from the Bean Hive. Loretta believed if Bertie got used to paying for little things, she would realize things weren't just handed to you in life, and you had to work in order to pay for the things you wanted. Actually, I'm at the high school and going in to take photos of Polly. When I pulled around to the overflow parking lot, I noticed the mopeds. Let me get inside and see what I can find out.
"You mean to tell me teenagers are behind this purse snatching?"
She acted as if it was the most impossible thing ever. I guess we will find out. I looked around and noticed the door didn't have a handle to get inside, which meant I had to walk around the building in order to go in. Let me call you back when I find out more.
"You find those little snot-nosed brats, and if they drive mopeds, that means they have money. Do you think it's one of them seer boys? They drive mopeds when they aren't supposed to on the road. I told the committee they need to start finding those boys."
Aunt Maxie rattled off a few other names, and I let her ramble if that meant she wasn't going to show up. She fussed and hollered in the phone the entire time I found my way inside, where I had to be buzzed in. "Hi, I'm Roxanne Bloom, and I'm here to take photos of Polly for Miss Mowry's class." I had bent down and spoken clearly into the microphone before I looked up at the small round camera tilted down at the door and waved. The door buzzed, then clicked. "Let me call you back," I said to Aunt Maxie, then clicked off the call and slipped the phone back into my pocket as I walked through the door straight into the office.
"Hope put you on the visitors list. I need to see an ID. Then we will get you a visitor's pass."
The lady put a clipboard on top of the counter and set an ink pen on top. I reached inside of my purse and took out my wallet, retrieving my ID and handing it to her. While she did the necessary checking, I wrote down my name, the date, the time, and the reason why I was visiting the school. There was some comfort that the school had taken this level of security. It made me smile, thinking one day I just might have my own child here. "Let me call one of my office aides to take you down there." She handed me my ID back and went to pick up the phone. "If you don't mind, can I talk to the principal or whoever might be in charge?" My question warranted a very curious expression. I knew recently the principal had changed, and I had yet to meet the new one. "Sure." She looked at me from under hooded brows and picked up the phone. She hit a couple of buttons, then spoke softly. "There's a woman here to see whoever is in charge. I have no idea, but she's the owner of that bird down in the home economics room." She glanced up at me, then grabbed the clipboard. "Roxanne Bloom," she said into the phone. She curled her head around and whispered, "I don't know. I didn't ask her," followed by a couple of mm-hms, and then, "Bye." She turned back around with a planted smile on her face. "Principal Waters will see you now." She gestured for me to walk down a side hall. "He's the last door on the right." There was no need for me to find the office, because the short, portly man in a suit that looked more along the lines of a small child playing dress-up in his father's coat and pants waved at me. The closer I got, the more I could tell he was definitely an older man, with his hair combed over to the left to hide a growing bald spot. "Miss Bloom." I didn't bother to correct him when my name was Bloom Kane, though I'd yet to change my driver's license. I figured I'd do that when the current one expired. "How can I help you?" he asked once we walked into his office. He pulled a chair out for me to sit. He rested his backside on the desk in front of me, with his hands gripping the side of the desk. "I was wondering if you could tell me who drives the mopeds to school, namely the one with the duct tape on it." I took my phone out of my pocket and pulled up the photos to show him.
"Is there a problem?"
he asked. "I'm not sure if you heard of the purse snatching on the boardwalk on the outskirts of town," I said. He let go of the desk and folded his arms across his chest. This was a definite pause on his part to keep me talking. It was a wonderful technique we lawyers like to use when talking to possible witnesses, suspects, heck, even the perpetrator, to make them feel a little uncomfortable so they'd break the eerie silence and eventually spit something out we could use on the particular case we were in there for. I lifted my eyebrows at him in order to get a response.
"Mm-hmm."
He tilted his head.
"I read it in the paper. Why?"
Unfortunately, one of the victims was my aunt, and it took place in front of my coffee house, the Bean Hive Coffeehouse. I'm not sure if you've heard of it. I glanced at his desk, where I noticed a can of soda, which told me he wasn't a morning coffee person. Plus, I'd never seen him, which also told me he'd not been drinking my coffee, unlike the last principal, who I did know because I had teenagers who worked for me.
"I am well aware of our students coming to get their little jolt of caffeine there after school, and I believe Ms. Mowry has been meeting with a group of students there a couple of times a week. Polly."
He smiled, and I was glad he had his finger on the pulse not only of his student body, but of the town.
"What does this all have to do with the mopeds?"
You see, my aunt is very observant, and this was a drive-by purse snatching on a moped. My aunt got a good look at the moped, and this one happens to be the one the two people were on who drove past and ripped her purse off her shoulder.
"This one? Out of all the mopeds in Honey Springs, you're sure it's this one?"
He tapped my phone. Good possibility. I didn't know anything for certain. There was duct tape holding the back fender on over the tire just like this one. I sent her the photo. My phone buzzed. "Sir, the sheriff is here to see you, and a woman with orange hair is demanding to come in with them." The woman from the front desk sounded a smidgen frazzled. "That's my Aunt Maxie, and she probably called Sheriff Shepherd." I winced. Principal Waters gave me a flat stare when he handed me the phone back. He reached behind himself and hit the phone.
"You can send 'em back."
He pushed off the desk and met them at the door. "There you are! Did you get the names of the hoodlums? I bet you it's them Sear boys." She pointed a finger at Mr. Waters. "You get them boys down here to this office right now. I know their granny, and she will die when she has to face me in Sunday school."
"Maxine."
Spencer stepped in between her and the principal.
"Let's just see what Principal Waters has to say."
"I'm sorry, she's a bit feisty." I apologized for her. "Feisty? I was assaulted!" she hollered. I could see she was winding up for a good-sized hissy fit that needed to be tamped down and fast. "Aunt Maxie, we cannot have you acting like this in a school. You sound like you're 10 years old, and nothing is going to happen until you calm down. They certainly won't bring down whoever owns the moped with you acting as such." As I tried to talk her down, the fear of her reality was really in her eyes. "I understand. This has caused you a lot of pain. It has caused a lot of suffering to many of the people in town. Not to mention people are scared to come to the boardwalk to go shopping or eat or just sit and read a book on the pier." She jutted a finger at Mr. Waters. "So I'm telling you, you need to call them Sear boys down here right this minute."
"Ma'am, the Sear boys drive a golf cart to school, but I do know who owns the moped in question."
He looked at Spencer.
"If I could have a minute alone with the sheriff."
It wasn't like an invitation for us to give him permission. Nope. Principal Waters had walked to the door and opened it, politely showing us the way out. Let the law handle it. I pulled on the sleeve of her oversized sweatshirt so she'd follow me back out to the office, where we took a seat. It wasn't too long after that the principal and sheriff emerged. The principal had whispered something to the secretary, and she got on the intercom, asking the teacher who had answered to send a student to her locker. I didn't recognize the name. "Locker?" Aunt Maxie jumped around.
"Stay here."
Spencer left no room for negotiation in his tone as he followed the principal out of the office and into the depths of the school. Aunt Maxie fidgeted around in her seat, crossing one leg over the other, swinging her foot. She put her nails in her mouth, then stood up, pacing back and forth. I reckon you can just leave your car here, so after I get a few shots of Polly, we can head on over to Rosalind's town. I made some chat so there wasn't this deafening silence in anticipation of what the sheriff was looking into. If this doesn't pan out as the killer, Aunt Maxie nodded and jumped around when the principal, Spencer, and a young lady walked into the office. "That's my purse!" Aunt Maxie ran over and grabbed the hobo bag she had snatched that morning. "You little hoodlum!" Aunt Maxie pointed at the girl. "Who is your mama and them?" "Maxine, step aside and let me do my job." Spencer motioned for the young girl to walk down the hall to the principal's office. He held up another purse. "Is this Loretta's?" "It's gaudy enough to be." Aunt Maxie was right about all the fake jewels stuck all over the outside of the bag. "I bet it is. Did you look inside?" "Not yet. Do you mind checking the inside of your bag to make sure all the contents are there? Money, checks, keys?" Aunt Maxie dumped all the contents of the hobo bag on the counter and patted through it. "I don't keep money in my bag, but it looks like everything is here." She sighed. "Do you think you're going to press charges?" he asked her. "Did she kill Rosalind?" Aunt Maxie asked. "I'm going to be taking it one crime at a time. This one has to do with you." The secretary cleared her throat, stopping Spencer from talking. "I'm sorry. Jillian is a sweet girl. She's had a hard life. She lives down in the mud flat, and, well, I know she's had a hard time getting a job. She does do some odd jobs around town to get some money to contribute to her family." My heart broke as the secretary told me about this young girl's home life. "Mud flat, huh?" Aunt Maxie's brows knitted. "I guess I won't press charges. If she killed someone, she's in enough trouble." "So you aren't going to press charges?" Spencer clarified. "No." Aunt Maxie started to scoop up her things and put them back into the bag. "Everything's here." While Aunt Maxie continued to put all the junk, which was what it looked like, in her bag, I asked Spencer if I could talk to him outside. "What's going on with the young lady?" I asked. "Mr. Waters is calling her parents." He shook his head. "Did you find any other purses?" I asked. "Just Maxine and Loretta's. If you're asking me about Rosalind's, Jillian told me she didn't go to the boardwalk at night because it was when she had to be home, babysitting her siblings." He and I both knew this would be an easy alibi to confirm. "I'm still going to take her home and let her parents know what she did. I know it was to get some money for her siblings and her, but this is certainly not the way to make money." "Yay," I pinched my lips. "Are you sure you didn't hear any sort of moped the night you found Rosalind on the pier?" He'd asked me this once before. I didn't. I heard footsteps. I could still recall how the thumping echoed around the hollow part of Lake Honey Springs. Now I have to believe Rosalind was killed because someone found her in Honey Springs. I did get in touch with Rosalind's parents. They came early this morning to identify the body. He didn't need to give me details. The look on his face told me all I needed to know. "Is there any way you'd let me talk to Jillian?" I asked. When he hesitated, I added, "I feel bad for her. I'd hate to think any child has to resort to stealing in order to help her family out." "I'd rather you didn't at this time. Principal Waters is having her call her parents now, so I'd like to play this by the book." Spencer wasn't going to budge, even if I tried to lawyer him. No problem. I knew I had other ways to get in front of the girl. Bertie might just be that way. "I'll be in touch." He excused himself and passed Aunt Maxie on the way back into the school on her way out. "Well?" Aunt Maxie had her bag gripped in her hand. "He won't let me talk to her, but he doesn't seem to think she killed Rosalind. Regardless, there's nothing more we can do here." I turned and headed toward the parking lot. "I think we can get more answers later this afternoon, so we should go on to see Rosalind's parents. Spencer did say they drove here this morning and claimed her body." Chapter 19.
You've been awfully quiet." Aunt Maxie had done enough talking for the both of us on our 2-hour drive west to Rosalind's hometown. "Just thinking, I guess." I looked at the GPS on the phone. Just a few more minutes until we get into town. I got Rosalind's family address from Nikki, so I think we just need to go straight there. "Speaking of Nikki," Aunt Maxie knew I'd gotten the address from her. "What is going on with that?" "Spencer isn't letting her leave town, so I ended up getting Mom to take her in since Mom has an extra bedroom. That way Nikki can go to work with her and Mom can keep an eye out." "Huh," Aunt Maxie scoffed. "You ain't fooling me. You're having Nikki keep an eye on Penny and Quentin." Aunt Maxie twisted around to look at me. "I am not. I needed Nikki to stay somewhere where she couldn't run off. I'm still not sure she didn't do it, now that we're pretty sure Jillian didn't." I threw a hand up in the air. "Look around." I gestured to the rundown area. She knew about the money, and who knows? I shrugged. What if Nikki asked Rosalind to give her some money to keep her secret, her whereabouts? Rosalind said no, and Nikki knew where she was, and she killed her. Maybe Nikki does have the money and just played along with us. What if Nikki and Rosalind had a fight? Rosalind took the money out of the safety deposit box. Nikki knew it, and she ransacked the cabin looking for it. And you're right, she did play along when you and Spencer took her to the bank. Aunt Maxie added a little to our speculation. Look around. A little bit of money would go a long way out here. Just think what millions could do. The town looked abandoned. The buildings along the main streets had several for rent or for sale signs in the windows. The wood electric poles had flyers stapled on them with a missing person. The photo was of Rosalind. It looks like they were looking for her, I said, staring out the window when we got caught by the red traffic light. Poor thing. Look at this place. It needs a good dose of something. Aunt Maxie tisked out the window. I remember when Honey Springs was going down this path, and though I hate to admit it, Loretta Beebe did start the Women's Club, then the Garden Committee, and not to forget the Beautification Committee. I never thought I'd see the day Aunt Maxie gave Loretta Beebe credit for anything other than a hard time. I guess we all have our purposes in life. I drummed my finger on the wheel, waiting impatiently for the light to change. I want to talk to Bertie about Jillian, and if she knows her. Is that what you've been thinking on this whole way here? That young'un? Aunt Maxie asked. I guess I have. I feel bad for her. From what I understood the secretary to say, the girl has to help out with some sort of odd jobs to get some money for the family. I hate to hear of anyone stealing for such a reason. I have money in the budget to hire another part-time teenager, if Bertie agrees. I was a sucker for a person in a tight spot. Even as a lawyer, I did a lot of pro bono cases. Those made Kirk nuts, and were probably another reason to add to the cause of our marriage collapsing. The GPS dinged we were at our destination. There were cars all lined up along the street, and people sitting on the front porch smoking and talking. It was definitely a gathering. In this case, I knew it was for Rosalind and what her parents had found out about her, making it the perfect time to blend in and see for ourselves what anyone knew. Are you ready? I asked Aunt Maxie. We are going to blend in just fine. She picked up the purse she'd been using since the purse snatching and opened it, dumping its contents into the hobo bag she'd just gotten back. She put it over her shoulder and across her body. I don't think you're going to blend in too good. My eyes shifted from the hobo bag to her orange hair. She got out of the car and waited for me to walk up the walkway to the front porch. She was right. We headed up the steps without anyone really paying a bit of attention to us. There was a lot of chatter that I didn't bother listening to yet. I held the screen door for the person walking out of the house. I gestured for Aunt Maxie to go ahead of me. She was always much better in these types of social interactions than I was, so I let her take the lead. The kitchen? She asked a lady once we were inside. The woman pointed the way. Mothers always gather in the kitchen, she said out of the side of her mouth, on our way where the woman had pointed.
The entire kitchen was filled with women. They were uncovering all sorts of casserole dishes and putting them along the countertop, the kitchen table, and what looked like a small rollaway island. The smell of coffee caught my attention, and I looked around to see there was a coffee pot next to the stove, along with a bottle of 2% milk and a bag of sugar. The necessity to make anyone right at home at such a horrible time.
"I'm so sorry to hear about Rosalind,"
I heard Aunt Maxie telling someone. When I looked back, she was bent over an older woman with gray hair, deep purple bags under her eyes, and a tissue gripped in her hand. She nodded and dabbed her eyes.
"I don't know why she would go off like that. She had a good job. She had family and friends who love her."
Rosalind's mom put her head in her hands and sobbed. "Scooch!" Aunt Maxie sort of pushed the woman next to Rosalind's mom out of the way and sat down. She put her arm around Rosalind's mom's shoulder.
"And Rosalind was such a good friend to Nicky." "Where is she?" she sniffed. "The authorities need to be looking for her."
"Did they not get along?" Aunt Maxie asked.
"I mean, the two seemed like good friends." "Just because they have matching purses doesn't mean they're good friends."
Rosalind's mama's words had me recall the purse Nicky had with her. It was a very distinctive black cloth purse with silver discs sewn on like little mirrors. Not my style, but it was very cute.
"Nicky was always jealous of Rosalind."
The woman next to me nudged me, handing me a plate of crackers with an aerosol can of cheese spray, taking me away from hearing what else Rosalind's mom was telling Aunt Maxie. It was fine. Aunt Maxie would be able to let me know if there was something said that would help with the investigation.
"Do you know how to make some curlicues like you see on television with this cheese, all fancy-like?" the woman asked.
"Sure." I snapped off the lid of the can. Why would Nicky be jealous of her?
"The baby, Rosalind's baby. It was no secret, really, how Nicky had a crush on the father of Rosalind's baby. Men," the woman tisked. "The two girls didn't talk for months after Rosalind started showing. It was only after the baby was born and Rosalind went back to her life that Nicky started to come around again."
The woman rolled her eyes.
"Some friend."
Maybe one of them won the lottery from the store here. I slipped in that little bit of information and took off. I threw it out there to see if anyone in town had heard Rosalind's news or if Nicky had told anyone. From what I could tell, the gossip around here was just as hot as the gossip in the coffee house.
"Nah."
The lady snorted and looked at me. Her face stilled.
"Really? You think?"
"I guess stranger things have happened." I gulped, trying to keep my wits about me.
"Honey, if someone around here won that money and not someone passing through, we'd have all heard by now."
She put more crackers on the platter for me to spray out more cheese. Why, after all these years, would Nicky still be jealous of Rosalind? I went back to the possibility Nicky just might be the killer.
"Everyone in town knew Nicky was always jealous of Rosalind. Nicky did everything Rosalind did. Rosalind got a job at the diner, so Nicky got a job. Rosalind got her hair cut short once, and Nicky showed up the next day with her hair short. Rosalind left town, and now Nicky has left town."
She picked up one of the crackers I'd just swirled with cheese.
"Nicky called in to work the other night sick. The next day, Rosalind shows up dead in another part of the state, and we've not seen her since." Her brows lifted. "You think that ain't some funny business, then I don't know what is."
She picked up another of the crackers.
"You sure do know how to make them fancy curls, like you've done this before. Which side of the family are you kin to? Nicky's mama's side or daddy's?"
She put the entire cracker in her mouth. "Oh, excuse me." I did a quick walk past Aunt Maxie, pinching her shirt. "Come on," I told her, and headed out the way we came. Nicky isn't the most loyal friend she claims she was to Rosalind, I told Aunt Maxie on our way down the few steps of the front porch. On our way to the car, I gave Aunt Maxie the details of what the woman had said about Nicky and Rosalind's friendship. What seemed so interesting was the fact that Nikki had called into work sick the night before, and that lady was right. There was something fishy, and Nikki sure didn't tell me that little bit of information. I put the keys in the ignition, turned the engine, and pulled out of the space, heading our car straight back to Honey Springs. There was a reason I went into law. It was to get to the truth of things. There was a reason I got out of law. Not just because Kirk had cheated on me and he was my law partner, but sometimes taking on other people's truths got me a little nervous. The more I thought about Nikki keeping these details from me, the more anxious I became, and I knew I wouldn't be able to not check in on Nikki since I left her with my mom. So I called my mom. "Hey, Mom," I greeted her after she answered. "Can I talk to Nikki?" I asked her over the car's hand-free audio system. "It appears Nikki Dane didn't tell the truth. Imagine that." Aunt Maxie also put her 2 cents in. "I knew something was wrong with that girl." "Honey, I dropped her off at the boardwalk this morning after she got up. She said she'd wait for you there." Mama told me something I didn't want to hear. "I told you to keep an eye on her. I'll call you back." I told my phone's voice commands to call Spencer. It went to voicemail. "Hey, Spencer, it's me. I went to see Rosalind's mom's family, and it does appear Nikki has been jealous of Rosalind all these years. I really want to make sure you check out her alibi. I know I'm supposed to be her lawyer, but you know me. I'm too honest for my own good. Call me when you get a chance. I'm driving back now and have plenty of time in the car to think on this." I tossed my phone to Aunt Maxie. "Can you please call Bunny and see if Nikki's there?" I asked. Aunt Maxie asked Bunny all sorts of questions after we found out Nikki was still at the coffee house. They'd come up with some sort of scheme to keep Nikki there until we made it back to the coffee house. The drive back didn't seem to take as long as the drive there. It didn't help that I was going a little faster than I should have been, though not too much over the speed limit. "I bet you've come up with some doozies in that head of yours because you've not said a word this entire time." Aunt Maxie did break my concentration. "The cellar." I slid my eyes to Aunt Maxie. "I bet you money Rosalind put the money in the cellar at our cabin." "Quentin did say he saw her go down in there while he was there," Aunt Maxie recalled. "I haven't looked down in the cellar for a while. I just let the weeds grow up over it. I know Quentin keeps clearing it." I even made it a point to stop by and go in there, but that's when we found out the cabin had been broken into. It had totally slipped my mind. "We have time to stop. We will be driving right past there on the way back to the Bean Hive. Or, actually, we need to go to the school to get your car." I'd almost forgotten we'd left it there after she'd come with Spencer, after I'd showed her the moped photo. "You can drop me off when you leave to go home. Isn't Bertie working tonight, or is it her study friend's night?" Aunt Maxie asked. "Bertie closes. We can go by the cabin and take a look in the cellar. If there's nothing there, then we can go to the Bean Hive before we go by the school." It sounded like a good plan, but, as we all knew, plans more than likely didn't go the way we played them in our heads. Certainly not how I'd planned the last few days. Spencer had called just as we drove over the city limit line. I told him about what I'd found out about Nikki and my hunches on the cellar. Think about it. Rosalind did keep in contact with Nikki. When Nikki told her she was on her way, Rosalind knew Nikki just might stop at nothing to become her, to be like her, and she knew she gave Nikki the key to the safety deposit box where she'd kept the cash she wanted to keep on hand. The theory in my head didn't sound as good when it came out of my mouth. We knew she had Evan deposit a lot of the winnings because he did mention how he had to call the reserve to come pick up the money because he never kept that much in the bank. I continued with my train of thought. Rosalind brought the money to the cabin, and she got really upset when Quentin got there because of her own doing. Not because he was there to do the job, but because he was there and she had all that cash on hand. That's when she decided to pack it up and take it to the cellar. There's no way Nikki knew about the cellar. Aunt Maxie gave me a few head nods in agreement while I talked to Spencer. Why did she go to the boardwalk? Spencer asked a question that only Rosalind could answer. But I could theorize about it. What if she knew Nikki was coming to town? The safest place to meet her is the coffee house. But they never made it there. They met on the boardwalk and walked to the pier before they were going to come inside, only they had an argument out there. The only way to find out was to get to the cellar, see if the money was there, and ask Nikki even more questions.
I'm almost at the cabin.
Spencer had the same train of thought as me. I'm pulling in. I clicked off the phone and pulled into the driveway. Aunt Maxie unbuckled and popped open the door. Where are you going?
I'm going to see if the money is in the cellar,
Aunt Maxie stated as a breeze passed through the door, landing chills on my arms. We need to wait for Spencer, I yelled after her as I jumped out to stop her. And don't touch the door! Fingerprints! Spencer's sheriff's truck pulled up. He rolled down the window with his eyes set on Maxie trotting off to the side of the house.
I'm guessing she's going to look.
He gave a sharp glare.
Maxine, don't touch! I'm coming!
She stopped at what appeared to be the cellar and lifted her hands up in surrender.
I ain't going down!
She did a little shimmy shake.
Kinda gives me the creeps.
Spencer and I walked over. The three of us looked down at the strange door before Spencer bent down and tugged on the round steel handle. The door lifted right open. The sunlight exposed what it was, a set of 6 or so steps that ended in a small room with what looked like wooden shelves that weren't in great shape. But back in the day, I bet they served their purpose. Spencer unclipped his flashlight from his utility belt and darted it around before he looked at me.
I'm going in,
he said, and took the first step before he had to bend down in order to fit inside once he was at the bottom. Do you see anything? I asked.
Suitcase.
He appeared at the bottom of the steps with a small piece of luggage in the opposite hand from the one with the flashlight.
Is that the money?
Aunt Maxie anticipated him, grabbing me by the arm.
I've never really been too involved when you're solving a case, so this is pretty exciting. The tag does say Rosalind Boleyn on it, so I'm guessing something she wanted to hide is in here.
He picked it up and slowly came back up the steps, handing me the bag so he could completely get out.
Can we open it?
Aunt Maxie had bent down and had her finger on the zipper.
Let me do it just in case this does become evidence.
He laid the suitcase on its back and slowly unzipped it before he peeled back the top.
Just as I thought.
There were at least 7 rows of stacked $20 bills, along with some little girl toys. It looks like Nikki was telling the truth about Stella. I called Rosalind's little girl by the name she wanted her to have. But did Nikki want a cut before Rosalind made it to Florida?
Roxanne, it looks like I'm going to have to go to the beehive and take her in for questioning. This time, I'm going to use my authority to hold her in the jail.
Spencer zipped the suitcase back up. I pushed my finger on the bottom of Aunt Maxie's chin to close her mouth for her since she appeared to be stunned from what she'd seen. I'll be down to see how she wants to proceed. I knew at this point, with Nikki not telling me the truth about where she was the night of Rosalind's murder, that things weren't looking good. Even as her so-called lawyer, I wasn't sure if I could get past this minor detail. These all seemed small, but it was the littlest of clues that solved the biggest of cases. Chapter 20. Aunt Maxie had really geared herself up for some big hoopla that might take place when Spencer walked in to take Nikki Dane down to the station for what we felt was the questioning that would reveal more details of what really happened to her best friend, Rosalind Boleyn. It was as if Nikki knew we were coming. As soon as the 3 of us walked in, she gathered her purse and stood up, going with Spencer rather quietly.
That was a big wind-up,
Aunt Maxie said flatly. She did look like she knew why he was there. I still couldn't get all of that money out of my head. In order to do that, I busied myself around the coffee house, giving myself a few minutes before I needed to take Aunt Maxie to her car. She was already busy spreading the gossip about the small amount of time we'd spent in Rosalind's hometown. "How are you?" I asked Birdie, after I found her in the kitchen getting more items out of the freezer so she could refill the display case. "Are you doing okay?" "Grandmama is mad at me for leaving my notebook at school. She said I'm grounded except when I come to work. This is a time I'd complain to Stella, Rosalind. I'm sorry." While she was in here, and for me to keep her talking, I decided to make the banana butter dog cream. "Can you grab a few of those bananas for me?" I asked, and went over to the refrigerator to get the yogurt. "What are you making?" she asked. She put the bananas on the workstation and watched me get a bowl from the shelf underneath. "Dog ice cream. Pepper and Sassy love it," I told her, and watched as she did exactly what I expected her to do. She peeled each banana and put them in the bowl. "You can smash those while I get the peanut butter." I found it so much easier to have conversations over coffee with adults, but I'd learned if you had food or were making food, it was easier to keep my teenage staff engaged in a few words. "Speaking of work, do you think you could use some help?" I asked, and hoped she'd be able to give me some insight on Jillian. "It would be really great, but it's no biggie. I can do it by myself." Birdie was pretty reliable, and that's one thing I truly loved about her. You'd think now that she has her purse back, she'd be too happy to even think about grounding me. Birdie rolled her eyes and used the back of the tines to really get in there and mush those bananas together. I added the yogurt for her mix-in. "Do you know Jillian Harvey?" I asked, and fiddled with the top of the jar of peanut butter. "Yeah, I heard she stole the purses. I feel bad for her." Birdie was definitely an empath. She took on others' emotions, and by her tone, I could tell she could somewhat feel what Jillian must be going through. She admitted to taking your grandmama's and Aunt Maxie's purses to help feed her family, but neither of them had enough money to amount to a hill of beans. I scooped out a few tablespoons of peanut butter, tossing those in the bowl. "She's really nice. She keeps to herself a lot. She was cleaning the school's bathrooms for the janitor at lunch, but then kids started to make fun of her." Birdie rolled the edge of the fork around the bowl to make sure she got all the ingredients mixed up. "What about the dog bone ice tray?" I headed over to one of the storage shelves with all the tins, trays, and other things we use to bake things in. "And the kitty cat faces. Or the birdie one." I held it up for her approval. "I still need to get photos of Polly." "She's hilarious," Birdie laughed, and helped me fill up the 3 ice trays I decided to use. While we were in class today, she was trying to get on everyone's project. I laughed just thinking about it. "What are you making?" I asked. "We are making birdhouses for our moms for Mother's Day presents. Ms. Mowry doesn't know if we will still have enough supplies when it comes to that late in the school year, so she's planning ahead. I am going to miss her next year." "That's a shame. Maybe your grandmother can put that on one of her campaign signs. More money for school funding." I took the edges of the ice trays and gave each one a little shake so the liquid homemade ice cream would even out on the top. Look at me trying to save Ms. Mowry and Jillian by giving them jobs. "That's why we get along with each other so well." Birdie wrapped her arms around me and gave me a hug. "We want what's best for everyone. You were even willing to go the distance for Nikki. She turned out to be a killer." Birdie shrugged and walked off to the freezer with the trays. Yeah, I guess so." I slumped a little at her observation before Aunt Maxie popped into the kitchen. "Can we go? I want to get home in time for my television shows." She stood at the swinging door with it propped open with her shoe. "Good night, Birdie." "Night." Birdie shut the freezer door and walked over to the sink to wash her hands. "I'm fine. You can go. I'll see you tomorrow." "Are you sure?" I asked her, and couldn't help but wonder exactly what it would have been like if I were pregnant, had a daughter, and had this sort of relationship with her. It certainly wasn't one I'd had with my mom. I smiled after Birdie waved me off. "What's that smile about?" Aunt Maxie asked as we walked down the boardwalk to get into the car. "Oh, nothing." I wanted to keep that little feeling inside to myself. Chapter 21.
Hey, kiddo!
Aunt Maxie stopped on the way to her car after I waited to make sure it started.
You know I love you here and really encouraged you to open the Bean Hive. But after the past couple of days of really being with you and watching you do all the lawyer and stuff, I have to say you're pretty good at that too.
It sounds like you think I've made a mistake coming back here and opening the coffee house. I rolled up the window and turned off the engine before I got out. This is my passion. I just like the little investigations here and there to whet my appetite. And don't forget, I keep up my skills in case I need them.
I felt like I needed to tell you because it was the first time I really watched you take all these clues and put them together to help solve the crime.
She waved her hand for me to let her finish when I started to say something.
I know you've done it before, but this time I was with you along the way. I don't want you to wake up and suddenly realize you missed something you're really good at.
What I'm good at is different than what I'm passionate about. My heart is with you, with Patrick, with Mom, with Honey Springs, and with the Bean Hive. I smiled. One day that will include a baby of my own who I can take to the Bean Hive or just stay home if I have a hankering. If I was a lawyer, I wouldn't have such luxuries.
Are you trying to tell me that I just might be getting a little niece or nephew?
Aunt Maxie bounced on the toes of her shoes before she couldn't stand it any longer and ran over to me, wrapping her arms around me. Not yet, but with any luck, I hope soon. I squeezed her back. In the meantime, you head home. I'm going to run into the school and see if I can get the janitor to let me go get some photos of Polly.
Then you get home to Patrick.
Aunt Maxie's shoulders squeezed up to her ears, her face squished together with glee at the prospect of a baby. Go! I pointed to her car and waited for her to pull out before I headed up to the front of the school, where the parking lot was just as packed as it was this morning before Aunt Maxie and I had set off on our adventure to visit Rosalind's hometown. The parents and children coming in and out of the school with sports bags reminded me there were spring sports happening, another thing I hoped to one day look forward to. It was hard to ignore images of Patrick on the sidelines of Honey Springs High School gym, rooting for our child, as I passed by and took a quick peek into the gymnasium. The giggling young cheerleaders outside of the gym were clapping to the beat of their chants, as though they were practicing for the halftime show of the basketball game taking place inside. My phone buzzed. I pulled it out of my pocket. Patrick, I was just thinking about you. I tried to stop smiling, but couldn't. I hurried past the gym and around the bend, passing the library to take the steps up to the second floor where Hope's class was located.
I'm always thinking about you.
His southern voice was so warm and comfortable, he still made my insides gooey.
Now, when are you coming home? Me and the kids miss you.
Kids. The word came out faint. Pepper and Sassy.
And me.
He had no idea what scenario I was playing in my head. And you. But you don't wag your tail when I get home, I teased, and noticed through the window of the door that the light in the home ec room was on.
Supper's almost ready. I made salmon croquettes. Aunt Maxie's recipe, too.
The saying was about the way to a man's heart being cooking, but it just so happened to be the way to my heart. That sounds so good. I'm at the school to grab some photos of Polly to hang at the coffee house tomorrow. I tapped on the window when I saw Hope in there. She waved me in. I'll only be a minute. I love you.
I love you too.
Hey there, did I catch you at a bad time? I asked after I peeked my head through the door. I slipped my phone back into my pocket.
Hey there, what?
Polly was perched next to the window. She was standing on one leg with her wing extended. She can do better yoga than me, I joked. Not that you would know, but I have taken a yoga class or two at the Be Happy Resort. It looks like I'm going to have plenty of time to check that out soon. Hope pinched a grin as she taped up a cardboard box. The board had a meeting last night, and they put the nail in the coffin. I thought I might have a chance, but I didn't." "I'm so sorry. The offer still stands if you'd like to work at the coffee house." I walked over and clicked my tongue at Polly. "Do you want me to take Polly back to the coffee house so you don't have to worry about her?" "No, she's good company until she gets adopted." Hope pulled out a desk drawer and put some items in the box. "Then, if you don't mind," I pulled my phone out of my pocket. "I'm going to take some photos of her so we don't miss out on some potential families at the coffee house." "Sure, have at it." Hope packed a few more things while I snapped a few photos. "I'm going to go to the teacher's lounge and grab a snack. Do you want anything?" "Nah, I've got to get home. Patrick." I had no idea why I felt like I needed to tell my life story whenever I talked. "I'm good." "Okay, I'll see you at the coffee house soon." She exited the classroom, leaving me alone. I looked around the room, and on the windowsill were at least 5 birdhouses dripping with paint. They had creatively used old license plates for the little tinted roofs. They had 4 screws to hold them on the wood structure. The nail in the front was stuck right under the hole where the bird would enter. Very creative. I walked over and looked at one with flowers painted on it and recognized Birdie's signature. I ran my finger over the screws. Of course, the nails are screwed in perfectly.
"Where's the screwdriver? Squawk! No money in her purse. Squawk!"
"Oh, Polly, you are so fun. Someone is going to—" I aimed my phone at her to get a photo. I looked at the screen of the phone. At her. I dropped the phone and walked over to her. "What did you say about a screwdriver?"
"Screwdriver! Where is it? Squawk! No money! Money!"
"Did you hear Jillian talk about money?" I asked Polly, like she was actually understanding me. But she wasn't. She just repeated things over and over, things she'd heard. "Think about it, Roxy." I talked to myself and looked around. The back of the room had a pegboard on the wall with a select few house tools hanging on the hooks. The screwdrivers got my attention. One in particular. One that was missing. At least, there was an empty hook that looked like it was missing one. The one that looked similar to them all just so happened to be in the evidence room down at the Honey Springs Sheriff Department. All of these had the school's name written in black Sharpie on the handle. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and snapped a photo of the pegboard. "Does the screwdriver you found at the scene match these? And was there anything written on the handle in black Sharpie?" I texted Spencer and hit send. She's a child. I talked to myself to get that curious side of me scratched out of thinking Jillian could possibly kill. It wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility if I took a second to think about it. She's a young girl who was trying to help provide for her family. They needed money. She was in class with Birdie. Did Birdie mention to Jillian how Rosalind had won the money? I tried to recall if Jillian was in the study group at the coffee house, but I couldn't get my mind to stop racing to even think clearly. I laughed. We are in a school. Children misplace things all the time. Calm yourself and just look for the other screwdriver that one of the kids didn't put away in the right spot. My heart had slowed down along with all the crazy thoughts. One after the other, I began to open some of the cabinet drawers to look for the tool. "Did you get your photos?" Hope had come back in. "What are you doing?" "I noticed you had a missing screwdriver up there, and I was looking for it." I shrugged with a wry smile on my face with one of the doors half open. "You can use the one that's hanging up," she offered. "Why do you need a screwdriver? Are you having Polly hold it or something?" "No." I shook my head and decided to come clean. "You know that murder on the pier?" "I heard something about it, but I thought Jillian Harvey confessed to the purse snatching. I hated to hear it. She is a really good person, just in a tight spot." Hope heaved a sigh. The murder and the purse snatchings are believed to be 2 separate crimes. I turned back to shut the cabinet door and leave well enough alone until I heard back from Spencer. There was a flicker of something in the cabinet that caught the light of the room. Instinctively, I opened the cabinet all the way instead of closing it like I was going to. "Oh, no," I groaned when I noticed the black cloth purse with the round silver embellishments that resembled mirrors sewn all over it. "What is it?" Hope hurried back to the room to see what I'd found. "Where did that come from?" "I think we both know." I shook my head and went for my phone to call Spencer to tell him how Jillian had stashed Rosalind's purse in the classroom. She was smart, not hiding the purse from the person you killed with the other purses. "You couldn't leave well enough alone." The sound of metal sliding out of one of the hooks on the pegboard caught my attention. "Yeah, I'm so glad I opened the—" I turned around and noticed Hope had one of the screwdrivers in her hand, her arm lifted in the air. "You don't understand. She won $10 million. I just needed a few hundred to pay the bills. She's used me since she's been here the past few months. I was a friend to her." Hope had started to confess why and how she killed Rosalind Boleyn. "I'll never forget the first night she came into the Bean Hive. Me and Bertie were talking. Stella, whatever, Rosalind, came in and ordered a fancy drink. She didn't look none too fancy to me." I took a sidestep to get myself out of the corner in the back of the room because the way she was looking at me and talking to me made me think she was crazy enough to use the screwdriver in her hand on me. "Where do you think you're going?" she asked me, moving directly in front of me. "Do you not see this?" I flinched as she jutted the raised arm at me. She lowered her arm and pointed the screwdriver at the door. "They are the ones who are taking away my income." She had a dark look in her eyes, as if she had no idea what she was doing. "I think so, too," I agreed, and would just about do anything to get to the door. My phone beeped a text. "Give me your phone." She put her hand out. "We don't have time to do this if you want to go free." I sent a photo of the screwdrivers on the pegboard, with one missing, to the sheriff. I'm sure that's him responding to me, and he will be here any minute. My goodness, I had no idea if Spencer was coming, or even noticed the screwdrivers had the school's name on it. But she didn't know that. "Fine, we will go." She stepped forward and jabbed the screwdriver in my side to get me to walk toward the door at the front of the room. I slowly walked to let the idea of what was going on in my head work its way into the puzzle of Rosalind's death. I knew Hope could jab me in the side with the screwdriver and I would survive, possibly even be able to fight her off. But I was hoping to give Spencer a moment to get here. The school is filled with parents, students, and staff right now. I wanted to put a little self-doubt about her actions in her head. I winced as she dug the screwdriver deeper in my side with each step. The pain jolted free the memories of Hope in the coffeehouse with Bertie. Bertie really liked Hope, and I was sure she used her as a confidant, which meant Bertie probably told her about Rosalind and her winning the lottery. From what little bit Hope had said, she must have been at the coffeehouse more than the time she was there with the study group. "We are going to play like we are two old friends, just like I did with Rosalind. I called her up to meet me at the coffeehouse for a coffee after I was leaving here. I had one of the birdhouse supplies with me because I thought I would make one at the coffeehouse as a demo." "So this wasn't a premeditated murder?" I asked. "I'm a lawyer. I can get you out of this." Her eyes lowered as if she were trying to read me. Not that I would get her out of it, but I would say just about anything to get me out of this situation. When I approached Rosalind outside next to the pier, I pretended to be really upset about my job. Of course I didn't want Bertie to see me so upset. She talked in a dramatic voice as if she were so proud of her actions. She was such a narcissist that she stopped in front of the door and dropped the screwdriver from my side so she could use her hands to finish the morbid story. I asked Rosalind if she didn't mind taking a walk down the pier so I could collect myself before I saw any of my students. That's when I asked her for some money, and she refused to even think of it. She gave me some pitiful story about how she needed the money for her little girl. I told her I would pay her back, and she started to tell me how I was just like all the others. Something about how she had trusted her best friend, and how now even she wanted a piece of the pie. Without Hope saying it, I knew she was talking about Nicky Dane. It all fell into place. Nicky must have asked Rosalind for some money after she'd kept Rosalind's secret, and that's why Rosalind had taken whatever cash she'd put in the safety deposit box and stored it in the cellar. She knew Nicky well enough to know she would show up. "I'm so glad you're here." The door swung inward, knocking Hope into me. Instinctively, I shoved her to the side. "I need to get Bertie's homework she left here." Loretta's voice trailed off as her eyes took in the situation. "I have never been so happy to see you in my life," I screamed and slammed my foot down on Hope's arm. "She killed Rosalind Bolin, and I hope Spencer gets here soon." "Goodness, we are going to need some more help down at the sheriff's department." Loretta Beebe stood over top of Hope with her drawn-on brows arched halfway up her forehead. "I can't be mayor and a sheriff's deputy." Oh, Lordy. Bless Honey Spring's heart. Loretta Beebe was on a mission to fight this crime all on her own. Sirens whined in the distance, and soon the blue and red lights glowed through the classroom's windows. "Before all of the hullabaloo about to happen here, I need to tell you to bring some sugar cookies with sprinkles and some brownies, along with some of that new coffee blend Bertie told me you've been roasting for the city council meeting at the Be Happy Resort tomorrow morning." Loretta barely finished barking her orders before Spencer and a couple of his deputies rushed into the home economics classroom with their guns drawn. Chapter 22.
"You sure were wrong about Nicky,"
Aunt Maxie said. We were on the ferry to get across Lake Honey Springs so we could go to the anticipated city council meeting. She scooted over on the bench closer to me to make more room for citizens who were also headed to the meeting. I laughed. "So much for being good at something," I told Aunt Maxie, since she had bragged on my amazing sleuthing skills just last night before I'd met my date with the devil, Hope. I patted the boxes in my hand. At least I know I am good at baking and coffee roasting. After Spencer had taken Hope Mowry into custody for killing Rosalind Bolin, taken my statement, and let Nicky go, I had gone home to spend what was left of the evening with Patrick and the fur babies. We had a very intimate conversation about starting to have children of our own, and ended up having a very romantic night. These brownies smell so good. I pulled the boxes closer and wondered if there was a little bundle of joy inside me. The thought of it filled me with a joy that not even Hope or what had happened last night was going to ruin.
"You seem awfully happy for someone who almost died."
Aunt Maxie had always been so good at reading me, and this time I wasn't going to let my emotions show. If I was pregnant, I wanted it to be between me and Patrick first, not me and Aunt Maxie, which was as good as putting it in the local paper. I am happy to be here for life. And coffee. I nodded to the thermos of my specialty roast sitting on the floor of the ferry between her legs. Plus the money, the $10 million. Well, Rosalind's family is going to honor her wishes to give some of it to her daughter in her legacy. They did take some to pay off their debts and to be able to live off for the rest of their life, but they set up a legacy fund in Rosalind's name for unwed mothers.
"I love when something good comes out of something so awful."
Aunt Maxie wiped away a happy tear.
She was a very nice girl.
Yes, she was, and she only wanted to do the right thing for her daughter. I sighed, thinking happy thoughts. The ferry came to a stop, and I was going to thank Big Bib for the smooth ferry ride across the lake, but he was too busy talking to Catherine Nero, the owner of the bee farm located on this same island along with the Bee Happy Resort. There would be plenty of time to catch up with them later today on our way back to the mainland, since this was our only way back across the lake.
I reckon we're going to have to see Kirk and what's-her-name.
Aunt Maxie's words ran together in disgust. Jessica, and she's really nice. I didn't tell Aunt Maxie yet how Jessica had gone to the coffee house last night and seen Polly there since she couldn't stay at the school any longer. Jessica ended up adopting Polly because she said the spa needed a greeter. Polly was perfect for the job, and Bertie did all the paperwork by herself. The Bee Happy Resort was located on the opposite side of the island. There were clear paths that led you right there. Wooden signs dotted the pathway, displaying various messages like serene, quiet your mind, bliss, pure indulgence, calm, cozy, and relaxation. Even though I knew Chrissy had strategically placed the signs there, they did make a feeling of ease wash over me. I let go of the boxes with one hand and gently placed my other hand on my stomach. The what-ifs of having a baby just wouldn't leave my thoughts. My baby would be the first baby in Honey Springs in a long time, and I could actually picture me and the baby and Patrick riding in the ferry, coming over to the bee farm, and collecting honey for the coffee house.
Where are you at today?
Aunt Maxie stopped right in front of the 3-tiered mosaic building where the resort was located. The resort was amazing and nestled completely in the woods with thick brush, trees, and critters. The clay roofs popped above the budding spring trees and over the open living areas of the spa. The chatter filtered around us when we finally made it inside.
There you are!
Loretta Beebe rushed over and grabbed up the boxes.
You're late! This is how you thank me for saving your life, Roxanne Bloom?
She waved Bertie over to take the coffee carafes from Aunt Maxie before the two of them hurried off toward the big room where the signs pointed to the city council meeting.
I see Loretta is back to her old ways,
Aunt Maxie muttered. She's nervous. Today she's going to ask to be put on the ballot as a candidate for mayor. It was a big day for Loretta, and I was going to support her, even though I never told her I'd be her campaign manager like she told everyone I had.
Hello? What?
Polly had found a home on a perch as soon as you walked in.
Welcome to the Bee Happy Resort.
Aunt Maxie slid her chin my way. I haven't had time to tell you that Polly has found a home here, too. I smiled, thinking Jessica wasn't all that bad. Bad taste in men, maybe. That's 2 animals adopted by her. I looked past Polly and saw Jessica holding Biscuit, the little dog she'd adopted over Christmas from Pet Palace. Jessica smiled and waved really big when she saw us. Be nice, I told Aunt Maxie between my teeth, then smiled and waved.
She's got to stop dressing that dog up like a baby, Aunt Maxie snorted. Baby? Squawk!
Polly screamed so loud that everybody in the building turned to look at her.
Kirk! Squawk! We're having a baby!
My jaw dropped. My eyes slid to Jessica. She gave me a little shrug before she was crowded with people congratulating her. The end. If you enjoyed reading this book as much as I enjoyed writing it, then be sure to return to the Amazon page and leave a review. Go to TonyaKappas.com for a full reading order of my novels, and while there, join my newsletter. You can also find links to Facebook, Instagram, and Goodreads. Keep listening for a sneak peek of the next book in the series. Cappuccino Criminal is now available to purchase on Amazon or read free in Kindle Unlimited. Recipes from the Bean Hive: poppy seed lemon biscuit, frothy and frozen caramel latte, banana butter puppy cream. Poppy seed lemon biscuit. Ingredients: 2 cups all-purpose flour, 3/4 cup white sugar, 1/2 cup finely ground almonds, 1/2 teaspoon baking powder, 1/2 teaspoon baking soda, 1 tablespoon lemon zest, 3 tablespoons poppy seeds, 1 egg, 2 egg whites, 1 teaspoon lemon extract. Directions: 1. Preheat oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit, 175 degrees Celsius. Line a baking sheet with parchment paper. 2. Combine the flour, sugar, ground almonds, baking powder, and baking soda. 3. Combine the lemon peel, poppy seeds, egg whites, and lemon extract. Add the dry mixture and mix well. Form the dough into 2 logs. 4. Place logs onto the prepared baking sheet. Bake at 350 degrees Fahrenheit, 175 degrees Celsius, for 30 minutes. Let cool slightly and cut diagonally into 1/2-inch slices. Bake slices another 8 to 10 minutes until dry. Cool completely and store in an airtight container. Frothy and frozen caramel latte. The Bean Hive doesn't just have the best hot coffee around. ROXY also serves up delish cold coffee, too. The students at Honey Springs High School love this frothy espresso drink. It gives them just the right combination of not too much energy and not too much sugar, so when they are studying at the coffee house, they are getting the work done. Sometimes they like a little extra caramel sauce and whip on top. Ingredients: blender, 3 fluid ounces brewed espresso, 1 tablespoon caramel sauce, 2 tablespoons white sugar, 3/4 cup milk, 1½ cups ice cubes, 2 tablespoons whipped cream. Directions: 1. Take your brewed coffee espresso and pour it into the blender. 2. Add the caramel sauce and sugar to the blender and mix on high. 3. Pour the milk and the ice into the blender. 4. Keep blending until the mixture is smooth and frothy to your liking. 5. Pour into a glass. 6. Add extra toppings as you see fit. Banana butter puppy cream. Ingredients: 3 ripe bananas, 32 ounces of plain yogurt, 1 cup of peanut butter. Directions: 1. Mash the peeled bananas in a bowl. 2. Add the yogurt to the bowl and mix thoroughly with the bananas. 3. Add the peanut butter to the mix. 4. Pour the mix into freezer ice molds. I like to get the cute silicone dog bone molds just because they make the cutest treats ever, and the customers at the Bean Hive love to get these for their pups, but you can use simple ice trays. 5. Put in the freezer for at least 2 hours. This treat will not only keep your pups cool, but it will make them very happy. Barista Bump Off Book Club Discussion Questions. In the beginning of this book, ROXY is hosting a tutoring group for Birdie's home economics class. Hope, their teacher, is working with them because her budget has been cut, and the class will not continue next year. Home economics was one of my favorite classes. I especially loved cooking. Number 1. What was one of your favorite elective subjects? Is it still available to students today? Hearing commotion outside, Aunt Maxie goes to investigate, returning with the announcement of a drive-by purse snatching, loud enough for Mayor to hear. Next, Sheriff Spencer arrives looking for the mayor. A heated discussion takes place between the two, with budget cuts coming up once again, followed by Loretta Beebe yelling that she had been robbed. Looking at the sheriff,
She told him to get out there and do his job. Number 2. First, Maxie comes in announcing the purse snatching. That leads to the sheriff accusing the mayor. Loretta Beebe comes in yelling about her purse snatching and yelling at the sheriff. Wow. Chaos in the coffee house. First thoughts on the events that were happening? Roxy hosts shelter pets from the town's animal shelter, the Pet Palace. This time, rather a furry dog or a cat, Louise brings a parrot, Polly, a very large and loud parrot. After looking over Polly's file, Roxy finds out she is 15 years old and can live to be 60 to 80 years old, and she was surrendered by her owner. Pepper is definitely not a fan of Polly. Number 3. Have you ever adopted a rescue? Have you ever owned a parrot or other bird? Show us your furry or feathered family members. As Roxy is leaving the bean hive, she hears footsteps and someone running away. Although her nerves are on edge, she hears Pepper barking loudly and becomes afraid he might be in danger. Trying to figure out what Pepper is barking at, Roxy turns on her phone's flashlight. Rather than a turtle or a fish, she discovers a dead body. The body turns out to be one of Aunt Maxie's renters, who was stabbed in the back. Number 4. What were your thoughts at this point? Did the purse snatching escalate to murder? It turned out that the woman's name was Stella Johnson. Aunt Maxie reveled that although Roxy's mom, Penny, had set up the rental, Stella only wanted to meet with the owner. While discussing the murder, they discover that Birdie knew her as one of their customers and also knew more about her than anyone. Stella had won the lottery and claimed it anonymously. Roxy decides her next move is to contact her mom to see Stella's paperwork. Since it was too late to go anywhere, and her mom was with a client, which Roxy doubts, she decided to search the internet to see what she could find. Number 5. Have you ever checked to see just how much information can be found on someone? I have. There is a crazy amount of info out there floating around on the web. As Roxy was researching Stella's, who she now knew to be Rosalind's, background, she found out several things. Past experience as a barista, articles that someone local had won the lottery, and also her public social media account. Roxy realized the last post on social media was right before she was murdered. There are several questions to consider at this point. Number 6. Was Stella hiding from someone in general? And did they steal her purse in hopes of getting the money? Did you find it strange that she left her old life behind and created a new identity? What were your thoughts at this point? The next victim in the drive-by purse snatching is Aunt Maxie. This time, Aunt Maxie was trying to fight back when the purse snatcher told her to give me the purse or you will end up like her. Aunt Maxie referred to the purse snatcher as him. Number 7. Now, I was wondering if the purse snatching was related to the murder or a way to throw the sheriff off. What about you? Were you convinced they were related at this point? A new suspect comes into play when Aunt Maxie admits she sent her handyman, Quentin Russell, over to the rental to fix the leak in the bathroom sink. Stella/Rosalind wouldn't let him in. The argument was heated, and he never went in to fix the leak. Aunt Maxie didn't have much information on Quentin, other than he was homeless and needed a job. She hired him based on credentials Kirk, Roxy's ex, gave him. As the owner of the cabin, Aunt Maxie had the key and was authorized to enter. Sheriff Shepard and his deputies showed up at the cabin while Roxy and Aunt Maxie were there going through Rosalind's things. Aunt Maxie finds a name to go with a cell phone number, and Spencer finds a screwdriver that could possibly be the murder weapon. Number 8. Aunt Maxie swears up and down that Quentin is innocent and to follow the phone number. Which direction would you head to investigate? Nikki Dane, a friend of Rosalind's, showed up in town talking about their relationship, best of friends, and Rosalind had given Nikki a key to a safe deposit box. Yet, when it was opened, there was nothing inside of it. Did this rule Nicky out? Roxy wanted to be sure and headed to Rosalind's hometown. Once she and Aunt Maxie were there, a completely different picture of Nicky emerged. Number 9. Was Nicky the killer? She didn't seem like a true friend to Rosalind. Did you think she was hiding something? Trying to get away with the money? Thoughts? Roxy went to the high school to check on Polly and get pictures to post to help promote the adoption. She hadn't gotten far when she discovered the moped Aunt Maxie described. Rather than heading to the classroom, she made a detour to the principal's office to ask a few questions after she had called Maxie, who then called the sheriff. When the purse snatching was happening, Aunt Maxie described the moped. I didn't even think it could be a high school student. I considered it might have been a person down on their luck. Number 10. Which direction did your thoughts go when the moped was found at the high school? The ending. This killer was not on my radar at all. I was completely caught off guard. Don't let us know the ending. That would be a spoiler for those who haven't finished the book. But did you know who the killer was? Number 11. Yes or no? Books by Tonya. Southern Hospitality with a Smidgen of Homicide. Camper and Criminals Cozy Mystery Series. All's good in the camperhood until a dead body shows up in the woods. Beaches, Bungalows, and Burglaries. Deserts, Driving, and Derelicts. Forests, Fishing, and Forgery. Christmas, Criminals, and Campers. Motorhomes, Maps, and Murder. Canyons, Caravans, and Cadavers. Hitches, Hideouts, and Homicides. Assailants, Asphalt, and Alibis. Valleys, Vehicles, and Victims. Sunsets, Sabbatical, and Scandal. Tents, Trails, and Turmoil. Kickbacks, Kayaks, and Kidnapping. Gear, Grills, and Guns. Eggnog, Extortion, and Evergreen. Ropes, Riddles, and Robberies. Paddlers, Promises, and Poison. Insects, Ivy, and Investigations. Outdoors, Oars, and Oath. Wildlife, Warrants, and Weapons. Blossoms, Barbecue, and Blackmail. Lanterns, Lakes, and Larceny. Jackets, Jack-o'-lantern, and Justice. Santa, Sunrises, and Suspicions. Vistas, Vices, and Valentines. Adventure, Abduction, and Arrest. Rangers, RVs, and Revenge. Campfires, Courage, and Convicts. Trapping, Turkey, and Thanksgiving. Gifts, Glamping, and Glocks. Zoning, Zealots, and Ziplines. Hammocks, Handguns, and Hearsay. Questions, Quarrels, and Quandary. Witness, Woods, and Wedding. Elves, Evergreens, and Evidence. Moonlight, Marshmallows, and Manslaughter. Bonfire, Backpacks, and Brawls. Killer Coffee Cozy Mystery Series. Welcome to the Bean Hive Coffee Shop, where the gossip is just as hot as the coffee. Scene of the Grind. Mocha and Murder. Freshly Ground Murder. Cold-Blooded Brew. Decaffeinated Scandal. A Killer Latte. Holiday Roast Mortem. Dead to the Last Drop. A Charming Blend Novella, crossover with Magical Cures Mystery. Frothy Foul Play. Spoonful of Murder. Barista Bump Off. Cappuccino Criminal. Macchiato Murder. Holiday Cozy Mystery Series. Celebrate Good Crimes. Four-Leaf Felony. Mother's Day Murder. A Halloween Homicide. New Year Nuisance. Chocolate Bunny Betrayal. 4th of July Forgery. Santa Claus Surprise. April Fool's Alibi. Kenny Lowry Mystery Series. Mysteries so delicious, it'll make your mouth water and leave you hankerin' for more. Fixin' to Die. Southern Fried. Axe to Grind. 6 feet under, dead as a doornail, tangled up in tinsel, digging up dirt, blowing up a murder, heavens to bribery. Magical Cures Mystery Series. Welcome to Whispering Falls, where magic and mystery collide. A charming crime, a charming cure, a charming potion novella, a charming wish, a charming spell, a charming magic, a charming secret, a charming Christmas novella, a charming fatality, a charming death novella, a charming ghost, a charming hex, a charming voodoo, a charming corpse, a charming misfortune, a charming blend, crossover with a killer coffee cozy, a charming deception. Mail Carrier Cozy Mystery Series. Welcome to Sugar Creek Gap, where more than the mail is being delivered. Stamped out. Address for murder. All she wrote. Return to sender. First class killer. Post-mortem. Deadly delivery. Red letter sleigh. About Tonya. Tonya has written over 100 novels, all of which have graced numerous bestseller lists, including the USA Today. Best known for stories charged with emotion and humor and filled with flawed characters, her novels have garnered reader praise and glowing critical reviews. She lives with her husband and a very spoiled rescue cat named Ro. Tonya grew up in the small southern Kentucky town of Nicholasville. Now that her 4 boys are grown men, Tonya writes full-time in her camper she calls her shamper, She Camper. Learn more about her. Be sure to check out her website, TonyaKappas.com. Find her on Facebook, Twitter, BookBub, and Instagram. Sign up to receive her newsletter, where you'll get free books, exclusive bonus content, and news of her releases and sales. If you liked this book, please take a few minutes to leave a review now. Authors, Tonya included, really appreciate this, and it helps draw more readers to books they might like. Thanks. This has been Barista Bump Off, a killer coffee mystery, Book 11. Written by Tonya Kappas. Narrated by Christina Sagnameni. Copyright 2022 by Tonya Kappas. Production copyright by Tonya Kappas.